Good evening and welcome to Walsh Field, where tonight we have high school football on New Bedford Educational Access Television. The New Bedford High Whalers home to the Severian Hawks. I'm Keith Tebow, joined by Bernie Picanisco. And Bernie, the Whalers at 3-4 would like to have a win tonight, but they're playing one of their tough, formidable opponents in the Hawks.
No question about it, Keith. Severian pretty much, well, they're undefeated. They're 6-0 and 0. They were off last week. They've scored 168 points while only allowing opponents to score 40. And the last time these two clubs met, Zavarian beat New Bedford by a single point, 21-20. In fact, the Zavarian brothers have won now 3 straight games versus the Whalers, and the record is 6-3 against New Bedford. The last time the Whalers winning back in the 1994 Super Bowl year. So, yeah, you're right. There's an awful lot that they would like to do tonight in terms of coming away with a victory. But I think the most important thing is that Wayne Hamlet would like to see his team get back to the 500 mark and get back to 4-4.
Who's Wayne Wilson?
Wayne Wilson used to be around this area.
Oh,
remember
okay.
that name?
Well, I don't.
I'm having flashbacks. He was the athletic director and the coach over at Fairhaven High School for a number of years.
The Whalers will receive Clinton Dunston and John Silva back deep. And doing the kicking is Kevin Tully for the Hawks, and we are underway. Dunston takes it at the 12. He's up to the 15, 20, cuts it to the near side, 25, 30, and is knocked out of bounds near the 35-yard line. And that's where the Whalers will start off 1st and 10. Let's take a look at the Whalers on offense. At quarterback tonight will be number 14, Tom Koska. The running backs will be Clinton Dunston at the tailback position. Jeff Brito is in for Josh Gomes, who was injured a week ago, on the wideouts Silva and Cruz, so they'll be without Josh Gomes tonight.
Yeah, Jeff Brito's Mr. Fill-in, I guess you could say. Filled in for Clinton Dunston the first 2 games of the year. Did a good job, and now he gets the opportunity to fill in for Josh.
Brito is actually in the tailback position with Dunston at the fullback. Brito gets the call right over the right side of the line. He gets up to the 38-yard line before he's taken down. Pickup of about 3 on the play.
And Brito, as we said earlier, had the opportunity when Clinton Dunston was down with an injury to come in and start a couple of games, rush for over 100 yards in both of those games, if my memory serves me correct. And then Dunston comes back, and here's the thing. He missed 2 games this year, Keith. The Whalers have scored 15 touchdowns, and Dunston has scored 10 of those, so you can see where the offense is focused around.
We are playing 4 11-minute quarters in this non-league contest. 2nd down and 7 for the Whalers. Koska is hemmed in the backfield. He's going to be hit for a loss. J.P. Camella, who we'll hear a lot on the offensive side for the Hawks, in for the tackle. Looks like there was a mess up on that play.
Well, it looked like he wanted to hand it off, but never really did get the play in the proper rhythm, and ended up getting tackled in the backfield, losing about 1 yard in the play. Koska going off the field to talk to the coaches, coming back to the huddle with the play.
Loss of actually a couple. It's going to be 3rd and 9 for the Whalers. Victor Cruz splits out to the near side. John Silva to the far side. Backs are split.
This, of course, a passing down, 3rd and 9.
Koska, play action on the screen, finds Dunston. Dunston gets to the line of scrimmage and gets over the 40, actually, before he's tackled at about the 42, 43-yard line. Going to be about 2 or 3 yards short of a 1st down, and the Whalers will punt.
Well, a gain of about 7 yards on the play, but not enough for a 1st down, and Dunston just flaring out of the backfield. Koska letting the defense come towards him and then trying to dish it off to Dunston, hoping that Dunston's going to break one and go deep with it, but not the case.
Carl Beckman in to punt the ball away, back deep. Derek Knight, number 2, and number 7, Nate Hasselbeck. Beckman gets the ball up, nearly blocked. And there's a flag on the play as Beckman was knocked down after the kick, and it could be a penalty against the Hawks for roughing the kicker.
Well, the kick was only good for about 28 yards, but Beckman went down immediately, doubled over, and looked like he was hit in a late hit after the kick.
And let's see what the call is. And it is going to be a personal foul, roughing the kicker against Severian. So the Whalers catch a break, and they get a 15-yard penalty, and they're going to have a 1st down, and the ball is going to be marked at the Severian 43-yard line.
So the drive continues thanks to the penalty on the 4th down kick by Beckman. and the Whalers catch the first early break of the contest.
It was J.P. Camella who came in to attempt the block. He missed the ball and then ran into the kicker. So it's 1st and 10 Whalers, ball at the Zavarian 43-yard line. In a power I formation now, the Whalers are. Koska looks to pass, throws across the middle, finds the tight end, Tim Walsh, for about a 5-yard gain to the 38-yard line.
Nice quick pass over the middle to the tight end, Walsh, and Walsh had a good year for the Whalers. He's been a good receiver coming out of the backfield or coming off the line of scrimmage. He's also been a very good blocker for this team and done a very good job at both the tight end position and on the defensive side of the football.
8:15 to go here in the first quarter of play. We have no score. Whalers have the ball 2nd and 5 at the Zavarian 38-yard line.
Koska 2 for 2 on the early going hit, Keith, through the air.
Cruz split out to the near side. Now Silva comes in motion. Koska hands off to Brito. He has a wide open hole. 1st down and more. Inside the 30 to the 25-yard line.
Good run that time and some good blocking by the New Bedford offensive line as they opened up a big hole for Koska, and he picks up a big gain there of about 13 yards.
Ball is actually marked at the 26-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Whalers.
And that was Brito. Check that. Brito with the run. And another 1st down.
Second 1st down for the Whalers. Cruz split out to the near side. To the far side is Silva. Backs in the I formation. Now Dunston is the tailback. Handoff goes up the middle to Curtis Bulger, who's in the ball game now as a fullback. And Bulger gets about 6 yards to about the 20.
Yeah, quick handoff to the up back that time, who was Bulger. Did a good job of bullying his way down 6 yards on that carry, and a good job of play faking, too, by the quarterback, Koska.
Ball is at the, just inside the 20-yard line, 2nd and 4. 7 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Brito is back in as the tailback. Dunston is the fullback. Tim Walsh goes in motion. Koska hands off to Dunston, and Dunston gets close to a 1st down to about the 16-yard line. It'll depend where the spot is. Looks like they're going to be a little bit short, but the referees are going to ask for a measurement.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit short, Keith. The nose of the football would have to be closer to the 15-yard line than what it looks from up here. It looks like they're going to come up about a good foot short.
A good foot.
A good foot.
As opposed to a bad foot.
Well, you know, a good 12 inches short, I think, from this angle. Now, we'll
Let me see. We get the spot here.
Oh,
now
it's going to be closer than that. Yeah.
About 6 inches.
Well, now he's just
the
got his hands
look at
apart
this.
there.
I mean, you can see right on this. Well, on the screen here, it was only about that much.
Yeah, that much, which is good visual.
Yeah.
For TV, that much.
About that much. About 7 inches. So it's 3rd and short for the Whalers. Ball is at the 26. They need to get to the 25.5-yard line for a 1st down. Bulger is back in the ball game. Dunston will be the tailback. Both wideouts are to the near side, and Koska will just keep it right up the middle and get the 1st down.
Nothing fancy there, just Koska keeping the football, picking up another 1st down, the 3rd 1st down for the Whalers in this drive.
Ball just inside the 15-yard line. And helping with the penalty, Bernie, is the fact that the Whalers have been able to eat the clock. They've nearly had the ball for 5 minutes here in this first quarter.
Yep, the penalty, of course, helped them to keep the drive and sustain that drive and allow them the opportunity to keep the football, but they have run off a total of 9 plays here during this first possession.
Cruz and Silva split out to the near side. Koska hit balls and gets the ball off to Silva, and Silva maybe gains half a yard. Nate Hasselbeck making the stop for the Hawks. And it's actually going to be a gain of maybe half a yard after that pass out in the flat. Looks like Koska was tripped up as he threw the ball.
I thought he lost his footing. It looked like he was trying to backpedal, and he lost his footing, but had the presence of mind to at least throw the football in the direction of Silva. That can be a real costly pass, because if there's any defensive players in the area, a wounded duck like that gets intercepted.
2nd down, and we'll call it 9 for the Whalers. Brito's in the ball game. Dunston gets a call right up the middle, dives inside the 5, 1st and goal for the Whalers.
A great individual effort that time by Clinton Dunston, who took the ball, went right up the gut, and slashed his way down to about the 3-yard line.
Yeah, about the 3, just outside the 3. And the Whalers will have it there, 1st and goal. Whalers looking to break on the board first.
The 4th first down of this drive for the Whalers.
Full house backfield as Mark LaBeouf joins Bulger in the backfield. Dunston right up the middle, drives to about the 2 or 1 as he was stacked up just past the line of scrimmage.
And as we said at the start of the game, Clinton Dunston leads the Whalers in touchdowns. He scored 10 touchdowns. The Whalers have scored 15 as a team, and Dunston has 2/3 of that with 10 touchdowns on the season. He also missed the first 2 games of the season.
Ball just outside the 1-yard line, where it will be 2nd down and goal for the Whalers. Again, looks like they're going to have the same formation. LaBeouf, Bulger, and Dunston still out there, so they're going to go with the full house setup again. 4:37 to go in the first quarter. Dunston hemmed in, didn't get in again.
Well, Zavarian was looking for Dunston that time. I mean, the football hadn't even been handed off to him, and they were already keying on him with about 3 or 4 guys in white shirts going right after Dunston, and a timeout is called with about 4:19 to play here in the first quarter.
Whalers call it. Giovanni Benson was the Hawk who made his way into the backfield and stopped Dunston. Last year when these two teams got together, Bernie, up at Zavarian, it was the Hawks winning 21-20 in a game that some people said the Whalers had a good chance of winning last year. And Zavarian came to within 1 game of going to the Super Bowl themselves, going undefeated up until Thanksgiving, where they lost to St. John's Prep, the eventual conference winner and eventual Super Bowl winner over the Whalers a year ago.
Well, it's a very good Zavarian team, Keith. They're not 6-0 for no reason at all. They also beat Brockton earlier this year, 33-6. I mean, handled them very easily. So this is a very good football team, although the Whalers are taking advantage of that roughing the kicker penalty and continuing their drive and marching downfield and doing it in what seems like relative ease. They're playing against a very good football team tonight, and I'm sure Zavarian's going to be heard from before this night's over.
You mentioned the Brockton Boxers. That's where we'll be next week as the Whalers open up their Big 3 schedule on the road against Brockton, and we'll be there next Saturday. Should be another good game, as they always are. 3rd and goal now for the Whalers following the timeout. The ball isn't on the 2-yard line. Again, this time they have the I formation. Pitch goes back. Dunston cuts it up the middle. He has a touchdown.
Great job that time again. A great job of blocking by the offensive line, but a good job by Clinton Dunston of running laterally as he got the pitch, picking his hole, and then making sure that he got that football across the plane and into the end zone.
Carl Beckman is in to attempt the extra point. Good thing about that drive, Bernie, was the fact that the Whalers used up a good 6 minutes and 70 seconds, 6 minutes rather than 40 seconds.
Yes, they did.
Beckman in for the extra point. It is up and it looks good. And it is. 4:16 to go in the first quarter. Whalers score first. They lead 7-0.
Yeah, they get on the board with a very nice drive. They picked up 4 first downs during that drive, and they ran a total of 16 plays. So it took 16 plays to get into the end zone, starting on their own. I believe they started back here on their own 30-yard line and marched downfield about 70 yards in a very sustained drive, helped by the penalty, the roughing the kicker penalty, to continue the drive when they were punting the ball away. And Clinton Dunston gets in the end zone from about 2 yards out. Beckman with the point after touchdown, good. And the Whalers jump out in front, 7-0.
Again, the Zavarian Hawks have done a good job in putting points on the board this year, and they're one of the top teams in Massachusetts and also one of the top teams in the eastern part of the country, as ranked by the USA Today newspaper. But the Whalers did a good job of keeping the offense of Zavarian at bay by not having them out in the field for the first 6+ minutes. Whalers will kick off. Carl Beckman. Back deep, Derek Knight, number 2. And also back deep, looks like is number 3, I believe, J.P. Camella. And Beckman will kick off from his own 40-yard line. And here's the kick. It's a low kick picked up by one of the upbacks, Kent Gunther. And Gunther gets up to the 39-yard line. And that's where the Hawks will take over on their first drive of the ball game. The Xaverian Hawks on offense, number 4, Wally Quigg is the quarterback. The backfield will feature Derek Knight, number 2, and running back number 3, J.P. Camella. And the wideouts will be, I believe, Gunther, number 6, will be one of the wideouts. Actually, they're going to line up in a double tight end set. Number 33, Sean Kennedy, is in the backfield as well.
Watch this kid Knight, Keith. He leads the team with 11 touchdowns.
1st and 10 for the Hawks. Knight gets the call, bounces off a couple of tacklers, and gets away from a couple and is still on his feet. 40, 30, 20 inside the 10, around the 10-yard line as Carl Beckman made the tackle.
Well, I just said, watch this guy Knight. He's their leading scorer with 11 touchdowns. He's one of the best running backs in the state. And you saw him that time, the great leg strength of Derek Knight, as he was pretty much hit in the backfield and then continued those legs moving up and down, bounced off a couple of his own people as well as some New Bedford people, and just kept on running.
So a big gain there for the Hawks. It looked like Knight was going to be hemmed in back at the line of scrimmage, but busted it open, and it's 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line.
51-yard run.
Danville House backfield. Kennedy back there. Camella gets the call, and he is bunched up the middle. Gets inside the 10 to about the 8.
So right off the bat, they give the ball to Derek Knight. He starts on the 39-yard line and runs 51 yards all the way down to the New Bedford 10-yard line.
Coach Charlie Stevenson constantly making changes in the offense, and there's some new players in as well, as Camella is going to be the lone setback. Peter Sheen is split out to the near side. Nate Hasselbeck to the far side. 2nd down and 8. And he keeps himself Quigg. Quigg is inside the 5. He dives and gets in for the touchdown. So Wally Quigg on the quarterback option to the near side goes in from 8 yards out, and Xaverian is a point away from tying the ball game.
Yeah, just like that. 3 plays starting on their own 39-yard line and going 61 yards. The big play, the Derek Knight 51-yard run on the very first play from the line of scrimmage, and Wally Quigg gets it into the end zone with a quarterback keeper from 8 yards out.
As you see Quigg there for a moment, and there he is again, diving in for the touchdown. Extra point being attempted now. Kick is up, and it is good. Just inside the left upright by Kevin Tully. So, 2:48 to go here in the first quarter, and Xaverian scores quick, and we're knotted at 7.
Yeah, it only took them 1 minute and 28 seconds to march 61 yards downfield, as we said, starting on their own 39-yard line. The big play, a 51-yard run by Derek Knight to get it down to the New Bedford 10. Camilla then takes it for 2 yards, and Quigg, with the quarterback keeper, runs it in from 8 yards out. That made it 7-6. The point after touchdown kick by Tully was good, and we are tied at 7. And just like that, when you talk about a quick strike offense, we're used to seeing that over the years from New Bedford High School, but this was 3 plays and in.
Very quick for the Hawks. We're talking about how the Whalers did a good job on offense, keeping the Xaverian offense off the field, and like you said, they didn't need too much time to tie up this game.
No, if this is an indication of the kind of offense that Xaverian has, then we've got to keep the ball longer.
Let's see, they're 11-minute quarters, 10 minutes and maybe 50 seconds.
Unbelievable. That was a quick drive. 128, boom. 3 plays, 61 yards, gone.
Tully will kick off once again for the Hawks. High but short. It's going to be taken by one of the upbacks for the Whalers. And he's going to be hemmed in, tries to get away, has no blocking, and is knocked down at about the 20-yard line. as it was John Leet with the ball for the Whalers, so they'll get it 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line.
Yeah, it's going to be about their own 18-yard line, actually short of the 20-yard line. But as you say, the very impressive three-play drive going 61 yards by Zavarian. And after being down 7-0, you might have thought that, you know, they might have grounded out a little bit or tried a couple of plays. But the 51-yard run by Derek Knight, very impressive.
Actually, they are going to start from the 20. They move the ball up 2 yards, 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Brito is the tailback. Silva comes in motion. On the draw, this is Brito, and Brito is hammered at the line of scrimmage as Sante Mazzeo with the tackle for the Hawks.
Well, Jeff Brito picking up maybe a yard on the play, if anything at all, maybe nothing.
Now back to the line of scrimmage at the 20, so no gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
One thing the Whalers don't want to do is stop the momentum of that first drive just because the Varian came back and scored very quickly. They got to get their heads together, keep some poise, and come out here and just ignore that last drive.
Bulger is now the tailback. Costco looks to pass. He's got time, throws, has Silva complete. Across the field, over the 30 to the 38-yard line.
Well, another 1st down for the Whalers, their 5th 1st down. A nice pass over the middle by Koska, hitting Silva.
Last week, the Whalers, Bernie, had a tough time throwing the ball, as I believe they threw 4 interceptions a week ago.
And there you see John Silver, a senior wide receiver, 6 foot, 165 pounds, wears number 5 on his uniform.
Backs are split now for the Whalers, Brito and Dunston on 1st down. Koska keeps it himself, gets a block, has some running room near side. 40, 30, and he's going to go all the way. Touchdown!
Well, New Bedford with their own little quick strike offense of 3 plays and a cloud of dust. Koska taking it from his own 39-yard line and running 61 yards for the touchdown.
So Tom Koska getting the right play and getting some good blocks upfield.
He got some great blocks, and he came right around the side. You see him coming down the sideline here after the blocks and just out racing everybody for the end zone. I think once he got into the open flat and realized that he was past the line of scrimmage, past the linebackers, and it was a foot race, he just found that little extra adrenaline and got himself into the end zone, drops the football and celebrates.
Koska checked out Beckman for the extra point, and he nails it. 1:20 to go here in the 1st quarter. This could be a high-scoring affair. It's already 14-7, Whalers on top.
Starting out that way, the Whalers starting on their own 20, and they went 80 yards on 3 plays, taking a page out of the Zavarian book. They took 128, believe it or not, off the clock, the exact same amount of time it took Zavarian to score. There was 2:48 when they got the football. There's 1:20 on the clock. The exact same amount of time, 1 minute, 28 seconds, 3 plays, just like Zavarian, and they run it into the end zone. Tom Koska, a 61-yard touchdown run down the left side. Beckman with the point after touchdown to make it 14-7 in favor of the Whalers.
Maybe we should play that number, 128.
128, play that number.
And there's 1:20 left to go in the 1st quarter. And the Hawks will get the ball back and see if the Whalers can do a better job on defense.
Well, let's see. We've had 3 possessions by both football teams. We've had 3 scores.
Yeah, if this trend continues, we'll be up to the 50s before you'll run out of paper.
I will. I guess you could say this is just a lot of defense being played here.
Beckman set to kick off.
But it's good to see the Whalers keep their poise and answer. They answered what could have been a very disheartening 3-play drive with their own 3-play drive to score.
And the kick is nice and high. And Kamala takes it at the 10. Comes up to the 15, 20, 25. He's got some running room.
Well, he's only going to
One man to beat, and Beckman is going to drag him down, knock him out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
Well, another nice run, and it seems like defense is just a word.
That time, Kamala with the run, and on the first possession, you're going to see it again here, Bernie.
There's Kamala taking the football, and he breaks between two defenders, and now it's again another foot race. He had one man to beat, Carl Beckman. Beckman here gets his hands around his neck and just brings him down, knocks him out of bounds.
And Beckman was the man who brought down Knight before when he had the long run. So Beckman's been busy tonight. Handoff inside to Knight. Knight bounces off a couple of tacklers still on his feet. Gets inside the 20 to about the 18-yard line.
Gain of about 7 yards on the play.
Timmy Walsh making the stop.
I think at this particular pace, the defense for both teams will get a lot better around the third quarter when they're all tired.
Ball is at the 18-yard line. It's going to be second down and 3. We have under a minute to go here in the first quarter. Hasselbeck split out to the near side. Right now the lone setback is Camella. They have two wings, Knight and John Locano. And Knight gets checked out. That's Camella. Camella has the call. Still on his feet, and he gets inside the 15-yard line. That'll be good enough for a first down.
Camella that time trying to keep those feet moving, and believe it or not, that is the second first down run for the Zavarian Hawks in this contest.
Ball at the 13-yard line. We have under 10 seconds to go, and the clock will run, and I don't think Zavarian's going to get the playoff before the end of the quarter. And they do not. That is the end of our first quarter here from Walsh Field. Pretty exciting one as the Whalers have a 14-7 lead.
Yeah, the Whalers scoring twice. The first one, well, it was a very sustained drive. It was 16 plays. They took 6:34 off the clock. They marched downfield about 75 yards, starting on their own 25. It was helped by a roughing the kicker penalty when on fourth down, New Bedford was about to punt, and Beckman got roughed up a little bit. They got the ball back, and then they were able to run off another 10 plays. And it was Dunston getting into the end zone on a 2-yard touchdown run. Point after touchdown by Beckman was good to make it 7-0. And when you thought, well, New Bedford with a nice drive, kept the football out of the hands of the Zavarian Hawks. Hawks come right back, get the ball on their own 39-yard line. And in a minute and 28 seconds, they went 61 yards on 3 plays. The big run, a 51-yard first down run by Derek Knight. They punched the ball into the end zone on a quarterback keeper by Wally Quigg, and it was 7-7. New Bedford gets the ball back and says, you can score in a minute and 28. Well, so can we. We're a quick strike offense, too. And they go 3 plays, 80 yards, take a minute 28 seconds off the clock, Keith, and come back with a Tom Koska 61-yard touchdown run. Beckman kicks the extra point. It's 14-7 New Bedford.
So the Whalers on top. And this is setting up to be a potentially high-scoring affair.
It's like one of those old AFL shootouts between Oakland and Kansas City.
Darryl LaMonica.
Darryl LaMonica and
Lenny
Dawson.
Dawson
And all those guys. Remember that?
So as we begin the second quarter, ball is on the Whaler 13-yard line. The Hawks have it, looking to tie this game up. And they come right out, set up and ready to go. They've got Sheen to the near side, Hasselbeck to the far side. Camella is the lone setback with Locano and Knight on the wings. Locano goes in motion on the option. Locano gets it to the near side, cuts it back, and has a fumble. Touchdown. No, the ball is loose.
Yep.
And I think the Whalers have got it for a touchback. They do.
Yeah, he fumbled the football, Keith. Number 34, I think it was, for Zavarian.
Loyacono, I believe is how it's pronounced.
John Loyacono. And he had an open lane for a touchdown that time, and as he was going into the end zone, it looked like the ball came loose. I couldn't tell whether or not one of the New Bedford defenders hit it. Here he is right here, going in, and right here was knocked away by Clinton Dunston, I believe, who just slapped at it, knocked it away in the end zone. It looked like Dunston might have even recovered it.
That was close to Loyacono rather, coming up and actually crossing the plane of the end zone before the fumble, but it's ruled a fumble, and the Whalers get it first and 10 at their own 20-yard line. Dunston with a flag on the play. Ball came loose, and Dunston fell on it, but there's a flag on the play. A couple of Whalers are clapping. And it could be against the Hawks.
And it looks like it is going to go against Zavarian as they're talking to the New Bedford player. Going to mark it off from the 20-yard line.
Offside against the Hawks. So the Whalers will get the 5-yard penalty, and it'll be 1st and 5 at the 25-yard line.
So a penalty against Zavarian, giving the Whalers 5 yards, and it'll be 1st and 5.
Silva and Cruz split out to the far side. Bulger is in the ball game. He is the fullback. Dunston, the tailback. Dunston gets the call, bounces off the left side, has a 1st down over the 30 to the 32-yard line. As making the tackle was Joe Bombarderi.
Clinton Dunston doing what he does so well. He's you think of him for his speed, Keith, and I was thinking about this when we were watching him play a couple of weeks ago against Dartmouth. He's got great speed, and you think of him getting outside the defensive ends and sprinting downfield, but he is such a strong inside runner for a kid that's got that kind of speed. He likes to slash and take the ball right through the interior part of the defense.
1st and 10 for the Whalers. Ball at the 32-yard line. Silva comes in motion. Costco rolling to his right, looks to throw, gets it off, has Cruz, but Cruz drops it. Right in the old bread basket.
Well, the first incompletion of the night for the red-hot Costco, and that was right in the hands of Cruz. He just dropped it.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 coming up, as we are pretty much just underway here in the 2nd quarter with the Whalers leading 14-7. 10 minutes, 1 second left in the 1st half.
Looked like Victor just took his eye off the football to check who was behind him as he was going to turn upfield.
2nd and 10 for the Whalers. Again, Bulger is the fullback. Silva comes in motion again. On the draw, Dunston gets the call, cuts it inside, gets about 8 yards to the 41-yard line.
Great hesitation move that time by Clinton Dunston as he got the football, little stutter step about 3 yards into the run, just enough to shake one of the defensive players, a gain of about 8 yards on the play.
So it's going to be check that 3rd and 2 coming up for the Whalers. Ball at their own 41-yard line. Cruz to the near side, Silva to the far side. This time Brito is in at the tailback. Dunston gets the call, has a 1st down near the 45-yard line.
And there you see the great strength of Clinton Dunston. Not only a good runner, as we said, with speed, quickness, and that ability to slash, but also some very good leg strength.
Ball right at the 45-yard line. 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the 1st half. Whalers have had the ball twice. They have scored twice. Zavarian had the ball twice. They scored once and came very close to scoring the 2nd time before fumbling the ball in the end zone.
As close as you can get because he was crossing the plane of the end zone when he fumbled the football.
1st and 10. Koska looks to throw, pumps, throws over the head of Silva.
Well, a little high that time, the pass intended for John Silva. Thrown over his head, a little pump there by Koska. Koska started out by completing his first 4 passes. He was 4 for 4. He's missed the last 2, making him 4 for 6 on the evening.
2nd down and 10 for the Whalers. As Cruz is split out to the near side, Silva to the far side. The tight end, Walsh, now moves from the near side to the far side of the line. I formation. Dunston, inside handoff again, drives for about 4 yards near midfield.
Sometimes he makes something out of completely nothing. I mean, that time that hole closed up in a hurry, and Clinton Dunston actually had a couple of guys on his back and just carried him for about 2 or 3 yards.
Pick up a 4 on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and 6 for the Whalers. Bulger is in the ball game as a fullback. Passing situation for New Bedford. Koska rolls. Here comes the rush. Gets it off. Has Silva. 1st down at the Zavarian 40-yard line. Say, Koska's shown a lot of poise tonight.
He certainly is. He is throwing the football extremely well. 5 for 7 now through the air, and finding John Silver again for another first down.
Silva's been his go-to guy tonight. And here's the pass again. Silva wide open and tackled at the 40.
Well, actually, Koska's hit Dunston. He's hit Walsh. He's hit Silva a couple of times. He's also hit Victor Cruz. He's kind of spreading it around.
Dunston, the lone setback, he gets the call, has blocking, and is tripped up, but there's a flag on the play as well. And if Dunston couldn't have got past that trip, Bernie, you had some open real estate.
Yeah, it was a shoestring tackle, if you will, with that trip that was done. I'm just wondering who they're going to call this on, because I also thought I saw number 77 for the Whalers holding.
Yep, and it was a hold, so the Whalers will be penalized 10 yards.
Looked like he threw a pretty good block, and then while he was down on the ground, he reached up to try to grab his man by his foot. Said, "Come back here."
Substitutions for the Whalers now coming in as Dennis Sykes and John Leet enter the ball game. Their first action of the evening, and the ball is going to be marked back to the 49-yard line, and it's going to be first down and 19 for the Whalers. Leet and Sykes to the far side. 4 wideouts for the Whalers. Dunston, the lone setback. Here comes the rush. It's a screen to Dunston. He gets some running room up the middle and gets close to a first down.
Well, Clinton Dunston that time taking the pass on the screen. They played it perfectly, allowing the defense to come in, and picks up about 20 yards on the play and a first down.
Gets the first down. I was a little hesitant there, Bernie, as I was watching the screen get set up. I think the referees missed another holding on the Whalers. I was hesitant to call the rest of the play because of what I saw at about the 39-yard line, but goes for naught, and the Whalers get another first down, and they're moving the ball well again.
9th first down of the first half.
Brito gets hemmed in and gets no gain as he's stacked up by the Hawks on the near side, led by number 66, Santi Mazzeo, and Derek Knight.
And that play for the Whalers, the 11th play of this drive. They've picked up 4 first downs during this drive. And Koska's 2 of 4 during this 11-play drive through the air. The rest has come on the ground, compliments of Dunston and Brito, mostly Dunston.
Again, the Whalers eating up clock, 6.5 minutes to go here in the first half. I formation for the Whalers. Zavarian does some shifting on the defensive side. Dunston gets the call, bounces to the far side, has running room, and he's going to go all the way for the touchdown.
Well, just like that, boy, is he looking good tonight. Clinton Dunston, not to be denied, running to the left side, taking the ball on a handoff, taking it outside the defensive end, skipping over here. You see it right here. Here's the handoff, goes right in between the tacklers. There he skips over the one man that had a shot at him, and now races everybody to the end zone for a touchdown. A 30-yard touchdown run by Clinton Dunston.
So the Whalers are now up 20-7, and they are perfect 3 for 3. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. Beckman in for the extra point. And he is perfect on the conversions with 6:14 left. The Whalers now lead 21-7.
Well, Beckman with the point after touchdown makes it 21-7, Keith, as you said, in the 12-play drive for the New Bedford High School Whalers. With the time on the clock at 6:14, that means that they take off the clock roughly about 5 minutes during that drive. They ran off 12 plays, started on their own 20, so they went 80 yards on 12 plays and took 5 minutes off the clock. It culminates in a Clinton Dunston 30-yard touchdown run. Beckman with the point after touchdown kick, making it 21-7 New Bedford. Very impressive so far.
And a lot of people coming into this ball game figuring that the Hawks would be the one doing most of the scoring. And then, you know, we still have a long way to go, no doubt about it. But so far, the Whalers on offense absolutely look fantastic.
Yeah, they certainly do. First touchdown was 16 plays. They went 75 yards. This one was 12 plays, and they went 80 yards. And, of course, the one in the middle was the big 3-play drive where they went 80 yards in 3 plays.
The big 3-play drive.
So they basically have gone 75, 80, and 80 yards in their 3 drives. They have not been blessed with great field position to start any of these drives.
And on the first drive, it seemed like after the roughing the kicker penalty,
that's when they really got it going.
Yeah, really got it going. So Beckman will kick off again. Camella and Knight back deep for the Hawks. Check that. Werner is back there now deep. And the ball is picked up by Camella. Gets up to the 20. And is finally tackled down over the 30-yard line. So let's see if the Whaler defense can do the job again. Try to hold the Hawks off the scoreboard.
They're going to start at about their own 32-yard line. And as you look out at that scoreboard and see 21-7 home team, New Bedford High, and if you're just tuning in to watch this game and wondering just how good a team is Zavarian, well, if you missed the opening part of the show, they are unbeaten coming into this game at 6-0. I was reading somewhere today in one of the Boston papers that they are one of the favorites, if you will, for the Super Bowl.
Camella is the lone setback. Sheehan and Hasselbeck in the ball game as wideouts. Now Knight comes in motion. Handoff goes to Camella, and Camella gets over the 35 to the 36-yard line. And Andy Garcia with the stop.
4-yard game for Camella.
So the ball is going to be marked actually at the 37-yard line, so 5-yard pickup. Clock is running, 5:42 to go in the first half. Hasselbeck splits out to the far side, Sheen to the near side. Again, Camella the lone setback. Iacono again in the ball game. Camella gets the call, bounces off a tackler, gets over the 40 to the 41. He's going to be about a yard short of a first down, I believe.
Camella 2 carries, a 4-yard gain the first time, a 5-yard gain the second time.
Whalers call a timeout.
And as they call timeout and come over to the sidelines, I think that if you are a fan of the New Bedford High School Whalers, you know that one of the problems that they've had this year has been sustaining any kind of a consistent game plan on defense. Certainly their offense has been an offense that's been able to put some points up on the scoreboard. And when you have weapons like Dunston and Kosker and Silver and Victor Cruz and Walsh as a tight end position and Brito, then you do have some weapons out there to be able to put some points up. But the key thing is going to be stopping the other team. And the last time, Zavarian really should have punched that into the end zone. They had the ball, were going into the end zone, and it was a good play by Clinton Dunston to knock the football away, create the fumble that has given New Bedford a 14-point lead here, because we could very easily, Keith, have it at 21-14 right now.
Yep. Something good to see tonight, Bernie, is for the first time since the first game of the season, Dante Balistracci is in uniform. He's not expected to play, but he is in gear, and we'll probably see action next week.
Yeah, I think you'll probably see Dante play a little bit against the Brockton team next week, a game that they were kind of pointing to when they wanted to bring him back to play this year. And from that point forward, it could be an automatic all points go, depending upon how he reacts to that game. And where I think they really miss him, Keith, I mean, you can talk about him on the offensive end, but I think they really miss him on the defensive end. I mean, that's where he's sort of like a spiritual leader, the kind of guy that makes the plays and can really stop a big play from taking place. 3rd
down and a yard for Zavarian. They got a full house backfield there. Knight is the tailback. Oh, movement on the line. Drew Stroney moving. And that's going to be a big penalty for the Hawks. So it's going to end up being 3rd and 5.
Well, not the kind of penalty you would expect from a team that's 6-0.
So the ball is marked at the 36-yard line. They need to get near the 42. There's about 5.5 yards, actually, they need to go. And now that changes the formation a little bit. They still have sort of a full house backfield. Everyone's stacked in. Quigg looks to throw, gets the ball away, and it is nearly intercepted. And they're going to call it incomplete.
Yeah, they're going to say the football hit the ground, and there was no catch on the play, but Darren Florent did a great job of coming up.
I thought he nearly picked it off.
I thought he did too. He came up from his defensive position and challenged that pass and tried to pick it off, something that we did not see the Whalers do a couple of weeks ago when they were sitting back there. Chad Pimentel from Dartmouth threw about 46 passes, and I don't think they challenged one of them the way they did that pass.
So on 4th down, Quigg is back deep to punt. Silva and Dunston back deep. Kick is up, line drive kick, and Silva takes it out of bounds at the 25 and is tripped up at the 26. Nate Hasselbeck with the tackle.
And if you're wondering, yep.
Yeah, he's
that's
one
his
of those.
son. Yep.
How many Hasselbecks have there been through this school?
There's
at
been
least
a
3,
few.
I believe.
There's been a few. Yeah, the young Hasselbeck, the quarterback, Boston College.
Yep.
I believe there was
Matt and
Tim. Yep.
Yep.
And,
one of them is still up there, I believe.
I think it's is it Matt that's still there?
I think Tim was the first one. Yeah. Anyway, and then now we have Nate. Whalers have it 1st and 10 at their own 26-yard line. They lead 21-7. Play action. Koska looks to throw, has time, throws it, has Walsh, but in and out of his hands. Incomplete. Koska did a good job of getting away from the rush.
He did a very good job rolling away from the defensive pressure, and he found Walsh downfield, but Walsh looked like he was originally screened out on the play and then had a tough time picking up the ball. The way he went after it to catch that one, we know he's a good receiver, he's got good hands. It looked like he might have been a little bit screened out and didn't see the football till the last minute.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Whalers. Cruz split out to the near side, Silva to the far side rather, and Silva to the near side. High formation. Dunston gets the call and gets up over the 30 to about the 32-yard line. That had potential, but the Hawks did a good job of closing up the hole.
Another 6-yard run by Clinton Dunston. Whalers leading rusher, their leading TD guy, and he's added to that total tonight. Came into the game with 10 touchdowns of the Whalers' 15 on the season. Whalers have scored 3 more tonight, and he has picked up 2 of those 3 touchdowns.
So it's going to be 3rd and about 4 for the Whalers. Clock is running, 4 minutes and 7 seconds left in the first half. Bulger is the fullback. Koska looks to pass, comes the rush, gets it off. Cruz has it and has a first down out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
Yeah, Koska to Cruz. That's happened a couple of times tonight. A gain of about 10 yards and a first down.
So the Whalers moving the ball well, mixing up the offense between the runs and the passes. And if you're successful mixing it up, Bernie, you're going to be able to move the ball well.
Well, Koska 7 of 10 through the air, and of course the running threat is always there with number 24.
1st and 10, New Bedford. Brito gets the call, hit in the backfield, is going to be hit for a loss of about a yard. Derek Knight making the stop. Camella also making the initial hit.
Delayed handoff that time to Brito in the backfield. And he's going to come out of the game, and coming in as Bulgar.
3.5 minutes to go here in the first half from Walsh Field. Whalers and the Hawks. Lone setback is going to be Bulgar as Dunston's in a wing to the near side. Koska looks to throw. Here comes a rush. Gets it away. It's going to be intercepted. Picked off by the Hawks. And let's see who came up with it. Looks like it was number 85. That is Mike Coppola.
Yeah, but the guy who really made that play was Camella. Camella coming in from the left side, had an open shot at quarterback Koska. Here's Koska coming back. It's not Camella, it's number 24 here. He's got the open shot, bang, hits him just as he's releasing the football, and then it's picked off.
Greg Hamilton was number 24 coming in. So Zavarian gets the ball, 1st and 10 at the Whaler 42-yard line. They've got 3 wideouts to the near side. Knight, Camella, and I believe Hasselbeck. Now, Camella's the lone setback. Quigg in the flat to Hasselbeck, and Hasselbeck just gets over the 40 to the 39. Clinton Dunston with the tackle.
Nothing fancy that time, just Hasselbeck out in the flat.
Short gain of 3. It's going to be second down and 7.
Only the second pass thrown by Quigg this evening. He's 1 for 2.
Now the wideouts to the far side. Sheen, Hasselbeck, and Knight. Lercono is to the near side. Camella the lone setback. Quigg gets the call, keeps it himself, and gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Andy Garcia there for the Whalers. Also there for the Whalers, Jared Henderson. And timeout called by the Hawks with 2:11 left.
Yeah, these last two drives, if you will, or two series of downs by the Zavarian team, the Hawks have really kind of shown New Bedford's defense to be a little bit better than what we had seen. In fact, a lot better than what we had seen in the prior games. This is probably the best sustained defensive effort that we've seen all season long.
We did not have a chance to see the Whalers last week at St. John's Prep. And it was the offense that actually had some turnovers last week that was the difference in that contest. But the Whalers, seems like this week, have stepped it up a notch on defense and been able to do a good job so far with the Zavarian running game.
Yeah, I kind of thought, Keith, that when we last did a New Bedford game, it was against Dartmouth 2 weeks ago, and I kind of thought that the first half that New Bedford played some terrible defense. I mean, there's no other way to word it, and I'm not trying to be critical or nasty, but I think if you asked any of the coaches, they would have said the same thing. That first half against Dartmouth was just terrible. And in the second half, they came out, did a very good job, and from what I gather, must have carried it over to last week's game where they did a pretty good job defensively because, as you say, the offense had the problems. And tonight, what we're seeing here is they're taking an undefeated 6-0 team and doing a very good job, especially in these last two series of downs.
3rd and 7. Misdirection. Knight gets away from a tackle and is going to have a first down inside the 30-yard line. Whalers had him hemmed in, but I tell you, quick legs, kept moving, and Knight made that first down on his own effort.
He certainly did. Look at this kid run is what I was about to say. I mean, this kid number 2, he's only carried the football tonight 3 times, but the 3 times he's done it, you can see that, and that's even quicker.
Well, that was, I mean, he's quick, but
he's quick, but he's not that quick. Come on, guys.
1st and 10 for Zavarian.
The Keystone Cops in one of those Charlie Chaplin movies.
Ball at the Whaler 28-yard line. Locono goes in motion. Quigg keeps it himself, pitched it to Locono, ball is loose, Whalers with another turnover.
Well, mistakes by the Zavarian Hawks, and the second fumble that they've produced here in this contest, and the Whalers taking advantage, jumping all over that football.
Not been a good night for Mr. Locono, as you can see.
You see Quigg here pitching it back to Locono, and he lost it.
A little bit behind him,
yeah,
and Dunston comes up with the fumble.
Great play. Dunston recovering his second fumble of the night.
So 1st and 10 for the Whalers. They still have 1 minute and 36 seconds left. Ball at their own 28-yard line. Backs in the I formation. Silva comes in motion. Pitch goes back to Dunston. And gets over the 30 to the 31, 32-yard line. And clock is running.
Well, if they pretty much stay according to the game plan, it's appeared like the Whalers have tried to have long, sustained drives and try to keep the football out of Zavarian's hands. I'll tell you, when you watch this kid Knight, Keith, I mean, he really is exciting to watch. I'd be giving him the football every opportunity, I'll tell you that. We've seen a lot of Camella in the first half. I would like to have seen a lot of Knight if you're that coach.
We approach the 1-minute mark. 2nd down and 7 for New Bedford. Lone setback is Dunston. He gets the call right up the middle, barrels his way to the 35-yard line. And now the clock is stopped. Timeout called by the Hawks. 46 seconds left to go here in our first half of play. So the Whalers doing a good job on defense, thanks to, really, the Whalers have been able to get a lot done tonight, Bernie, so far, thanks to Zavarian mistakes, the running into the kicker and the 2 fumbles.
Oh, no question. The 2 turnovers, well, the first turnover was costly because the Whalers came down and scored. And should the Whalers get this thing into the end zone in the last 46 seconds of the half, then that'll make it a complete sweep. That this fumble will also be considered to be costly.
It's going to be 3rd down and a long 3 for the Whalers. The ball at the 35-yard line. They need to get just past the 38 for a first down. I formation. Brito is the tailback. Dunston the fullback. Tim Walsh the tight end in motion. Dunston gets the call right up the middle. And he is stopped short of a first down, and the Hawks call timeout with 40 seconds left.
Well, Dunston 80 yards unofficially on the ground on 14 carries, a couple of touchdowns. He's recovered a couple of fumbles on the defensive side, and he certainly has been the first half player of the game.
Whalers on 4th down will be forced to punt. And Coach Stevenson talking with his Zavarian Hawk club on the far side. And the Whalers will kick the ball away. Hasselbeck will be the man going back deep. Hawks will rush 10 players. Beckman in to kick the ball away. He does off the side of his foot, not a very good kick. And it takes a bounce, and the Hawks are going to have good field position at the Whaler 48-yard line with 33 seconds left.
Yeah, from the line of scrimmage, that's about a 12-yard punt for Beckman. He never really got his foot into it. Looked like he hit the top of his foot or off the side of his foot because that thing was just wobbling all the way out there.
Kick that I would probably make if I attempted to punt. Not being a punter.
I see. Wasn't sure where you were going with that. You wanted to make that kind of a kick, or?
Timeout called on the field by the Whalers as they want to talk it over defensively to make sure that they keep Zavarian out of the end zone in this last 33 seconds.
Yeah, what you don't want to do right now is play such good defense and in the last 33 seconds get a little bit lax with your defensive effort and allow a touchdown to cut this to a one-touchdown game.
See the Whaler coaching staff talking things over with the defense. And now Coach Stevenson on the far side with his offense.
Look at this guy, number 51 for the Zavarian.
Yeah.
Standing next to number 34.
Drew Stroney.
Drew Stroney, is that his name?
51, yeah.
Looks like he's about 6'7".
Stroney, wow. Stroney is 6'7", 271 pounds.
And I wasn't looking at a roster, by the way.
No,
I wasn't. I was looking right at the screen
right
here, and I was thinking to myself, boy, that kid looks like he's about 6'7".
And he is 6'7". Psychic.
Well, you know, they say some people don't always look the way they kind of pictured him to look. Well, he looks exactly like I pictured him to look.
So now that you have these psychic powers, what's the Megabucks number for tomorrow night?
Did you ever notice that the crew down in the truck always make sure that when we're filling time here with comments and conversation, they let you know exactly who we are?
Yeah.
Those are the guys that are wasting our time talking.
Knight comes in motion. Quigg looks to throw, gets it off, finds Camella out in the flat, and Camella is knocked out of bounds after getting a first down to the Whaler 37-yard line.
Quick pass that time, rolling to the left and throwing in that same direction. Quigg doing a nice job of finding Camella.
So it's a first down for the Hawks. Clock stopped after going out of bounds.
The third first down of the half for the Hawks.
3 wideouts to the far side.
Whalers with 5 defensive backs.
Camella, the lone setback. Quigg out in the flat to Hasselbeck. Hasselbeck tries to get out of bounds, and he does after a short gain to about the 35-yard line. That's it. Maybe 36, so it'll only be a pickup of about a yard. 21 seconds left.
Whalers trying to make sure that the play is in front of them. Not going to call it a nickel defense, but there was 5 defensive backs back there.
Whalers looking not to give up the big play. Now the three wideouts are to the near side. It is Sheen, Hasselbeck, and Knight. Camello the lone setback. Second down and 9. Quigg goes back to throw, fires it across the middle, and it is incomplete. Pass intended for Sheen, I believe.
Looked like
And
Beckman got a hand on it.
May have gotten a hand on it. So with 15 seconds left, it's third down and 9.
Pass intended for number 1, receiver Sheen.
Sheen that time getting in the middle of the zone, and Quigg tried to find him, but coming up to knock the ball away, Beckman.
There's also a flag on the play. It's going to be holding against the Hawks.
Well, another penalty going against the Hawks, and they have really not played very sharp for a team that's 6-0.
Ball is going to be marked all the way back to the 49-yard line, and it's going to be second down and long. They need to get to the 27, so it's going to be second down and 22 coming up. Only 15 seconds left. Quigg, quick outlet to Knight, and he's going to do some work, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. 9 seconds left.
Well, another opportunity to run another play as he goes out of bounds to stop the clock.
Now it's going to be third down and about 16.
Never quite understood that you have a weapon like this kid Knight, who apparently has done this in other games with 11 touchdowns on the season, leading this team. And they really have not gotten the football in his hands very much tonight. When they have, he's been absolutely exciting.
Haven't seen much of him so far. Three wideouts to the near side again. Sheen, Hasselbeck, and Knight. Camello the lone setback. Quigg looks to pass, has time, throwing deep, and it is overthrown, incomplete. 2 seconds left, and there's another flag on the play at the 40-yard line.
Quigg airing it out that time.
This time it's personal foul, roughing the passer against the Whalers. So it's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and there's only 2 seconds left, fortunately, for the Whalers.
Yep, 15 yards, and I was about to say Quigg airing it out that time. We saw a very strong arm from Quigg, who stepped up in the pocket and threw that thing into the corner of the end zone.
Automatic first down as the ball is going to be marked at the 28-yard line. So the Hawks have time for only one more play, and I think we kind of know what direction this ball is going to be headed.
Yeah, you would think that it's only going to go in one direction, up and long.
Into the end zone area. Three wideouts to the near side. Quigg throws, lofts it deep, and it's going to be picked off. Intercepted by John Leet at the half. So we have completed one half of football here from Walsh Field, and the Whalers playing very well. They lead the Zavarian Hawks 21-7. We'll take a break and have the second half coming up in just a moment.
Statistics show that the average person over a lifetime has 75,000 dreams. Ooh. 3.8 surprise parties, 8.6 different jobs, 39.7 teachers, 12 different hairstyles, plays 6.4 sports, and owns 3.5 pets. But the average person only has one life, so why mess it up with drugs? A message from a drug-free Navy and Marine Corps.
There is potential around here, and that's why Special Olympics leads you here. As an athlete, a coach, a volunteer, Special Olympics is training for life, and that means a lot around here.
Welcome back to Walsh Field. Keith Tebow and Bernie Piccanisco, the New Bedford Whalers leading the Zavarian Hawks 21-7. And Bernie, coming into this game, if you would say that the Whalers would have a 2-touchdown lead at the half, a lot of people would look at it as kind of crazy.
Well, I think when you looked at the records, Keith, coming in, New Bedford coming in at 3-4, trying to get back to 500, and the Zavarian Hawks coming in at 6-0, and picked as one of the teams with a possible Super Bowl berth this year, I think you might have thought that 21-7 score would be the other way around.
Yep.
Zavarian with the 21, New Bedford with the 7. But the Whalers have played very good defense in the first half, couple of fumbles by Zavarian at the wrong time, a couple of penalties at the wrong time, and Dunston has just played a great game overall. He's rushed for 80 yards. He's had 2 touchdowns of the 3 New Bedford touchdowns, and he also has come up with 2 fumbles on the defensive side, fumble recoveries. So a great first half by Clinton Dunston. Also, Tommy Koska had a very good first half throwing the football for the Whalers, as he was 7 of 11 through the air and did a very nice job of getting the ball to the open receivers.
And this is probably the first game we've had this year, Bernie, where it's a little nippy.
It's a little cold.
And, you know, I did lower the window here for the second half.
And I'd like to thank you for that, too, by the way.
I mean, it's still open enough so we can get a nice little breeze. And you know what? I can actually feel the heater a little bit to my left.
Actually, Keith,
You
I get a kick out of the football announcers who say they want to open the window to get a little breeze, because the only little breeze that I would like to get in my entire life is that breeze off the ocean in Aruba, somewhere during the month of August.
To begin the second half, the Hawks will get the ball. Carl Beckman will kick off. And it's tradition here at Walsh Field that after the halftime, they're getting ready to draw the 50-50 raffle, and Bernie has his, what is it, arm length?
An arm's length. And it's actually, I think this was a guy that was 7'2" downstairs. They gave me his arm's
Well,
length.
that's good. It's the guy to have. Beckman will kick off. Again, Camella. Knight back deep. Low liner. Hits off one of the Hawks. The ball rolls all the way back to Knight at the 5-yard line. He gets the ball, cuts it back, and is tackled inside the 10. The ball is loose, but they're going to say, I believe, that Severian's going to get the ball, and they will at the 12-yard line.
Well, Bolga came up with that loose ball down there. It looked like New Bedford had recovered yet another mistake by Zavarian, but they say the ball was dead, and so now it's Zavarian that gets a little bit of a break.
At the 12-yard line, the Hawks will get the ball 1st and 10, and the Whalers have done an excellent job tonight on defense. And let's see what adjustments, if any, the Hawks have done at halftime. Backs are split, Camella and Knight. Knight has been the key workhorse for the Hawks this year. Camella with the call, and check that quick, keeps it himself. Faked everyone out and gets over the 40-yard line. I was totally faked out, as were half the Whaler defense.
Well, they started on their own 10-yard line, and immediately they pick up a big chunk of real estate and bring the ball all the way up to the 40-yard line. So a 30-yard run, and you see Quigg there breaking the tackle and then getting knocked to the ground by the quarterback, Quigg.
And there's a Whaler down on the far side. Can't quite see who it is. And it's Carl Beckman who's down, number 16.
Well, in the first half, while Beckman is down and while they are tending to him, in the first half, Zavarian had the football for a total of 5 offensive series of downs. And during that time, they picked up a total of 3 first downs. They get one immediately on the first play from scrimmage here in the second half.
So the ball will be marked just over the 40-yard line. And again, on that play, I thought the ball was handed off through the middle to Camella, and all of a sudden we saw Quigg running at the far side with the football.
Beckman is still down on the far side as the trainer is taking a look at him. For New Bedford, he's pretty much lying on his back.
Beckman's had to make some big tackles tonight.
He's played very good on the defensive side. He's not only kicking the point afters for the Whalers, but done a very good job on the defensive side. Gets to his feet as the crowd gives him a nice hand, and he starts to walk slowly towards the New Bedford sideline.
Well, walking under his own power, which is good. Trying to work it off. He'll be back in the ball game. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Ball just over the 40-yard line.
1st and 10 for the Hawks. The ball is caught at their own 41-yard line.
Again, backs are split. See if we can follow the ball a little bit better this time. Kennedy goes in motion. Knight gets the call, cuts it to the outside, gets over the 45. About a 5-yard pickup.
And as we said, we had talked earlier about the talents of Derek Knight. He came into the game having scored 11 touchdowns on the season, the leading man for the Zavarian Hawks. And on the very first play from the line of scrimmage in this ball game, he ran 51 yards on that one play. And believe it or not, got the football in the second series of downs where he ran 7 yards. And then, well, he ran 15 yards on their fourth series and got the ball on a pass of about 7 yards. He touched the ball only 4 times in the first half.
Second down and 5 for the Hawks. Knight again. Oh, boy, jumps over a couple of tacklers. Burst of speed all the way to the Whaler 30. My goodness.
I'll tell you what, if you like to watch a running back run, that's one of the best runs that I've seen in high school football in a long time. He brought back some memories there of Gale Sayers. There he is, jumping over one. Well, let's do it again and jump over somebody else and then just break some tackles. And what a beautiful run that time by Derek Knight.
Down to the Whaler 30-yard line. First and 10 again for Zavarian. Time Camella is the lone setback. He gets the call. He's going to be hit, and he's going to be hit for a loss. As the Whaler defense coming in, Alex Sullivan leading the charge for the Whalers.
Camella that time bottled up right at the line of scrimmage. It might have even lost a yard on the play.
Maybe about half a yard. Second down and 10 coming up for the Hawks. And it seems like, Bernie, this is where the Whalers on defense have picked it up a couple of notches. When the Hawks seem to move in closer, the Whalers seem to tighten up.
Keith, I want to know why the Zavarian coach isn't giving the ball to Knight just about every other play like the Whalers do with Dunston.
Can't answer that. Knight gets the call, this time on the misdirection. He's driven back after a short gain. Sullivan and Bulgarin again on the stop. 2-yard pickup.
Picked up a couple of yards on the play. I have a feeling that he's going to be heard from quite a bit here in the second half.
Well, we were wondering again at the half why he didn't get the ball.
Only four touches in the first half, 3 runs and 1 pass reception, and that was it. And one of those was a 51-yard run, but they just didn't go to him at all.
Clock is stopped, and let's see what the problem is. 8:06 left. They want the clock to be wound, and it's going to be started. Third down and 9 for the Hawks. Quigg looks to pass, throws it out in the flat, short. Pass intended for Sheen.
Looked like it might have even been deflected that time by Larry Sylvia for the New Bedford High School Whalers, number 58, who jumped up in the air, and it looked like he might have just deflected it.
So it's going to be 4th down for the Hawks, 4th and long. Ball is at the 28-yard line. 4th down and a long 8. Three wideouts to the far side. Sheen, Hasselbeck, and Knight. Camella, the lone setback. Quigg looks to throw, throws it over the head, incomplete. And the Whalers defense comes up again.
Well, a very good job on the defensive end for the Whalers on that particular series of downs.
So the Whaler defense comes up big again, and they get the ball on downs. 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line.
Whalers for the first time on offense here in the second half, getting the football with 7:46, Keith, to play. So Zavarian took about 3 minutes and 14 seconds off the clock for that 7-play drive.
1st and 10 for the Whalers. Pitch goes back to Brito. Brito looks for a block and gets up to the 30-yard line before he's dragged down there by Giovanni Benson.
Brito with a gain of about 2 yards on that particular play.
Ball right at the 30-yard line.
And he comes out of the game as Bulgar comes into the game. Bulgar and Brito alternating quite a bit here in the football game tonight.
And in case you missed it, Josh Gomes injured in the game last week. not in action tonight. 2nd and 8. Koska, play action. Oh, sack. J.P. Camella in for the sack. And Koska really had no chance on that play.
Not that time. They're going to lose about 6-7 yards on the play as he just got nailed in the backfield.
Ball started at the Whalers 22-yard line.
So the ball is back to the 22-yard line. And it's going to be 3rd down and about 17 for New Bedford. Clock is running, 6.5 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter.
The Varian's defense also stiffening up here in the 2nd half.
Wide outs to the far side. Inside handoff to Dunston. Dunston finds a seam and gets up to the 31-yard line before he's pushed back, and it's going to be 4th down for the Whalers.
Well, he picks up the 7 yards they lost in the sack and a couple of more, so a 9-yard run by Clinton Dunston.
It's going to be 4th down and 8, and Beckman is in to kick the ball away.
Well, this is how the Whalers started their first series of downs, Keith. 3 plays and a punt by Beckman. He got roughed up, and the drive continued, and they ended up scoring a touchdown.
High snap. Gets the ball away. What a high kick. Ooh, beautiful kick by Beckman. Hasselbeck all the way back to the 20-yard line. And he's tackled at the 27. Jeff Brito with the stop. That had to be one of the highest high school punts I've seen in a long time.
It was also 50 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Wow.
He caught a spiral that time and got it out there and got himself some very good distance on that.
So the Hawks will get it. They are down by 2 touchdowns. 5:27 left in the 3rd quarter. Ball is at the 27-yard line. Again, backs are split now behind Quigg at quarterback. Camella and Knight. This is Camella, and Camella is still on his feet and has running room and has daylight. Dunston, the only man who can catch him, and he will not. Touchdown for the Hawks.
Unbelievable.
J.P. Camella, 73-yard touchdown run.
Yep, 73 yards down the sidelines, and once he got around the defensive end, you see it right here, he breaks a tackle, gets away from that man, and then it's just a foot race right here, and the only guy that's got a shot to catch him is Clinton Dunston, and Dunston had to come from across the field to try to make this last tackle and just couldn't get it done. So a big quick strike again by the Zavarian Hawks, and they close the gap.
Kevin Tully in for the extra point. High snap, kick is down, and it is good. 5 minutes and 13 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter, and the Hawks are back in the ball game. It is the Whalers 21 and Zavarian 14.
Yep, and I'll tell you, that took all of 14 seconds to happen. They actually ran off one play. 14 seconds in that play was the touchdown run of 73 yards by J.P. Camella. Point after touchdown by Tully was good. And it's now a 1-touchdown game with a lot of time left. We're only in the 3rd quarter. 5:13 to play in the 3rd quarter, and the Whalers lead cut to 7.
So let's see what the Whalers can do here on offense. And again, it was Camella there. We expected Knight to get the ball a little more often, but Camella with the big run for Zavarian.
Camella surprising with his speed that time coming down the outside, because in the first half he really didn't show any kind of speed. He actually looked like he was the big fullback type, the guy that was going to plug his way downfield.
Had some big plays tonight on offense.
Lots of big plays. Lots of big runs. 51-yard run by Knight in the first half. We also had the big run by Koska, 61 yards for a run for a touchdown. That particular play there by Camella.
Tully is set to kick off. Dunston and Silva back deep for the Whalers. Line drive kick and Silva bobbles it, picks it up at the 10-yard line, and is going to be hemmed in at about the 12 as a host of Hawks break through the line. So the Whalers are going to get it again, 1st and 10 from their own 12-yard line.
Well, the same thing that we said in the first half, Keith, after the 3-play, 1 minute and 28-second touchdown drive by the Hawks. We said that the Whalers would have to keep their composure, not let that get to them, and come out and display a little bit of composure. They not only displayed composure, but they came back with their own quick strike that took a minute and 28 seconds for the touchdown.
Okay, 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Dunston. Short gain up to about the 15-yard line.
Well, 3 yards on the play. Dunston approaching the 100-yard mark. He has 92 yards rushing in 16 carries tonight.
Ball up to the 15. It'll be a 3-yard pickup. It's going to be 2nd down and 7 for the Whalers.
Bolga checking out of the lineup and coming back in is Jeff Brito.
2nd and 7. Timmy Walsh comes in motion. Dunston gets the call up the middle. He's got running room. Cuts it to the outside. Has a 1st down to the 30-yard line.
Boys, who can top this? You know, it's just been a great game for big plays.
Almost another big run there for Clinton Dunston. And the Whalers get some breathing room up to the 30-yard line.
Gain of about 15 yards on that play by Dunston.
1st and 10 for the Whalers.
So he unofficially goes over 100 yards with 107 and 17 carries.
Koska looks to pass out in the flat over the head of Cruz, incomplete.
Koska that time just throwing it not only behind Victor Cruz, but also over his head.
So it's going to be 2nd down and 10 for the Whalers. Cruz to the far side. I formation. On the reverse, it's Dunston, and good job by the Hawks as Knight made the initial hit, and then it was Joe Bombaderi finishing it off.
Yeah, that time the Hawks smelled that particular play out, and the Whalers might have even lost about a yard on the play.
And they did, so it's going to be 3rd and 11. The ball just inside the 30-yard line at the 29. 3.5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Walsh goes in motion. Koska rolling to his right. Looks to throw. Throws it. Has Cruz. Short of a 1st down near the 40-yard line. Actually, it's going to be closer to a 1st down, but I think they're going to be about half a yard short.
Well, he had to come back for the pass, Keith. I think he was trying to measure it for the 1st down. He went down to the 40-yard line. Then he turned around, did a little bit of a button hook. And at that point, when he stepped back about a yard, he took away the 1st down, so to speak.
Big decision for the Whalers here. 4th and less than a yard. And the players out in the field want them to go for it. And Coach Wayne Hamlin talking with Johnny Seed, the offensive coordinator, and they're going to call a timeout and talk it over.
Well, the Whalers have done a very good job tonight of coming up with some big plays. They've done a very good job of playing strong defense. They've done a good job of staying away from the mistakes. And they've done a pretty good job of play calling. So it'll be very interesting to see what the offensive coordinator, John Seed, comes up with on this particular play. Do you go for it, or do you just punt the ball away and depend on your defense?
Hard to believe, Bernie, that this is the 8th game of the season for the Whalers. Only 2 to go. Next week, we will be at Brockton High School as the Whalers take on the Brockton Boxers. And then Thanksgiving, we will be here in this very spot
Right here at Walsh Field for what we hope will be a nice, mild,
70
warm,
degree
beautiful day.
Yeah.
That would be nice to have a nice warm Thanksgiving day as the Whalers take on Durfee. And Durfee started out real strong like a house of fire, 6-0 themselves, and then all of a sudden have lost their last 2 games to go to 6-2.
Yep. So
Schedule's not quite the same, though, for the Hilltoppers as it is for the New Bedford High School Whalers. And the first opportunity they had to play a good team was when they had their real good, first loss of the season.
Brockton. That was against Brockton. 4th down and a yard. The Whalers are going to go for it.
Rusty call here.
Dunston. I think he's got the first down over the 41 to the 42.
I think it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be dependent upon where they spot the football.
Well, if it's the referee to the far side, it's not really close, and it's a first down. Ball at the 42-yard line. You're right, Bernie. That's a gutsy call here in the 3rd quarter.
Gutsy call in the 3rd quarter. You've got a 1-touchdown lead, and you're also in your own territory.
See if the Whalers can keep it going. 1st and 10 at their own 42. Bulgar is in the ball game as the fullback. Silva comes in motion. Dunston with the call. Picks up 5 yards to about the 47-yard line before he's hit back. Drew Stroney making the tackle.
Dunston piling up the yardage, 112 yards unofficially on the ground on 20 carries and 2 touchdowns.
5 yards on that pickup. 2nd down and 5. Koska rolling to his right. Here comes the rush. He's going to be sacked again. J.P. Camello with the sack this time.
Well, the second time that Koska's been sacked in the last 2 series of downs here in the second half. And a straight line to the quarterback that time by J.P. Camello. Came in from the right side of the defensive line and just had a clear lane to Koska.
3rd down and 14. As there was a loss of 9 on that play. The Whalers letting the clock run. 1.5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Koska, play action, gets the ball off tip, nearly intercepted as Camella had his hands on it, as Koska was rushed again and hit. It's going to be 4th down, and now the Whalers will punt.
Well, I'll tell you, that time Camella almost came up with the defensive play of the game as that ball was thrown. He was going down, Koska was, the ball was tipped, and Camella had a chance to catch that on the dead run while running towards the end zone.
Beckman in to kick the ball away. Had a big punt last time.
50 yards the last time from the line of scrimmage.
Another good kick. Ball is botched by Knight. Picks the ball up at the 25 and gets up to the 35-yard line. Alex Sullivan making the tackle. So the Hawks have an opportunity here to tie up the ball game.
Well, they'll have the opportunity to start the drive that could tie up the ball game as they'll take the ball over on their own 35-yard line, and we'll have 1:02 left to play here in the 3rd quarter, trailing by a touchdown. And Keith, that time it looked like Knight was trying to run before he had the football.
Yeah, ball was kicked right to him, but looked upfield before he caught the football. Backs are split. Camella and Knight in the backfield. 1st and 10 for Zavarian. Knight met at the line of scrimmage, but he still drives through for a couple of yards to the 38-yard line.
Dirk Knight with more opportunities to carry the football here in the second half than he had in the entire first half, and we're only in the 3rd quarter.
40 seconds left.
Carried the ball 4 times here in the second half of 45 yards in the second half, averaging about 11 yards a carry.
Again, the same split backfield. Hasselbeck split out to the near side. Kennedy going to the far side in motion. Knight again, still on his feet and gets to the 40-yard line. 2-yard pickup.
Gets across the body. Ball is on the spotted. At the 41.
Clock is running, and I don't think the Hawks are going to get off a play before the end of the third quarter. And they do not. So 3 quarters in the books here from Walsh Field with the score, the New Bedford High Whalers 21 and the Zavarian Hawks 14. And in that third quarter, Bernie, was the Hawks with the only touchdown on a long run again from the line of scrimmage.
73-yard touchdown run, J.P. Camella scoring that touchdown and running down the left side and showing some very good speed to cut it to a 1-touchdown game. Whalers came right back and had a nice drive. Actually, it was a 10-play drive starting on their own 12-yard line, and they had to punt the football away. And now, of course, this being a 1-touchdown game, it makes this fourth quarter even more interesting.
They just called the 50-50. I don't know if you're the winner. It's a gold ticket. You don't even have the gold ticket.
6-1-2.
Okay. You're not even in it.
Didn't even buy one of those.
It's a gold ticket.
Got a whole pile of tickets here.
Whole pile of gray tickets.
Got a pile of tickets and they're the wrong color.
Well, there's always the next home game, which is Thanksgiving. So, you never know.
Little disappointment, though.
I remember one year.
You got to figure with 50 tickets here, which is what I've got.
I remember one year. I remember one year we were doing a game on radio, I believe, and you hit. You won.
I did. Hit the 50-50 raffle. I remember that.
Did you share it with your partner back then?
As a matter of fact, I think what I remember doing at that particular time was allowing it to stay in the pool.
Oh, really?
I think I remember doing that. I think I said, give me $5 for lunch, and you guys should keep the rest. Yeah. They should let me win more often.
Yeah, they make more money that way.
I'm not ever saying I'd do it again.
No. All right, third down coming up for the Hawks. Third and about 5. As we begin the fourth quarter, Knight comes in motion. Play action. Quigg rolls, throws, has a man. Camella, first down. Moore near far side and is knocked out of bounds in Whaler territory to about the 35-yard line, 36-yard line.
29-yard pass completion that time from Quigg to Camella.
So Camella gets the first down again, and he's had a good game for the Hawks.
Certainly has. And here it is. He's a play right there. Camella coming down the left sideline that time, getting knocked out of bounds.
So another first down for the Hawks. Split backfield for Zavarian. Ball at the 36-yard line. Quigg hands off to the first man through. That was Camella. And Camella gets to the 35-yard line. Gain of only a yard.
Whaler defense is going to have to dig down real deep now and really try to stop this Zavarian momentum that seems to be showing itself here in the second half.
I lowered the window another couple inches just because the sash here was in my line of sight.
Well, it's good because it makes it a little warmer for me, too, when you lower that window a few more inches.
Timeout on the field called by the Hawks with 10:19 left to go here in the ball game. And Zavarian trailing by a touchdown.
First half was a scoring barrage by both teams as the New Bedford Whalers get on the scoreboard first on their first series of downs. It was Clinton Dunstan with a 2-yard touchdown run. Zavarian came right back on a 3-play drive, and it was Wally Quigg, the quarterback, with a keeper, bringing it into the end zone from about 8 yards out to tie the score at 7-7. Whalers came right back and scored again. This time it was a 61-yard touchdown run by Tom Koska, the quarterback, to make it 14-7 Whalers. It looked like the Zavarian Hawks were going to get into the end zone again as Lacano fumbled as he was entering into the end zone. Dunstan recovered it, and immediately the Whalers set off on a 12-play drive, rather, that culminated in a 30-yard touchdown run by Clinton Dunstan. to make it 21-7 in favor of the Whalers. Now, the Whalers did a good job defensively of forcing Zavarian to punt on the next possession, and then a fumble recovery by Clinton Dunston in the end zone, the second fumble recovery that he was able to come up with in the first half. And once again, on the last series of downs, the Whalers stopped Zavarian from getting into the end zone by coming up with an intercepted pass as the half ran out. But here in the second half, the only touchdown that's been scored has been a 73-yard touchdown run by J.P. Kamela of Zavarian, and we've got a one-touchdown game.
2nd and 9 for the Hawks. Now the backs are in the I formation. Quigg rolling to his right, looking to throw deep, has a man wide open, got it, touchdown! This time, Leocono makes the diving catch, and we are an extra point away from being tied.
Yeah, 37-yard touchdown pass from Quigg to Leocono. As we had just talked about, he had been the guy that had fumbled and had prevented them from scoring a touchdown in the first half.
So the Hawks are setting up for the extra point in an attempt to tie this ball game up. 10 minutes and 11 seconds left to go. And Kevin Tully is in to attempt the extra point.
That's the point after for the Hawks, number 31. Kevin Tully. They're doing the holding with number 11, Mike Schiffler.
Kick is up, is partially blocked, but it does go through. So with 10 minutes and 11 seconds left, we have a brand new ball game, folks. We are tied at 21.
Yeah, 37-yard touchdown pass from Quigg to Leocono, and then the point after touchdown good by Tully. So we've got a tied ball game at 21-21, and that drive started on the 35-yard line of Zavarian. So they march downfield on 5 plays. They go 65 yards, and they take roughly about 2 minutes off the clock in the process of doing so to score the game-tying touchdown.
That was a beautiful pass by Quigg. Floated it up, and Leocono had really no one near him. It was wide open. And the Hawks will kick off.
Well, you knew the Hawks weren't going to go away. They're not undefeated for no reason at all. And this is a team that came into the game at 6-0. And being down 21-7, I think was something that was kind of a shock to them and to some of their fans and coaches. But you had to expect that before the second half was over, we were going to see the real Zavarian team. And I'll tell you something a little bit later, especially if it happens, of what my partner Keith Tebow said to me before the second half began.
Quigg kicks off, line drive. Late picks it up and has it at the 20, 25, has a seam, and gets over the 35 to the 38-yard line. So nice play there by John Leet.
The only thing I'm going to say about what Keith had to say before the half began is
don't
that
want to say too much.
By the end of the game, we may be calling him Karnak.
Okay.
And here you see the kick play. Ball fumbled around a little bit, picked up. And then Leet coming up the middle, following the wedge, so to speak, and asking Brito to please get out of his way.
1st and 10 for the Whalers. I formation. Bulger is the fullback in this setup. Pitch goes back to Dunston. Dunston tries to turn the corner. Does, still on his feet. And good second effort over the 40-yard line.
Yeah, that was all Dunston that time, as he just ended up refusing to go down and picked up an additional 3 or 4 yards on the play.
Ball is at the 42-yard line. Pick up a 4 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Our next telecast will actually be coming up right after this ball game. The Bedford Votech Bears against the Fairhaven Blue Devils.
And I bet you it'll be a lot lighter out, too.
Be a lot brighter. Hopefully a lot warmer. 2nd down for the Whalers. Ball is loose on the floor, on the ground rather. Flags on the play as well. Looks like someone may have moved early for the Whalers. And now the Whalers, a little mental mistake.
Well, 5-yard penalty, so the Whalers would go back 5 yards. Dunston picked up 4. They go back 5, so a net of 1-yard loss on that play.
It'll be second down, about 12 actually. And the clock is running. 9 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. I don't know if the teams settled on an overtime procedure, if need be. Second down and 12. Play action. Koska looks to throw, throws it up the middle, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Hawks. That is Giovanni Benson. And Benson comes back the other way and is knocked out of bounds at around the Whaler 30-yard line, and a late flag comes in. And let's see what the call is going to be. It's going to be illegal block against the Hawks, but it'll be after the interception. So the Hawks will not get as good field position, but they will get the football back nonetheless. Here's the play, Bernie.
There you go, and you see the ball being thrown downfield. It's over the head of the intended receiver and picked off by Benson. Benson then starts his run back. I don't know if we can pick up the penalty here or not. It might have been that illegal block that we just saw with two guys who were just crunching one of the New Bedford defenders.
I think that would be it.
That probably was the one.
So the ball marked back to midfield, and the Hawks get it. First and 10, 8:37 left to go. We are tied at 21. Hasselbeck split out to the near side. Camella, the lone setback, two wings in there as well. Camella with the call up the middle, and he's gang tackled after a couple of yards. Jared Henderson making the stop.
J.P. Camella, 6'1", 218 pounds, running back and defensive end. Done a good job at both positions tonight. He's shown us some speed as a running back, running 73 yards for a touchdown. He's been a workhorse in the middle of the line, coming up with those 2, 3, 4-yard carries. Good job of catching the football. Good job playing defense in that defensive end position. Been had a good all-around game.
Second and 8. Quigg, again inside handoff, Camella wide open. First down Hawks over the 35-yard line.
Another first down and another good run, and momentum is clearly swung in the direction of the guys in the white uniforms.
Well, any adjustments that were made at the half for the Hawks, they've actually come through here so far. Hasselbeck put out to the near side. Again, Camella, the lone setback. Quigg, inside handoff to Camella, still on his feet, gets over the 30 to about the 29-yard line.
Brought down by number 58.
Clock is running, 7 minutes, 17 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. Pickup of about 4 on the play.
Well, as good as the New Bedford defense looked in the first half, holding this Bavarian team down, coming up with a couple of fumbles and coming up with some big plays, they have weakened a little bit here in the second half and allowed this Bavarian team to just march downfield.
Full house backfield now as Camella gets the ball once again, right up the middle, still on his feet. Another first down near the 15-yard line.
And another big gain.
Curtis Bulgar with the stop for the Whalers. Ball at the 15.
Clock is counting down, but it certainly is in favor of Bavarian at this point. 6 minutes, 39 seconds to play in the game. They have the football. They've got the momentum. It's a tied game, and the Whaler defense seems to be weakening.
First and 10. Full house backfield again for Bavarian. This time it is Knight, and Knight gets through the middle, picks up about 3 or 4 yards before he's finally stopped. Gil Marks in on the tackle. 4-yard pickup.
Zavarian not doing anything fancy, Keith. They're just running straight at the New Bedford defense. As we've seen in the earlier part of this season, the Whalers were having a tough time right from the Jamboree, right straight through until this week, with stopping good running backs from running straight up the gut, and that's exactly what the Zavarian Hawks are doing right now, running straight at them.
2nd down and 6. Quigg hands off. Camella right up the middle again to about the 5-yard line, close to a 1st down.
Gets down around the Whalers 5-yard line.
Dunston making the tackle, along with the Whalers' number 57, and that would be Mark LaBeouf.
And referees call a timeout for a measurement. 5 minutes and 17 seconds left to go.
Well, it was a promising first half, 21-7, and we were all sitting up here, wondering if New Bedford had really started to find itself in preparation for that Brockton game next week and Durfee on Thanksgiving Day. But in the second half here, it's really been all Zavarian. They made some great adjustments at halftime. They're running straight at the Whalers, and they're not having any problem at all blowing the Whalers off the football. And you see the 1st down for Zavarian, so the Whalers are going to have to get awful tough here, dig down, and find something deep inside to stop this Zavarian drive before they get this thing into the end zone and take their first lead of the evening.
1st and goal coming up for Zavarian. The ball is just inside the 5, so we'll call it the 4.
Got a lot of good luck with Camella running to the inside. Knight has been strong to the inside, and don't take away the fact that Quigg can also run the football, as he's bootlegged one already into the end zone from about 8 yards out.
Full house backfield. Knight right up the middle, drives, and is going to be stopped at about the 1.5, 2-yard line.
Whalers 2-yard line. Down to the bottom of the pile for the Whalers for 85, Quinn Walsh.
Well, Knight now has picked up 130 yards unofficially on the ground on 10 carries, so he's averaging 13 yards per carry.
Ball is just at the 2-yard line. 2nd and goal for Zavarian. Looking to take their first lead of the ball game. Knight. And he didn't get in.
No, Wheeler's doing a good job that time in a little bit of a goal line stand here.
And Quigg asks for and gets a timeout. 4 minutes and 17 seconds left to go in the 4th quarter. So it's going to be 3rd and goal coming up.
This has already been a 4-minute and 23-second drive, the longest drive of the night for the Zavarian Hawks. Most of the time when they've had the football, they've all been quick strikes, or they've given the ball up after 4 downs and a punt. But this is their longest drive. They took the ball on the 50-yard line after the interception and the penalty with 8:37 to play. We're down to 4:17, so they've knocked about 4 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock.
Again, next week we will be at Brockton High School as the Whalers take on the Brockton Boxers. Open up their Big 3 schedule. Kind of tough to get. It's kind of tough to call the Big 3 schedule when it's only 2 games.
Well, it's a 3-team league.
So it's the schedule.
You can't play yourself, so there's only 2 teams you can play against, and they both come at the end of the season on the next to the last and the last game of the year.
Referee whistles both teams back out into the field. It's going to be 3rd down and goal from about the 1-yard line.
And this is a big stop for the Whalers if they can get it done here and force a 4th down play.
Again, full house backfield. Sean Kennedy, number 33, is the other fullback with Camella and Knight. Knight jumps and gets in for the touchdown. Derek Knight from a yard out, and for the first time in the ball game, the Zavarian Hawks have the lead, 27-21.
Well, as we said a moment ago, that drive goes 50 yards, and they take roughly 4 minutes and 24 seconds off the clock in the process. 9 plays, Knight up and over the top to give Zavarian the lead, 27-21. And now the point after touchdown kick by Tully. He's been perfect so far on the evening.
Snap is back, kick is up, and again, it looked like it was tipped, but it goes through. 4 minutes and 13 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter, and the Hawks now lead 28-21.
Well, now's as good a time as any to tell this little story. As we were starting the second half, we hadn't yet gone on the air. We were just putting our headsets on, and my partner here, Keith Tebow, turns to me and he said, you know, I'm looking up there and it's 21-7, New Bedford. He says, but I'm picturing a scoreboard that says 28-21, Xaverian. And that's exactly what the score is.
Well, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
And as I said that out loud,
Hope I'm wrong.
about 15
I know.
people in the booth.
Boy, did I get a boy, what a look I got. I hope I'm wrong. Whalers have 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That's a lot of time for them to come back and try to tie this ball game.
Well, as we said it twice in the first half, and both times they did it very admirably. The Whalers now have to just forget about what's just happened. They just didn't stop them on the defensive end, but there's still a chance to come out of here with a victory. With 4:13, which is a lot of time, Whalers have to sustain a drive, keep their poise, and go for that two-point conversion.
Leet gets the ball again, tries to find a seam to the near side, is knocked out of bounds over the 40-yard line at the 42, so the Whalers get decent field position, and they have 4 minutes and 3 seconds to try to tie the ball game.
Yeah, and a very good run by Leet that time as he took the ball back around the 10-yard line and ran it 33 yards to the 43-yard line.
See what the Whalers can do here on offense. They have been stopped throughout the entire second half.
The marquee running backs in this game, Dunston, 21 carries, 116 yards. Knight, 11 carries, 131 yards.
Koska pitches it to Dunston. He's got some running room to the far side. There's a flag on the play at the far side.
They've done a good job, the Xaverian Hawks have, of holding call goes against New Bedford, so they're going to bring that one back. But they've done a very good job of making Dunston work for all of his yardage tonight. He's had a couple of good runs, 2 touchdowns in the night. One of those was a 30-yard touchdown run. But for the most part, he's carried the ball, as we said, 21 times going into that particular carry. When you take away that 30-yard touchdown run, he's got 116 yards. They've held him basically to 86 yards in 20 carries.
Ball is back to the 31-yard line. It's going to be first down in about 21.
Trying to figure out the band playing that Florida State Indian song. This is the Whalers, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the song is for a Whaler.
That's not.
Dunston's going to be hit for a loss, so back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. As the Hawks on defense really have turned it up a notch or two here in the second half.
Well, they're keying on Dunston. He's not going to get the opportunity to break loose or to do any kind of long runs unless that offensive line starts to fire off the football, and they look pretty tired.
No gain on the play. It's going to be second down and 20.
I was going to ask while that song was playing by the band whether the Whalers were a tribe that I wasn't familiar with.
Do you notice there's
the Navajos, the Sioux, the Whalers.
Do you notice that the Whalers have a mascot now?
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, he's here. I don't know where he is, but it's of a whaler.
Little Wally Whale?
No, it's a whaler. Koska looks to throw. He's got the screen set up and it's tipped and incomplete.
Well, the pass attempt, they were trying to set up the screen. Koska trying to throw it over the middle, had it tipped and almost picked off as number 24 for the Xaverian Hawks was coming up in his deep position, and that's Greg Hamilton, just not able to get there.
So it's third and long now for the Whalers. Trying to keep this drive alive. 3 minutes, 3 seconds left. Koska looks to pass, dumps it off to Brito. Brito is hit and knocked down by Knight.
An interesting call that time as they opted to go to Brito coming out of the backfield, and Walsh, if we could have gotten a camera on Walsh, came downfield. He was close to the first down marker, was wide open in the middle of the zone. There was absolutely nobody around him at all. And that time, Tom Kosker elected to try to go to his running back coming out of the backfield.
4th down, and the Whalers will punt. And Zavarian calls a timeout.
Well, they're going to call timeout, and I think that basically what they're doing is coming over to the sideline so they can hear Charles Stevenson, the coach, say those famous words, "Watch out for the fake punt."
Those are famous words?
Those famous words. Coaches like to remind their players of those little things during
Watch
a game.
for the fake.
Watch for the fake punt.
Well, it'd have to be a big fake for the Whalers. They've got about 22 yards to go.
We have
For a first down.
New Bedford High assistant basketball coach Tom Toppy sitting alongside of us here running the clock, and I wonder how many times in the course of his coaching career in basketball he's heard a coach, or even in his playing career, he's heard a coach late in the game say, "Remember, we don't need to foul anyone here." Those little tiny things that coaches like to put into the minds of their players.
Yep. Seems like it's always the little things that...
Well, with 2:55 to go in the game, if New Bedford punts the ball away, if they actually do punt the football away, they're going to be depending upon their defense to get the ball back, and that defense has not done the job here in the second half.
Nice high kick by Beckman. Knight takes it at the 33, goes to the far side. Sullivan has a tackle, but Knight gets away, has running room to the far side. Still on his feet, is tackled high. Flags come in.
I think they might have grabbed him by the face mask, Keith, the way he went down.
As that was a high tackle by Jacob Anacleto. No, they're going to call an illegal block against Zavarian. I think it was just a clean tackle, just a high clean tackle around the chest, so the ball will be marked back. 2:37 left, and the ball is going to be back to the 42-yard line of Zavarian. And here's the run again.
You see the run here by Knight. You see the missed tackle by New Bedford way back. And now as we head downfield, watch this right here as Knight is going to do his little leaping routine and just jump over somebody. And I think they call the man who was down on the ground for the illegal block.
Hawks have the ball. 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Whalers still have some timeouts.
Quigg a little confused, calls timeout. He's looking around. He called the play that was brought into the huddle, and then looked around and said, wait a minute, that's not going to work against this defense, and smartly called the timeout.
2.5 minutes, 2:37 to be exact, left in the fourth quarter, with Zavarian leading 28-21. If you're just joining us, the Whalers, Bernie, had a lead of 21-7 in the first half, and they really looked like they were in control, and then Zavarian made the right adjustments at halftime.
Well, Zavarian came out and just started running the football straight at the Whalers and firing off the football. The Whaler defense looking a little bit sluggish here in the second half and not playing with the same enthusiasm they did in the first half. Worn down a little bit, and you can see it. It's telling. Momentum has been on the side of the guys in white since the second half started, since they came out and scored immediately on their second possession.
All right, 1st and 10 for Zavarian. Camello, the lone setback. Quigg throws the ball incomplete.
Number 34, John DeComo. 2nd and 10 Hawks. Ball was spotted at their own 42-yard line.
2nd down and 10 coming up. It's actually a break for the Whalers, Bernie.
Stops the clock.
Yeah.
You know, just looking out there and thinking the same thing. They throw a pass, it stops the clock, and you would wonder why, when you're up 7 points with 2:34 to go in the game, the way you've been running all over this New Bedford defense, why you would even stop the clock and throw that pass.
I don't know. Knight gets the call right up the middle, keeps his feet moving, and he gets to the 49-yard line of the Whalers, be about a yard short of a first down.
Kid's as quick a runner and as good a runner as I've ever seen against the Whalers.
Just keeps his feet moving.
Oh, he's just so much fun to watch.
5'8", 189. He's a senior.
141 yards rushing tonight on 13 carries. And in the first half, he touched the ball 3 times.
2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 3rd and a yard. Quigg falls on the ball as there was miscommunication in the backfield. And now the Whalers call timeout with 1:45 left. It's going to be 3rd down. Check that, 4th down now, and about 4.
Yeah, the Whalers get a break that time as the snap was not a clean one. The exchange between the center and the quarterback, Quigg, and so the ball was loose on the ground, and he did the smart thing by just going down and falling on it. Actually, he had enough time to pick it up the way the play had developed if he wanted to and try to run and try to advance the football, but did what every coach teaches you to do. Ball is loose, just get it.
It'll be 4th and 3 for the Hawks. And I'm sure they're going to be content to try to just punt the ball away, try to pin the Whalers deep in their own territory, and hope their defense comes up big.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a break for the Whalers here, this last play that took place, because I really didn't think that with 2:35 to go when they punted the ball away that they were going to get it back. The way this Zavarian machine has been running here in the second half, the way Knight and Camello have been running the football, Zavarian did him a favor by throwing one incomplete pass and stopping the clock, and then the fumble exchange there between the quarterback and the center.
Quigg gets it off. It's a high kick, and it tails away from Clinton Dunston, and it will be down at the 15-yard line. So the Whalers have 1:35 left, and they need to go 85 yards to tie up the ball game.
Well, the offensive manpower is there if they can get the offensive line to fire off the football. You got Dunston who can run the football. You've got some good receivers out there in Cruz and Silva, and a smart, heady quarterback in Koska, who we also saw earlier run for 61 yards down the sideline, displaying some speed that we didn't think he had. So the offensive weapons are there. It's just a matter of whether or not the New Bedford offensive line will be able to fire off the football at Zavarian, something they really haven't done much of here in the second half.
All right, here we go. Cruz splits out to the near side, Silva to the far side. Backs are split behind Tom Koska at quarterback. Koska goes back to pass, has time, throws to no one. Incomplete.
We're going to pay 2nd and 10.
Well, immediately they go to the pass play, and that does stop the clock. Took about 5 seconds off the clock to run that play.
Silva was the closest receiver in the area, but...
Looked like, I was going to say, it looked like Koska thought he was going to do a square out, and what he did was turn it upfield, and Koska threw to the spot, only to find that Silva turned it upfield.
So 2nd and 10 for the Whalers. This time the wideouts will be to the left side, which is the near side. I formation. Koska rolling. Throws as Cruz, and is knocked out of bounds. Good enough for a 1st down over the 25-yard line. 1:24 left.
Now Koska hitting Cruz that time makes him now 9 for 17 through the air. And another 1st down.
Ball is at the 28-yard line. Time the wideouts to the far side in the I formation. Koska rolling to his right. Here comes the rush. He's hit and sacked again. The Hawks have done a good job on the pass defense, sacking the quarterback, and the Whalers call a timeout. Again, J.P. Camello with the tackle.
Well, that time, Coach John C., the offensive coordinator, trying to get Koska into a rollout pattern. I think he can see that his offensive line has not done a good job here in the second half of pass protection or firing off the football for the run. So they tried to get him out in one of the open areas where he might be able to catch a lane and get the ball downfield, but that time pursued, and the offensive line was sort of like the Swiss cheese offensive line that time, allowing the defense to come in and make the play.
So it's going to be 2nd down and about 16 or 17 for the Whalers. They need to go 80 yards, 79 yards, in 1 minute and 15 seconds to try to tie the ball game up.
You know, it's a difficult thing sometimes when you're trailing, but you're only trailing by a touchdown, and there's a minute 35 to play, and the tendency is to go right to the air immediately, but I would like to have seen them mix it up a little bit and get Dunston involved in the run. I mean, this is a kid that can break it from just about anywhere on the field.
Ballgar, the lone setback. Dunston in a slot to the near side. Ball is caught by Cruz. He goes out of bounds, but he only picked up about 3 yards. 3 or 4 yards. It's going to be second down. Check that. It's going to be third down and about 12.
Well, he does stop the clock. He gets out of bounds. They advance the football another 3 or 4 yards further downfield.
At the 25-yard line.
One of the offensive weapons that they have not used very much since the beginning of the first half is their tight end, Tim Walsh, who has been open over the middle a couple of times.
Again, 3 wideouts to the near side. Koska rolling, hitting. Guess what? J.P. Camello with another sack.
Boy, what a great game Camello's had. Got to sit back and give that kid a lot of credit. He's played great on the offensive end, and he's playing great on the defensive end. He's been their player of the game.
Fourth down for the Whalers, and the clock is running.
And this will be the last down for the Whalers.
And the Whalers call a timeout with 44 seconds left.
Unless they can pick up a first down, this will be the last down for the Whalers in tonight's contest. Down by 7 with 44 seconds to play, Keith. And they need to get 23 to pick up 23 yards to get this first down.
Excuse me, are you Santa Claus? I heard you might be him. If you are him, here's my list.
Help the Marines make Christmas possible for less fortunate children.
We are back as the Whalers offensive coaching team going over some last-minute strategies here for fourth down. The Whalers have fourth down and long.
23 yards to go to pick up a first down, Keith. 4th and 23. The ball's on the 15. And this could very well be the last play of the game for the Whalers.
44 seconds left. If they do not convert here, Zavarian, all they'll need to do is just fall on the ball, and they'll come into New Bedford and go away with a victory. Koska looks to pass, throwing deep, and it floats up, and it goes out of bounds, incomplete. And the Hawks hold. 38 seconds left, and the Hawks, after trailing 21-7 at the half, have come back and are only 38 seconds away from bettering their record to 7-0.
Whalers that time put Clinton Dunston as a wide receiver, split out far to the left, and sent him on a fly pattern downfield. The only problem was that Koska got hit as he was releasing the football, and the ball had no zip on it. Dunston actually outran the football, had to turn around and try to come back for it.
Hawks are in the safety position, and Quigg just falls down on it, takes the knee, and the clock will start running. Bernie, maybe it's a good chance here to wrap up the game, and it was an exciting game, it turned out to be, and the Whalers opened up quick.
Yeah, a little disappointment, I think, for the Whalers and their fans, because they came out of the chute and scored on their very first series of downs. A 16-play drive, took 6:34 off the clock, went 75 yards downfield. Clinton Dunston, a 2-yard touchdown run. Beckman with the kick made it 7-0. The Zavarian Hawks came right back and scored when Wally Quigg brought it in on a quarterback keeper. That drive took 3 plays. They went 61 yards. The big play was Derek Knight running 51 yards on the first play from the line of scrimmage as the game is coming to an end and the clock is wound down to 0. And the score is now official 28-21 Zavarian over New Bedford. We had it tied at 7-7. And the Whalers came right back on their next series of downs and marched downfield 80 yards on 3 plays and scored on a Tom Koska 61-yard touchdown run. That made it 14-7 New Bedford. Whalers coming back to score again on their third possession. Dunston with a 30-yard touchdown run, and Beckman's kick made it 21-7 Whalers. Now, the Whalers did a good job in the first half on the defensive side, stopped Zavarian on 4 successive series of downs, intercepting him in the end zone, causing a couple of fumbles, which Clinton Dunston fell on, and led 21-7 at the half. And we were thinking, boy, the Whalers are doing a good job. They're going to get back to that 500 mark just in time for the Brockton-Durfee games coming up back-to-back. But in the second half, it was all Zavarian. They score on their second series of downs on a 73-yard touchdown run by J.P. Carmella. Tully with the kick made it 21-14, and they trailed now by just 7 points. They came back on their next series of downs, went 65 yards on 5 plays, and it was a 37-yard touchdown pass from Quigg to Lascano for the tie 21-21, and then took the lead on their next series of downs again. Carmella, the workhorse, brought the ball down to the 2-yard line as they took it over on the 50-yard line, and Knight ran it in from 1 yard out over the top. Kick was good, 28-21. Whalers just couldn't get anything going, had a couple of opportunities, got the ball back, but just couldn't make anything happen, and they end up dropping this one. They go from 21-7 lead to losing it 28-21.
The Whalers fall to 3-5, and with 2 games left, Bernie, they need to win their last 2 games, and they will, if they do, advance to the Super Bowl. I'd like to thank our New Bedford Educational Access staff here on hand today. In the truck, Roger Robital, Bob Perotti, and Dan Cabral. And, of course, I'd like to thank the fine crew from the New Bedford High School, Justin Mayo, Donald Martin, Ryan Dixon, and Bernie Picanisco. Good job tonight.
And, of course, we want to thank Keith Tebow for the job he did, and our program director, Jeff Poyant, and so on.
And for all of us here at Walsh Field, we'll say so long. The final score once again, Zavarian 28, New Bedford 21. Have a good night. Good afternoon and welcome to Marciano Stadium here at Brockton High School. High school football this afternoon. The New Bedford High School Whalers on the road to take on the Brockton Boxers. I'm Keith Tebow, joined by Bernie Picanisco. And Bernie, coming into this ball game, this Big 3 matchup, the Brockton Boxers come in at 4-3, while the Whalers are at 3-5, records which we are not accustomed to with these two teams.
Yeah, you're right, Keith, but Brockton a little bit more of being on a roll. They've won 4 of their last 5 games. They will be at a little bit of a disadvantage in today's game as the starting quarterback, Matt Pileski, is out. He's had pneumonia and inflamed spleen, and he'll be replaced by Eric Boatwright. And Eric is a big boat, 6'5", 210 pounds. He's a junior, and he will start at quarterback. So the Brockton Boxers a little undermanned. Meanwhile, as far as the New Bedford High School Whalers are concerned, 3-5, really not a record that we're used to and accustomed to seeing from the New Bedford High School Whalers. But today, a happy day for Coach Wayne Hamlet and his crew because they get back probably their best all-around athlete, Dante Bellastracci, back for the Whalers. They'll start on defense today, see some action at quarterback if the offense falters. So a good day for New Bedford fans, and just in time for a couple of Big 3 matchups.
And the New Bedford Whalers coming in at 3-5, Bernie. Both of these teams, of course, hurt with injuries, as you have said. They have played 3 common opponents, the Boxers and the Whalers have this year. The Zavarian Hawks, the Barnstable Red Raiders, and the St. John's Prep Eagles. The only difference, both teams lost to Zavarian. St. John's beat New Bedford, but Brockton beat St. John's. And while New Bedford beat Barnstable, the Boxers lost to the Red Raiders. So both teams are 1-2 against the common opponents, winning and losing against different teams.
Yeah, sometimes I think, Keith, you can throw that statistic out, because in all seriousness, this is a good rivalry. It has been over the years. New Bedford, of course, looks to two rivals during the football season, Brockton High School and, of course, Durfee High School, and now they've got those two games back-to-back. The 3-5 record is not something that Coach Wayne Hamlin wanted to have at this point in the year. He'd like to see that at least be reversed. But unfortunately, a young defensive unit out there and some injuries to the Whalers really did hurt them, especially in some key contests earlier this year.
And for the Brockton Boxers as well, injuries have hurt them. Their key running back, Lindsey Farabee, was out with a broken jaw. He has just returned. And their quarterback, Matt Pileski, has been hit with mononucleosis, among other ailments. And he is dressed, but we're not sure if he's going to play today. More than likely he will not, but he could also see action as well.
He could, and of course we're looking forward to seeing Eric Boatwright. I understand he can really throw a football. They're talking about him being able to heave the football about 65 yards downfield. Not as accurate as Pileski when it comes to the passing, but a very strong arm. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of running, especially from tailback Lindsey Farabee. He'll run the ball, missed the first half of the season with that broken jaw, but last week ran for 138 yards in a win that Brockton had over Pinkerton School up there in New Hampshire.
Since these two teams have met in the Big Three Conference, they've met 8 times, each team winning 4 times. And the home team has won the last 3 years, with the Whalers winning a year ago at New Bedford by a score of 36-8. The New Bedford High Whalers will be receiving to start the game. They are in their road white uniforms with the red numbers and red trim, while the Brockton Boxers are in their home black and red. And they are getting set to kick off back deep for the New Bedford High Whalers. Jeff Brito, number 32, and Clinton Dunstan, number 24. And it'll be interesting to see how the Whalers respond on offense to start off, Bernie.
Yeah, Dunstan's coming off a pretty good game against Zavarian. The Whalers had jumped out 21-7 in that game, ended up losing the game 28-21 because of a great second half by Zavarian. But Dunstan had 2 touchdowns last week and 124 yards rushing.
Super Bowl title on the line, a bit anyway, and the kick by Eric Boatwright goes out of bounds at the 44-yard line, so not a very good kick for the Boxers.
Well, I'd almost question whether they had some sort of an onside kick planned, because the kick really didn't go very much further than 10-15 yards downfield and then went out of bounds.
So the Whalers are going to take it 1st and 10 from the spot of the ball, which is the 44-yard line. And the Super Bowl picture, Bernie, even though the Whalers are 3-5 and the Boxers are 4-3, both still have a shot at getting to the Super Bowl. It's very simple. If the Boxers win today, they're in. If the Whalers win, they need to beat Durfee on Thanksgiving to have a shot at the Super Bowl. 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Ball at their own 44-yard line. Josh Gomes is the tailback. Clinton Dunstan is the tailback, and he gets the call right up the middle, finds a hole, and breaks through a couple of tacklers over the 50 into Brockton territory at the 49-yard line.
Yeah, nice run off tackle that time, off left tackle by Clinton Dunstan, picking his way through that Brockton interior line and picking up about 7 yards on the play.
The Whalers on offense at quarterback, number 14, Tom Koska. The running backs are Clinton Dunstan and Josh Gomes, who is back. Wideouts are John Silva, number 5, and number 1, Victor Cruz. Both wideouts are to the far side. 2nd down and 3 for the Whalers. Silva comes in motion. Koska hands off to the first man through. That is Gomes, and he has a 1st down over the Boxer 45 to the 42-yard line.
Pickup of about 6-7 yards on the play.
Looking at the rest of the Whalers on offense, the tight end, Tim Walsh. The guards are LaBeouf and Brodeur. The center, Seth Castino. And the tackles, DeBross and Gil Marks.
We have our first down in the contest, Keith, and it comes on the 2nd play from the line of scrimmage.
1st down and 10, Whalers. Ball at the Boxer 42-yard line, just underway here from Marciano Stadium. No score. The Boxers and the New Bedford High Whalers. I formation for New Bedford. Dunstan gets the call again up the middle, finds a hole and running room. He's got an opening right up the middle and is finally tackled inside the 20-yard line.
Well, Dunstan not willing to go down that time, as he was hit a couple of times after getting through the line of scrimmage, but kept the legs moving and drives all the way down to about the 18-yard line.
So it's another 1st down for the Whalers, as they've been able to do it on the ground in this first series. The ball is at the Boxer 23-yard line.
Dunstan, 24-yard gain on the play.
Backs are now split behind Koska at quarterback. Gomes now shuffles in motion. Pitch goes to Dunston. He cuts it to the outside, has more running room inside the 10, inside the 5, and knocked out of bounds at about the 2.
And another first down for Dunston. 16-yard pickup by Clinton Dunston.
So the ball is inside the 5-yard line. It'll be first and goal for the Whalers. Here it is again, Bernie.
Here's the replay. You see Dunston taking the handoff and going around the left side. Gives a little leg here, takes it away, and then continues, breaks the tackle, and heads down the sidelines. A gain of 16 on the play.
First and goal for the Whalers. Full house backfield now for New Bedford. And there's a flag on the play. We'll have to see what is the situation here. It's going to be offside against the Boxers. So half the distance to the goal.
Well, the first penalty of the afternoon goes against the Brockton Boxers here on their home turf, and not a big major penalty. Picked up maybe about another yard on the play.
So it's going to be first and goal. The ball just outside the 1-yard line. Full house backfield for the Whalers, as Curtis Bulgar is the third man in the backfield for New Bedford. Dunston gets the call, gets the block, and he gets in for the touchdown. So the Whalers draw first blood on a short 1-yard run by Clinton Dunston.
Yeah, and a nice drive by the Whalers, taking the ball on their own 44. They march downfield 56 yards, and they do that on 5 plays. And they take roughly 2 minutes off the clock. We'll show you the play here again as you see the quarterback, Koska, standing over center. The handoff to Dunston just goes right into the pile, keeps the legs driving, and breaks the plane of the end zone for the touchdown. So the Whalers strike first.
Carl Beckman in for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. We have 8 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter, and the Whalers are on top by a score of 7-0.
And once again, to recap the drive for you, the Whalers start on the 44-yard line, their own 44 after the kick return. And it was Dunston running 4 or 5 plays. Josh Gomes had a 6-yard run in between all those Dunston carries. Whalers pick up 3 first downs. They march downfield 56 yards, and they take roughly 2 minutes and 40 seconds off the clock. A 1-yard touchdown run by Clinton Dunston. Point after touchdown by Carl Beckman. Good. 7-0 Whalers.
And something that the Whalers needed to do, Bernie, in this game is to do well on offense to keep the high-powered Brockton offense off the field. And so far they're 1 for 1, and the Boxers will get the ball now for their first possession.
Yeah, talking with Wayne Hamlet earlier, and one of the things that he said is that the Brockton team, if they have any kind of a weakness mentally, is the fact that if they're ahead, they're a tough team to contend with. If they're behind, well, they're a tough team to try to get organized, to try to catch up. So he wanted to get on top early, and on the first drive, the first series of downs, did just that.
Back deep for the Brockton Boxers is Lindsey Farabee. He's in the middle, number 27. To the near side is Stephen Harris, and to the far side is Robert Whitaker. And Carl Beckman will kick off. Line drive kick, and it is taken by Harris at the 15-yard line. Goes to the 20, 25, and is met at the 30-yard line. So the Brockton Boxers will take over first and 10 from their own 30-yard line.
15-yard run back by Harris after the kick.
The Brockton Boxers on offense will be number 11, Alec Adorno, who will start at quarterback for the Boxers. Running backs, of course, will be Farabee and Miguel Cummings. Wideouts will be Spry and Harris. Spry is split out to the near side. In the slot is Harris. Farabee gets the call, and he is met right up the middle. Alex Sullivan making the stop for the Whalers.
Good job of gang tackling that time by the Whalers. Sullivan getting in there and hitting him first, and a very small gain on the play of about a yard.
1-yard pickup. It'll be second down and 9.
As we said, Lindsey Farabee had a pretty good game last week for Brockton. Picked up 138 yards rushing against Pinkerton, New Hampshire. When you're part of the Big Three, you go out and get your games any way you can.
Yeah, and then we know that both of these teams have had a tough time filling out their schedule. Boxers beat Pinkerton last week 36-22. Second down. Pass out in the flat. It is caught by Harris. Harris gets up over the 35 and is knocked at the 36-yard line. Carl Beckman, Clinton Dunston in on the tackle.
Beckman and Dunston.
Going to be short of a first down.
Short pass out in the flat.
34 blocking from their own 36-yard line.
And a gain of about 5 yards on the play.
Decent crowd on hand, but not what we've been used to seeing here between a Brockton and New Bedford game. Third down coming up for the Boxers and 4. On the option, it is back to Farabee. Farabee turns the corner, has a first down and more, is knocked out of bounds, but not after getting a first down to the Brockton 47-yard line.
We have flags on the play.
And there are flags on the play, one at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be offside against the Whalers, and here's that pitch again, Bernie.
See the pitch back here to Farabee. Farabee turns the corner, gets around the Whaler defense, then gets crushed and nailed right in front of the Brockton bench by big number 12 for the New Bedford High School
Dante
Whalers.
Balistracci.
Dante B.
Back, seeing his first action since the opening game of the season. So the Boxers obviously refuse the penalty, take the play, and it's first down for the Boxers at their own 46-yard line.
That is their first down of the contest.
Handoff goes to the first man through, and the ball comes loose, and it was fallen down there. Miguel Cummings with the rush. He picks up about 3 or 4 yards.
We'll call it a 4-yard gain for Cummings. He's the wide body in the backfield.
Second down and 6 coming up. Whalers lead by a score of 6-0. Check that, 7-0. Spry is split out to the near side. Harris to the far side. Backs are split. Harris comes in motion. Here's the throw out in the flat. Spry makes a diving catch. No, he didn't. Incomplete.
Pass intended for Jason Spry, incomplete. Second down, Boxers.
Thrown a little bit low.
Third down, Boxers from midfield.
So it's going to be third down and 6 coming up.
We had expected to see Eric Boatwright at quarterback, but it looks as if that is not Boatwright that's out there.
So it's third down and 6 for the Boxers. Ball just at midfield. On the draw, Farabee gets it up the middle and has a first down, or close to it, in Whaler territory to the 43-yard line.
Yeah, nice individual effort that time by Farabee. Lindsay getting the ball and dancing his way through the line of scrimmage for that first down.
And it is good enough for a Boxer first down. The ball at the Whaler 43-yard line. 5:05 to go in the first quarter with New Bedford leading 7-0. I formation. Pass to the flat. Tipped away. Pass intended for Harris. Incomplete, and Clinton Dunston got a hand on it.
Yeah, and that's a good job by Clinton Dunston. Keith, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago when we saw New Bedford play against Dartmouth High School at Dartmouth Stadium. They were not coming up to make that play, to knock the ball away. They were just sitting back and waiting for the offensive receiver to catch the football and then make the tackle. Dunston that time came up and challenged the pass and knocked it away.
So Pileski had his pass thrown away and tipped away, so it's second down and 10 for the Boxers. Ball at the Whaler 43-yard line. The wideouts, Spry and Harris to the near side. Backs in the I formation. Handoff goes to Farabee. He's got some blocking, turns the corner, near side, and is hit by Beckman near the 35-yard line. He'll be about 3 yards short of a first down.
And a gain of about 6 yards on the play. And Pileski is the quarterback. We've been told that he is the quarterback starting for the Brockton Boxers today. We didn't really expect that because everything that we had heard was that he had an inflamed spleen along with pneumonia, mononucleosis, a lot of different things. But apparently he's out there.
Well, it's his senior season, his last game against New Bedford, so he wants to play and he's in there. Third down, and we'll call it 3 for the Boxers. Clock is running 4:05 left in the first quarter. Farabee gets the call, gets up the middle, has a first down and more at the 20, and is tripped up by Balistracci at the 15-yard line.
Well, Balistracci that time with an arm tackle while Farabee was gone. Farabee making some very good interior moves as he gets through the defensive line, and picked up about 15 yards on the play.
So the ball is on the 15-yard line. First and 10 for the Boxers.
Actually about a 20-yard run for Farabee.
So both teams, so far, their offenses have clicked.
Third first down for the Boxers.
First and 10, Brockton. They're at the New Bedford 15-yard line. Farabee again up the middle. This time he's met by a couple of Whalers after only a short gain.
Well, this wasn't unexpected, Keith. Talking with Coach Wayne Hamlet of the Whalers before the game started, he mentioned that he thought that Brockton would run right at them, and if anything, would try to run to the outside, get around the defensive ends. But they would run the ball, and Farabee, of course, one of their top runners, and you kind of would expect him to get a lot of the action today.
He also said he expected Brockton to go outside a lot more than inside, and they've mixed it up pretty well so far, going outside and inside. Second down, handoff Farabee again, this time inside, straight up the gut, and gets to the 10-yard line. Darren Florent making the tackle for the Whalers.
Gain of about 4 yards in the play. The Brockton Boxers have run off 11 plays during this drive. They picked up 3 first downs during a drive that started on their own 30-yard line and have brought the ball all the way down to the New Bedford 10.
It's going to be 3rd and 5. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first quarter. If you're just joining us, the Whalers had the first possession and scored, and the Boxers are on their way as well. Pass out in the flat to Spry. He makes the catch and will have a first down inside the 5-yard line down to the 2.
Well, there's a quick pass there from Pileski to Spry, and I'll tell you what, Pileski has a reputation for being very accurate on that particular pass play. He had to be. You watch the play here again as you see Pileski standing over the center, drops back, rolls a little bit to the right, and then lets it go on an out pattern to the sideline. And you see the catch there by Spry, gets knocked out of bounds.
So it's first and goal for the Boxers. Ball is between the 2 and 1 yard line. Double tight end set. Backs in the I formation. Handoff goes to Cummings up the middle, and he is just short of the goal line.
Now they're trying to move the pile down there, but the pile's not going to move, and they're going to unpile him now to find out that he's probably about a good 12 inches short.
When you look at the offensive and defensive lines of these two teams, Bernie, definitely the Brockton Boxers have the bigger size, and there's a timeout on the field as Cummings was shaken up a little bit. And the Boxers are going to call a timeout on their own with 1:45 left. It'll be second and goal, the ball just inside the 1 yard line.
And they have used up close to 7 minutes during this particular drive. They've run off 13 plays. This will be the 14th Brockton play coming up as they go over to the sideline to talk to Coach Ahmed Colombo. Been here for a long time at Brockton coaching. Had some outstanding teams over the years, some outstanding players that have gone on and played some big-time college football from Michigan, Boston College. It's always been sort of a tradition that when you talk football in the state of Massachusetts, especially back in the 70s and 80s, you talked about Brockton High School and some of the great teams, and some of the great teams they played too, Keith, traveling all over the place.
I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of the viewers watching in both Brockton and in New Bedford as we are providing a simulcast today. And for those of you who are in Brockton, you probably don't know who we are. Hopefully you'll find out as the game progresses. Second down and goal coming up as both teams come out after the timeout. And it's going to be second and goal for the Boxers.
If you don't know who we are, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Bernie, he's Keith, and Christmas cards can be sent to Channel 17 in New Bedford.
second down and goal. Again, a full house backfield as Eric Millard is in there. And in for the touchdown is Pileski on the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, a little quarterback keeper by Pileski. And Matt Pileski takes the ball into the end zone under the pile to get Brockton on the scoreboard. 7-6 Whalers, and we'll have the point after kick or the two-point conversion. Here you see him with the keeper, just steps to his left and follows the blockers into the end zone, ducks the head and gets it in. And Pileski puts the Brockton Boxers on the scoreboard.
So with 1:42 left in the first quarter so far, offenses have ruled the day as both teams had the ball once and both teams have put it into the end zone on their first possession. And Pileski is coming back out there, so it looks like they will go for 2 points as the ball is shifted to the left side toward the left hash marks.
One of the disadvantages of not having seen Brockton play this year is we weren't really sure coming in whether they had a kicker.
I formation. Play action. Pileski looks to throw. He throws in the end zone, and it is caught by Farabee, and the Boxers convert. Play action pass there by Pileski, and Farabee found himself wide open.
Yeah, that's a nice play, and they ran it to perfection, too. In fact, Harris came around for what I thought was a reverse, and a couple of New Bedford defensive players went for the fake and were going after Harris, so a nice job of ball faking by Matt Pileski and finding Farabee in the end zone to give Brockton the lead, 8-6. That drive, a 14-play drive, and they take roughly about 7 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. You see the completion here, the play.
Even the cameraman was fooled.
Starting to develop. Yeah, the camera got fooled on the play, and he finds Farabee in the end zone for the two-point conversion. As I said, the drive started on their own 30-yard line, and Brockton marched downfield 70 yards and took 7 minutes off the clock in the process. It culminates in a Matt Pileski quarterback keeper from 1 yard out. Pileski to Farabee for the two-point conversion, and Brockton, with 1:42 to play here in the first quarter, leads New Bedford by a score of 8-7.
We're talking about the crowd here, Bernie. It's a good crowd. As Boatwright kicks off, we'll have more in a moment. Brito takes it at the 15-yard line, is up to the 20, has some running room, but is tripped up at the 27-yard line. Usually these games, Bernie, in past years, either if it's held here in Brockton or in New Bedford, usually a standing room only, but there are plenty of seats to be had here this afternoon.
Yeah, I think one of the things that happens is that the Whalers usually have quite a tandem of buses that follow them around from year to year. But I think this particular year, 3 and 5, and playing up here in Brockton, that for some reason the fan interest maybe being a little bit pessimistic, the bus loads of people just didn't show up today.
1st and 10 for the Whalers. Cruz is split out to the near side. To the far side is Silva. Dunston gets the call right up the middle and gets a good 5 yards to the 31-yard line. Making the tackle for the Brockton Boxers, Michael Casimir, number 72.
Dunston picks up about 4 yards on the play. Dunston, 4 carries, 48 yards in the opening drive, and scored the touchdown for New Bedford. He'll be the workhorse today as they try to attack Brockton on the ground.
5-yard pickup for the Whalers. It'll be 2nd and 5 as we approach the 1-minute mark of the first quarter. This time, Jeff Brito is in the ball game as the tailback with Clinton Dunston, the fullback. Dunston gets the call, tries to bounce to the outside, cannot do it as he is met by a host of Brockton Boxers. Among them, Tony Robinson, number 20. Also in on the stop, Richard Thomas for the Boxers. So a pickup of a couple on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and about 2 for the Whalers.
We don't really expect to see the Whalers throw the ball very much today, but when they do throw the ball, they've got some pretty good receivers in Silva and Cruz.
3rd down and 2. Backs are split now behind Tom Koska at quarterback. Koska fakes the throw and hands off to Dunston. He's got some running room. 1st down and more down to the 46-yard line.
Well, Clinton Dunston had one man to beat that time. Number 38 for the Brockton Boxers, and that, of course, is Andrew Montero. And once he got by him, he would have been gone, but that's Anthony Montero, but he reached out with an arm and made a nice arm tackle.
So it's a 1st down for the Whalers on sort of a Statue of Liberty play. As you see it here, Dunston with the wide open seam to the left side, and again, that trip-up tackle being the difference, and there is a timeout on the field. Actually, we are done with the first quarter. And after one quarter of play here from Marciano Stadium, it is the Boxers 8 and the Whalers 7.
And, of course, Rocky Marciano Stadium, for those who may not remember the name, and that would be very odd to find someone who didn't know the name Rocky Marciano.
Well, not in Brockton, anyway.
Well, certainly not in Brockton, but for you people down in New Bedford, Rocky Marciano Stadium, named after one of the great, all-time great heavyweight boxers, Rocky Marciano. And wasn't that long ago, Keith, I can remember when the great Muhammad Ali was boxing, that there was a rumor floating around that Rocky Marciano and Muhammad Ali had met in upstate New York at one of the hotels up there. And actually, Marciano would have been in his 50s at the time, and at that particular time, they're saying that he and Ali actually went at it in the ring for about 3 or 4 rounds, and that actually Marciano got the better of him.
All right. I find it interesting that we have to describe to our viewers some of these old-time players and boxers and baseball players, because unfortunately, a lot of our viewers are getting younger.
I was going to say, the audience demographics are changing. As we get older, they're getting younger.
1st and 10 as we begin the second quarter. Whalers have it at their own 44-yard line. Sean Gomes shuffles in motion. Pitch goes to Dunston. Dunston turns the corner. He gets it over the 50 down to the Brockton 47-yard line. Good pickup of 7 on the play.
Well, so far the New Bedford offense has been all Clinton Dunston. New Bedford has run the ball 9 times in 2 series of downs, and Dunston has carried it 8 of the 9 times. And here you see Dunston again, the workhorse, trying to get outside the left end and getting knocked out of bounds right in front of the Brockton bench.
2nd down and a long 3 for the Whalers. Tim Walsh, the tight end, goes in motion from left to right. And a flag's going to be thrown on the play, as I believe Josh Gomes got an early start. And it is illegal procedure against the Whalers.
All right, so the penalty goes, and you see it right here. You see Josh moving on the play, and the handoff, the flags get thrown. So at this particular point in time, it's time for Brockton to take that penalty and move New Bedford back another 5 yards.
The ball is back into New Bedford territory at the 48-yard line. It's going to be 2nd down and 8 for the Whalers. Backs are in the I formation. Gomes is the fullback. Dunston the tailback. Dunston on the draw, has some running room, cuts it inside, and is close to a 1st down inside the Boxer 45-yard line, and I think he may have enough for a 1st down.
I think it's going to depend upon where they spot it, and it does look like it's enough.
And it is right at the 44-yard line, good enough for a 1st down.
That is the 5th 1st down for the Whalers here in the first half. Koska goes over to the sidelines and gets his instructions from offensive coordinator John Seed.
And for those of you watching, we are high above field side. Can't be much higher. We are on top of the press box here at Brockton High School.
I just hope the Seagulls remember to fly above us.
And don't make any deposits, if you know what I mean. Koska is going to be hit and sacked. Making the sack, Damian Bilal, number 85.
Damian Bilal, and he is 6'3", 210 pounds.
So it's going to be about a 4-yard loss for the Whalers. Ball back to the 48-yard line. And here it is again, Bernie.
And you're going to see Damian Bilal, as they called him, come in here and wrap his arms around Tom Koska. Gets a little bit of help from one of his friends as they bring him down, the first sack of the contest.
That friend was Mark Millard. 2nd down, and we'll call it 14 for the Whalers. Koska looks to throw. He's got time, throws, and it is intercepted. Picked off. Stephen Harris, and the Boxers create the 1st turnover.
Well, they lined up with 3 receivers, one behind the other on the far right side, and went out there to try to confuse the Brockton defensive secondary. You'll see the play right here. Koska dropping back to pass. He fires right into the center of the 3 receivers, trying to find the man downfield. It looked like Dunston, and it's picked off by Harris. So the Whalers continuously going to Dunston on the ground, trying to find him in the air, and Harris picks him off.
So the Boxers catch a break. They get the ball 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line. Harris is split out to the near side, Spry to the far side. Backs are in the I formation. Farabee gets the call. Off right tackle, he is hit after a short gain to the 32-yard line. Balistracci in on the stop, as well as Jeff Brito for the Whalers.
Dante Balistracci in there making the tackle along with Jeff Brito, and of course Dante back for his first game since the injury, and this is where his presence will be felt the most. When Clinton Dunston came back to play on offense, and here's the play right here, you're going to see Farabee come through the line, and Balistracci gets his arms around him and brings him down as he comes in to make the hit right there. Yahoo!
2nd down and 7 for the Boxers. Same setup. Play action. Pileski rolls to his left, looks to throw. Here comes the rush. He's going to be sacked. Ball is loose. And the Boxers come up with it as Tim Walsh comes in for the hit. And pried that ball loose with Michael Kashmir recovering for Brockton.
Well, the Whalers coming up with their own version of the sack attack. You see it right here, and it's Walsh who comes in from that left defensive end position and just nails him right here. Pulaski knocks him down. The ball comes loose, but it falls right back into the arms of the Brockton Boxers. So a break for Brockton as they come up with the fumble recovery, Keith.
About a 5-yard loss back to the 24-yard line, where it's going to be 3rd down and 15. Pileski looks to pass. Here comes the rush again. He's going to be sacked again. This time it is Alex Sullivan with Walsh on the stop.
Now Sullivan had a clear lane to Pulaski that time as he came in also from the left side and nailed him. And you see it right here. Comes right around, gets pushed a little bit by Cummings, but no block at all. He just had a free lane to Pulaski, and he nailed him.
Pileski, Bernie.
Pileski.
4th down.
My New Bedford accent. Sorry about that.
For the punt. Clinton Dunston and Jeff Brito back deep for the Whalers. And Pileski will do the punt. It's a high snap, but he gets it away. And it's a short kick. And it takes a sort of a Brockton bounce. But the Whalers are going to get good field position in Brockton territory at the 41-yard line.
So both defenses getting the job done after initially both offenses went out and put points up on the scoreboard. The Whalers run off on their second series a total of 8 plays, and Koska gets intercepted. And Brockton comes back, only gets 3 plays, 2 of those sacks, and has to punt the ball away.
So the Whalers get the ball for their 3rd possession, 1st and 10, at the Brockton 41-yard line, trailing the Boxers 8-7. Backs in the I formation. Tim Walsh, the tight end, moves from the right to the left side of the line. Koska on the draw to Clinton Dunston, and Dunston gets to the line of scrimmage, and that is it, as the Boxers did an excellent job in sniffing that out. Tom Frazier leading the charge for Brockton.
Well, the Whalers are establishing a ground game because they certainly have run the ball to death. 13 plays have been run off by the Whalers, and of those 13 plays, Clinton Dunston has carried the ball 11 times.
They're actually going to say it's about a half-yard gain, so we'll call it a 1-yard gain. It's 2nd and 9 for New Bedford. Silva split out to the near side left. To the far side right is Victor Cruz. Dunston again right up the middle, bounces off a couple of tacklers, gets about 4 or 5 yards to the 36-yard line. Tony Robinson making the stop for Brockton.
Coach Hamlet of New Bedford had said earlier that Koska would start the game at quarterback for the Whalers. If they had any problems in moving the football or the offense went stagnant, then he wouldn't hesitate to bring Dante Balistracci in. Balistracci had started the season as quarterback for the New Bedford High School Whalers before going down with the injury.
Actually suffered the injury on the first play of the regular season. 3rd down and 6 for the Whalers. Play action, Koska rolling, has a man wide open. It is Gomes, and he has a 1st down inside the 30-yard line, and he is finally dragged back to the 30, but Gomes got up to the 29, and it's another 1st down for the Whalers.
1st down number 6. The Whalers able to move the ball offensively. Little rollout pass to the right that time by Koska, finding the man coming out of the backfield in Gomes.
So 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Ball at the Boxer 29. Dunston with the call, bounces to the outside, finds a lane to the outside, 20, 10, 5, and is knocked out of bounds. No, he gets in for the touchdown. Thought he was knocked out of bounds at the 1, but he broke the plane, and the Whalers retake the lead.
Well, Dunston with a 29-yard touchdown run, Keith, and a great individual effort. He could have been stopped at least twice during this particular run, as you say, bouncing to the outside and getting into the end zone, just touching the pylon. Here you see the handoff to Dunston, and as he goes through the line, he's a missed tackle here, bounces it to the outside, gets a good block, another missed tackle, and he takes it down the sidelines. A foot race now to try to get to that pylon. One man had a crack at him, but he breaks the plane of the end zone, knocks it over for the touchdown.
Beckman with the extra point. It is good. 4 minutes and 53 seconds left in the second quarter, and the New Bedford High Whalers have retaken the lead 14-8.
And they do so in just 4 quick plays, taking a total of 2 minutes and 1 second off the clock to drive downfield 41 yards from the Brockton 41-yard line after the punt. So the defense does a good job for the Whalers of sacking Pileski twice on the last series of downs, forcing them to punt the ball away. A poor punt gives the New Bedford Whalers the ball on the Brockton 41-yard line, and 4 plays later they punch it into the end zone.
Bernie, we've had the opportunity to see the Whalers quite often this year with our telecast in New Bedford. And a lot of the times in the games that they have lost, in the 5 games they have lost, they have rarely gotten their offense started at all. But so far, they've been able to crank it up on offense after their first 3 possessions.
Yeah, and this is something that we're used to seeing with New Bedford. They have always been, in my opinion, a quick strike offense. They don't need these long, sustained drives to put the ball in the end zone. Their speed and their quickness are their biggest assets, and they're able to get the ball into the end zone in 4 or 5 plays.
Whitaker, Harris, and Farabee back deep as Beckman hits a low liner. It is taken by one of the upbacks at the 30-yard line, and he gets to the 37-yard line, James Campbell, for the Boxers. So Brockton will get decent field position for their 3rd possession at their own 37-yard line.
Well, now the Brockton Boxers finding themselves trailing 14-8 after marching downfield so easily and being held in that last series of downs have got to start asking themselves some questions on the offensive side. Whalers handled them pretty well in the last series. 3 downs and a punt, 2 of those sacks.
Spry and Harris will split out to the far side left. Backs in the I formation. Pileski, play action. Looks to throw. Here comes the rush. He throws it away, incomplete, as he just got rid of the ball as the rush was on again. Curtis Bulgar and Tim Walsh in on the rush for New Bedford.
Well, Pileski that time rolling out to his right. Looks a little bit, when you watch him out there, he's kind of a smaller-sized quarterback, even at the high school ranks, and looks a little bit like the high school version of Doug Flutie on those rollouts, and looking to just create, make something happen.
And he's been able to do that this season for the Boxers.
He's done a great job this season in the time that he's been in there.
So it's 2nd down and 10, 4:36 left to go in the second quarter. Overcast Saturday afternoon here at Marciano Stadium. Harris is now to the near side right. Handoff goes to Cummings, and he is met right at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Miguel Cummings, the ball carrier.
Miguel Cummings trying to get the ball over the defensive line of scrimmage and not able to do so, as the Whalers are just stacking it in tight now.
No gain on the play. It'll be 3rd and 10 for the Boxers. They trailed New Bedford 14-8. Clock is running 4:08 rather, left in the first half.
If there's been a weakness the Whalers have had all season long, it has been their defense. They've been able to put points up on the scoreboard, but defensively, they've been very vulnerable to the run, and so far in the last couple of series, they've made some very nice adjustments.
3rd down and 10. Backs are split. Pileski looks to throw, sets up the screen, and it is incomplete. Pass was intended for Farabee, but it falls incomplete, and the Boxers are going to have to punt.
Well, another good defensive series for the Whalers, and another series where the Brockton Boxers are going to start asking some questions. They have not been able to move the football in their last 2 series.
Pileski will stay in to punt. with Brito and Dunston back at their own 25-yard line. Good snap, and Swesty gets off a nice kick as it takes a Brockton bounce and is killed right at the New Bedford 30-yard line. So the Whalers get the ball back with 3:33 left in the first half with a 14-8 lead. As we said, coming into this ball game, even though both teams are not where they are accustomed to be in terms of their records, Super Bowl still on the line for both. If the Boxers win, they will advance to the Division I Super Bowl, as they've already beaten the Durfee Hilltoppers. If the Whalers win today, they will need to beat Durfee on Thanksgiving morning in order for the Whalers to return. And Dante Balistracci is in at quarterback for the Whalers. Handoff goes to Dunston. He is hit, and hit for a loss. As the Boxers do a fantastic job. The ball came loose, but the referee says it was after the tackle was made. Mark Millard in on the stop for Brockton.
Now Millard got in there to get Dunston in the backfield, a loss of about 4 yards on the play. Dunston has been running the ball so much that they're starting to key on him now, and that might open things up through the air for Balistracci to play that air game.
So Balistracci in the ball game for the Whalers. Cruz split out to the near side. In the slot is Silva. Balistracci throws. Cruz has it. Close to a first down. He's going to be about a yard short at the 38-yard line. Actually, 2 yards short of a first down.
For the 13-yard gain on the pass play, Balistracci rolling to his left. You see him here rolling to the opposite side from his throwing hand, and now he's going to let it go in the direction of Cruz, who comes up with the play, a gain of about a good 12 yards on the play.
3rd down and 2 for the Whalers. Ball at their own 38-yard line. They need to get to the 40 for a first down. Dunston gets the call. Dunston has the first down to the 41-yard line. Stephen Harris and Ellis McMurtry making the stop.
7 first downs now for the Whalers. Dunston does such a good job when he finds an opening. As you see him right here taking the handoff from Balistracci. He finds the opening, squeezes through the hole, looks like he's tackled, and then he just is going to pull away and pick up that extra 1 or 2 yards, as he always keeps the legs moving and driving forward.
1st and 10 Whalers. Clock is running. Under 2 minutes left in the first half. Dunston gets the pitch, finds some room on the far side, picks up about 3 yards to the 44-yard line. As again, Millard making the stop.
Making the tackle for the Boxers. Timeout on the field, New Bedford.
There's a timeout on the field for the Whalers with 1:42 left to go here in the first half.
All right, and the Whalers making a change, bringing in Dante Balistracci to play quarterback during this, their 4th series of downs. Tom Koska started the game at quarterback, if you're just joining us, and put the Whalers up, if you will, 14-8. Thanks to the running of Clinton Dunston, but Koska was the quarterback, and then Dante Balistracci on the 4th series gets the opportunity to come out on the field here and run the offense, something that New Bedford Whaler fans have not seen for all of this season, because Dante went down, as you said, Keith, on his very first play as a quarterback from the line of scrimmage this year. So it's good to have him back in the lineup. He's such an outstanding athlete. We've seen him both on the basketball court and on the football field. He gives everything he's got. So it's nice to see him back there running the plays.
So as both teams come back out, it's going to be 2nd down and 7 for the Whalers. The ball at their own 44-yard line with 1:42 left on the clock here in the first half. Silva splits out to the near side. To the far side is Victor Cruz. Balistracci back to pass. He's got time. He's got plenty of time. Across the middle. In and out of the hands of Cruz, and also in and out of the hands of Miguel Cummings. Incomplete. Actually was John Silva, the intended receiver.
Yeah, he was Balistracci throwing in the direction of Silva, and it almost ended up in another interception by the Boxers as everything got bottled up in tight there. And I believe it was Cummings that was back there who almost picked him off.
So it's going to be 3rd down and 7 for the Whalers. And for the New Bedford receivers, Balistracci has always thrown a harder ball than Koska, and apparently Silva wasn't quite ready for that one. Silva now comes in motion. On 3rd down, Balistracci Nice touch pass to Silva. He has a first down
Pass complete.
and is knocked out of bounds at the Brockton 44-yard line.
That reception, good for a
As you
Whalers
say,
first down.
nice touch pass because Dante's a big kid who's got a very strong arm. You see Silva coming in motion here and tapping him on the backside, letting him know that the play is developing. He rolls out, and again, little touch pass, little flip, if you will, on the far side to Silva, who makes the play.
1 minute and 13 seconds, and the clock is running for the Whalers. They have it at the Brockton 44-yard line, leading 14-8. Quick pass, Botch, ball's loose. Still loose, Boxers have it. As Dunston lost the handle on it, and Jason Britton comes up with the fumble recovery, and the Boxers still have a minute to go to try to get back and tie the ball game or even take the lead before halftime.
That's right, another mistake by the Whalers. You see it right here. A miscue in the handoff as Bellistracci tried to fake the pass and then hand it off to Dunston. The timing just isn't there. And Dunston, instead of falling on the ball, tried to pick it up and keep on running, and they end up losing the football. Second turnover for the Whalers in this contest. The incomplete, if you will, the interception, and now this fumble.
1st and 10, Brockton. Ball at the New Bedford 47-yard line. Pileski goes back to pass, pumps once, throws deep in the direction of Spry. He's got it! Inside the 20-yard line.
There's a nice play that time, and Spry, with a little bump there, a little celebration as he comes back to the huddle. Pileski coming up with a nice pass himself downfield. A first down, and the drive continues for Brockton with 50 seconds to play here in the first half. The Boxers have plenty of time to get another score up on the scoreboard.
And there is a timeout on the field as that play, Bernie. Again, we talked about the pass defense of the Whalers not being up to where it should be, and it cost them there.
Certainly did.
It looks like the defender turned his back on the play, and Spry made a nice leaping catch.
Well, as I was saying earlier, one of the problems that Wayne Hamlet has had this year is that he has practically all new people on the defensive side of the football. A lot of people who did not play 3 years or 4 years of high school football that came out for the team this year in their junior year or in their senior year. And it takes a little bit of time to learn and to understand the patience of playing a zone defense in football, to be responsible for your area and to try not to chase the football. And at times, you can become a little bit too complacent trying to play your spot and not come up to actually get the football and knock it away.
Both teams back out on the field. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Boxers. The ball is at the Whaler 17-yard line. We have 50 seconds left here in the first half. Spry's split out to the near side. Backs in the I formation. Pileski hands off to Farabee, and Farabee turns the corner near side, still on his feet. Finally stumbles out of bounds at the 12 or 11-yard line.
Gain of about 6 yards on the play.
Darren Florent knocks Farabee out of bounds. It's at the 12-yard line.
Here you see Farabee getting the handoff, cutting it to the outside behind. A nice block there by number 70 for Brockton. Gets it down the sideline, tries to tiptoe and dance, and just gets knocked out of bounds.
Field was about 7 yards wider. Would have been good enough for the end zone.
And an excellent block that time for Brockton by number 70, and that would be Randall Murray Jr.
Flags on the play before the play starts. Whalers were moving. Don't know if they're going to be called for offside or not. Illegal procedure against the Boxers, so it's a 5-yard penalty against Brockton.
Well,
Thought I saw the Whalers move there, but apparently they were forced offside.
Another penalty against the Boxers, and that, I believe, is the third time they've been penalized. Went on a drive and deep in New Bedford territory.
And Coach Colombo asking the referee what happened. As the players are not the only people or things or
Those are some
living things on the field today.
some people looking to get the opportunity to play some football.
Get some good seats. 2nd down and 10 for the Boxers. Farabee gets the call. He's got some running room, cuts it to the outside, and is going to be knocked out of bounds inside the 5-yard line.
What a hole. You could have driven an 18-wheeler through the hole that was opened up that time by the Brockton line, and Farabee took advantage of it. You see it well from up here. Here's the replay. Pileski hands it off to Farabee. Look at the size of this hole as he just takes it to the outside and down towards the goal line.
Ball is marked between the 3 and the 2. We'll call it the 2, where it will be first and goal for Brockton with 32 seconds left here in the first half. Pileski tries to drive right up the middle, and he gets the 4th, and he gets the touchdown.
Just move the pile.
Miguel Cummings was actually one of the catalysts as he was behind Pileski all the way and pushed him right across the goal line. And the Boxers have knotted this game at 14.
Matt Pileski with the 2-yard touchdown run, his second touchdown of the game. And here you see it right here. Pileski goes deep into the hole. And look at Cummings behind him, pushing from behind, trying to move the pile and get Pileski into the end zone. And that's exactly what they did.
And the Boxers are going to talk over what they want to do on the conversion as Boatwright is in to attempt the extra point for the Boxers to try to take a 1-point lead with 27 seconds left here in the first half. So the Whaler miscue has been converted very well by the Brockton Boxers.
Yes, it has, Keith, and I'll tell you what, you know, when you turn the ball over, especially New Bedford had an opportunity to try to score themselves on that play and maybe open up a big lead going into halftime, but instead Brockton has tied the score here and could actually take the lead thanks to the fumble on the missed handoff between Bellistracci and Clinton Dunstan. They recover it by Brockton on the New Bedford 47-yard line. And in just 31 seconds, they run off 5 plays. The big play was Pileski to Spry, a 36-yard pass play on first down. They got them down deep into New Bedford territory. And then after a penalty, Farabee runs it for about 9 yards to the left, and Pileski takes into the end zone from 2 yards out to tie it at 14-14.
Boatwright is in to attempt the extra point. Pileski will hold.
Eric Boatwright on to try the extra point for the Boxers.
As the play is whistled in. Good snap, good kick, and it is good. 27 seconds left in the first half, and this is shaping up to be a fine ball game as the Boxers have taken the lead 15-14.
And I guess you could say that that could be considered to be, well, almost a 13 or 14 point swing because the Whalers were up 14-8. And they were marching with the football. They had run off 7 plays, and they looked like they were pretty much in control. And were heading towards the Brockton end zone when the fumble by Dunstan occurred. Had New Bedford punched that one into the end zone, and we're up 21-8 going into halftime. I'm sure that all of the Brockton fans here would be wondering what's going on, but instead Brockton takes advantage of that miscue by the Whalers to punch one in, and they have the 1-point lead. 15-14. So a couple of New Bedford miscues here in the first half, the pass interception and now the fumble, and that's cost them a couple of touchdowns.
The Whalers have 27 seconds left in the half. Don't know if they're going to try anything, but they will get the ball back. Brito and Dunstan back deep. Boatwright set to kick off once again for Brockton.
All those fans that we saw earlier heading into the end zone on the Brockton side of the field, those little tiny bird fans.
Again, another short kick, and it is taken by one of the upbacks for the Whalers, who wisely falls down. That is Brett Haith.
Well, Haith fielded the football, and I don't know if you could catch it on the other side, but all of the coaches had their hands up to their mouths, cupped and yelling at him, probably telling him, go down, go down, go down.
Well, he's not one of those guys that's going to run the ball too often. Special teamers who probably will play linebacker for the Whalers in the future. First and 10 for the Whalers. They have the ball at the 38-yard line with 24 seconds left. Bellistracci is back in at quarterback. Backs in the I formation. Bellistracci on the draw to Dunstan. Dunstan has some running room near side, but is met at the 40 and driven out of bounds after a short pickup.
Run out of bounds by
Jason Britton and Renard Wilson making the stop.
Well, a good job by the Brockton defense. You see Dunstan with the handoff, and he starts to run, tries to turn on the field, but they make him run laterally, And if you make him run laterally, you can get some help gang tackling him and knocking him out of bounds, which is exactly what the Boxers did.
And a pickup of 4 on the play. It's 2nd down and 6 for the Whalers. Balistracci hands off to Dunston again. Dunston bounces off one tackler and gets over the 45 to the 47-yard line. And that should be the end of the first half. And it is. With the Super Bowl bid on the line, we've had an excellent first half here from Marciano Stadium. The Boxer fans on their feet as their Boxers lead the New Bedford High Whalers 15-14. We'll have our second half action coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to Marciano Stadium. Keith Tebow and Bernie Piccanisco. The Brockton Boxers leading the New Bedford High Whalers 15-14. As we said, this has Super Bowl implications for both teams. It's pretty simple for the Boxers. If they win today, they will advance to the Division 1A Super Bowl. If the Whalers win, New Bedford's going to have to beat Durfee on Thanksgiving in order for the Whalers to advance for the second straight year. And Bernie, it looked like early on the offenses were going to rule today, and things kind of evened out.
Yeah, defensively, things picked up, that's for sure. First possession for New Bedford, they start on their own 44 and march downfield 56 yards in 5 plays. Dunston carries the ball 4 out of 5 times, and he gets in the end zone for a 1-yard touchdown run. Beckman kicks it, and it's 7-0 New Bedford, and we're thinking, wow, Whalers just marched right downfield. Well, Brockton gets the ball back on their own 30-yard line, and they march downfield 70 yards in 14 plays. A surprise to us, Matt Pileski starting at quarterback after we heard that he would not start at quarterback. Well, he gets it into the end zone on a 1-yard quarterback keeper, and Pileski then hits Farabee with a pass in the end zone to make it 8-7 Brockton. Now, New Bedford didn't have much trouble on their second series. They marched downfield on 8 plays, but on the 8th play, it was Tom Koska who got intercepted by Harris down on the Brockton 29-yard line. Brockton then had a series of downs where they had to kick it after 4 downs, a couple of New Bedford sacks. They give it back to the Whalers, and the Whalers punch it in the end zone. On 4 plays, they go 41 yards, and Clinton Dunston a 29-yard touchdown run. Beckman kicks the point, gives New Bedford a 14-8 lead. When Brockton get the ball back, 3 downs and a punt again, and New Bedford on a roll, starting to run towards the end zone. Dunston fumbles the ball. It's recovered by Brockton on the New Bedford 47. And Pileski goes to work and hits Spry for a 36-yard pass completion, and then ends up 4 plays after that going into the end zone in 5 plays on, again, a 2-yard run, the second touchdown of the game for Matt Pileski to give Brockton, after the Boatwright kick, a 15-14 lead at halftime. Now, our leaders at the half running, Dunston, 18 carries, 135 yards for New Bedford. Farabee, 9 carries, 65 yards for Brockton.
Boxers will get the ball to begin the second half. Beckman's kick is to the far side and goes out of bounds at about the 23-yard line. So both kickers having a difficult time kicking off as to begin the ball game. Boatwright kicked it off the side of his foot, and it went out of bounds.
Well, one of the things, Keith, I went downstairs during halftime, as you know, and while I was downstairs, I was surprised at how windy it is down on the field level. We're up here, and we're not really all that cold outside on top of the press box. Maybe a little cold, but we're not all that cold. It doesn't seem windy to us up here, but you know what? The wind's swirling around down there.
It is a little windy up here. We'll pick it up on our microphones. And the penalty will go against the Whalers, and the Boxers will force the Whalers to kick again, move them back 5 yards to the 35-yard line. And Beckman will do the honors. Again, Farabee, Harris back deep for the Boxers, along with Robert Whitaker, number 80. And we'll do it again. Nice high kick again to the far side, and this time Harris takes it at his 13. Comes up to the 20 and gets to the 23-yard line. Curtis Bulgar making the stop for the Whalers, so the Boxers, with the 1-point lead, will get it 1st and 10 from their own 22-yard line.
Well, Brockton not only with a 1-point lead, but they get the football here to start the second half. It'll be interesting to see what kind of adjustments both coaches make. First of all, from Wayne Hamlet's standpoint, I think the New Bedford High School Whalers have to find a way to shut down Farabee because he did a very good job of running through that New Bedford line. And on the other side, I think Brockton did a very good job of getting some turnovers from New Bedford. It'll be up to New Bedford to try to protect the football a little bit better than what they did in the first half.
Harris and Spry will split out to the near side right. Backs will be in the I formation with Cummings the fullback and Farabee the tailback. Farabee gets a call on the draw, goes up the middle, has some running room far side, and is finally dragged down, but not before getting to the 40-yard line. And if it wasn't for Darren Florent, Farabee would have been long gone and hard to find.
Yeah, 17-yard gain and another first down for the Brockton Boxers to start the second half. Right after I just got done saying the Whalers have to do a better job of stopping Farabee, that he ran all over him in the first half, he starts out the second half by running all over him for 17 yards. You see the play here, a handoff to Farabee in the backfield, and a little delayed handoff, if you will. He takes it right to the outside, dodges a few would-be tacklers, and there's no real white shirts around him to make the play until Florent tackles him at the end.
Cummings right up the middle, barrels for a couple of yards to the 43-yard line. Pickup of 3 on the play. On first down.
During the half downstairs, the entire press room was treated to pizza, thanks to one of the sponsors here for Brockton football, people by the name of Cape Cod Pizzeria in Brockton, the south side of Brockton. One of the police officers said, I live on the other side of town, and if my lady says she wants pizza, then we get in the car and we drive all the way over to the south side. That's how good that pizza is.
Wow. Second down and 7 for Brockton. Pileski play action out on the flat. He finds Harris. No, he didn't, as it was short hop. That's incomplete. So it'll be third down coming up.
So I was thinking, Keith, you want to grab some pizza when this is over at the Cape Cod Pizzeria? you can buy. I'll gladly eat with you.
Oh, thanks. You have to drive, right? Is that it? Third down coming up for the Boxers.
And if you're buying, we can invite all the camera crew to come with us.
All right, now. I just bought a new car. Can't afford pizza. Third down for Brockton. Pileski goes back to pass. Here comes the rush, gets it away, finds Spry, first down in Whaler territory to the 43-yard line.
A 15-yard pass completion from Pileski to Spry, and we've seen that combination for about 4 times already this afternoon. Spry seems to be his favorite receiver. Pileski dropping back into the pocket and just firing it over the middle and finding him wide open in the zone.
So it's first and 10 for the Boxers. Ball is at the 43-yard line of the Whalers. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. Brockton leading 15-14. Pileski again on the draw to Farabee right up the middle. He gets over the 40 to the 39. Mark LaBeouf in on the stop. Larry Sylvia also there for New Bedford.
Mark LaBeouf in on the tackle.
Lindsey Farabee, for you New Bedford fans that are watching this game and seeing Brockton for the first time, very similar to Clinton Dunston in his style of running. When he gets inside the interior line, just going over the line of scrimmage, he seems to duck and disappear like he's just looking for an opportunity to explode. And then very good lateral movement, very quick feet, keeps his balance and is able to always seem to be going forward.
Second and 6 for the Boxers. Farabee again bounces to the outside, has running room, flag on the play, and Farabee is tackled close to a first down. But when we see flags in that area, it usually means offensive holding.
You are right again.
That is the case.
You see the play right here as Farabee takes the handoff, and you can see a little bit of holding. It looked like number 72, where the flag was thrown, holding on.
So it'll be a 10-yard penalty for the Brockton Boxers. And the ball will be marched back to around the 50-yard line, actually the Whaler 49.
Well, to bring the ball back, a little bit of a break for the Whalers. Brockton on a roll. They scored in their last series of downs to end the first half, and then they get the football to begin the second half, and they've already run off 6 plays. It'll be their 7th play during the series.
Second down and 16 for Brockton. Spry split out to the near side. Also in the slot to the near side is Harris. Play action again out in the flat to Harris. He has it, and is going to be hit and knocked down after a couple of stops, and is still on his feet, and it took about 7 Whalers to finally bring Harris down, but he gets enough to make it to the 44-yard line of the Whalers. They're still going to be about 11 yards short of a first down.
Took 7 guys to bring him down that time. 7 white shirts all over Harris, trying to bulldog him to the ground.
Actually, they're not going to give him forward progress. They're going to mark it back to the 47-yard line, where it's going to be 3rd down and 13.
So actually no gain on the play.
Here's the 2nd and 3rd effort here by Harris. He's still on his feet here. Hit by one tackler, and
Missed hit there, no missed hit there.
here comes the rest of the Whalers piling on. 3rd down and long. Pileski looks to pass. He has time. Up the middle. Spry in and out of his hands. Incomplete. And Curtis Bulger came up with it. He's saying it was intercepted, but the referees say no, it hit the ground.
Well, a break, if you will, for the Whalers, too, because Dante Bellistracci came up, made a nice hit to knock that pass away.
So it's 4th down for the Boxers, and they will punt.
I was about to say he made a nice play to come up and knock the pass away, but you know what? If he goes by him on that play and the ball is thrown with any kind of height to it, then he's got nothing in front of him but green grass and an end zone.
4th down, and Pileski in to punt for Brockton. Brito and Dunston back deep. Good snap. Decent kick to the left side, and it's going to go out of bounds at the Whaler 21-yard line. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, and the Whalers will get the ball for the first time in the second half, trailing by a point, 15-14.
Well, no damage done there by the Brockton Boxers as far as the Whalers are concerned. Maybe a missed opportunity by Brockton, as they had the ball, as we said, to end the first half, put some points up on the scoreboard, and then were fortunate enough to have the ball to begin the second half, and they marched downfield on 9 plays, but it ends with a punt.
1st and 10 for the Whalers. Tom Koska is back at quarterback. Gomes in motion. Dunston gets the call. Right up the middle, picks up about 4 yards to the 25-yard line.
Michael Casimir and Tom Frazier.
One of the things that Wayne Hamlet is struggling with right now is that all season long, the timing of all the plays and the familiarity, if you will, in the handoff between the center and the quarterback has been Koska. And as you saw in the first half, although Bellistracci may be the more talented quarterback, there was that one miscue that was pretty much a timing play.
And it led to 7 Brockton points. 2nd down. Handoff goes to the fullback, and that is Gomes, and Gomes gets up to the 28-yard line. Going to be about 3 yards short of a first down.
Miguel Cummings and Mike Casimir in on the tackle.
Miguel Cummings making the tackle for the Brockton Boxers. He's been pretty active on the defensive side of the football. You see the handoff here goes to Gomes, and as Gomes is coming through the center of the line, he's hit immediately, and making that crushing hit there was number 32, Cummings.
3rd down and 3 for the Whalers. 5.5 minutes left to go here in the 3rd quarter. Tim Walsh, the tight end, goes in motion. Handoff goes to Gomes right up the middle, and he has a first down to the Whalers 39-yard line. Harris makes the stop.
Carry, good for a New Bedford first down from their own 39.
About a 10-yard gain by Gomes. First back in the I formation. You're going to see the play here. Walsh in motion. The handoff goes to Gomes, and he just takes it straight up the gut, follows that good New Bedford blocking, and then peels right off his man here and picks up an additional 4 or 5 yards before being tackled on the play.
Gil Marks leading the way on the blocking scheme there for the Whalers. 1st and 10, New Bedford. On the draw, this is Dunston. Flag on the play, and Dunston gets only a couple of yards to the 42. Mark Millard making the stop again, this time holding against the Whalers.
So another holding call, this one going against the guys in white and red, as Cummings is limping off the field. Seems to have some sort of a problem with his left ankle, so he'll come over to the sideline.
Ball will be marched back to the Whaler 30-yard line, and they need to get to the 49, so it'll be 1st down and 19 for the Whalers. Curtis Bulgar is now in at the fullback slot for the Whalers. Koska, play action, has time, throws across the middle. Cruz has got it, and he is hit at the 48-yard line. He's going to be about a yard short of a first down.
Yeah, you know what? Victor Cruz coming across the middle that time, all he had to do was just turn it upfield after he made the catch and just fall forward. He would have had the first down. But instead, as he came across the field, he was getting ready to get hit and just went down laterally.
Actually, they're going to say the ball is on the 47, so it's going to be 2 yards short of a first down.
You see the play, Koska back right over the middle, throws a nice pass into the zone and finds the open man, Cruz. Now watch, if he gets it right here and turns it upfield, see right there? He lost his footing is what really happened, and he went down laterally.
Second down and a couple for the Whalers. Gomes again gets to midfield and a first down. In on the tackle for the Brockton Boxers, Richard Thomas.
So another first down for the Whalers. They're second in this drive as they run out 6 plays and starting on their own 21-yard line. Deterred a little bit by that 10-yard holding penalty.
Ball right at the midfield stripe. 3:27 and the clock running here in the third quarter. Cruz to the near side, Silva to the far side. Backs are split with Koska. Koska takes a couple of steps back, throws deep, high, incomplete. As the ball got caught up in the wind current. And also caught up around a couple of the seagulls up there as well.
Well, Silva was looking for a pass interference call that time as he looked right at the official. His legs got tangled with the defender for Brockton, as that was one of those timing plays. You just drop back and let it fly to the sideline, and Silva's supposed to run under it to catch it, but as you say, the ball wobbling around up there, the wind current's pretty strong down in the field.
Second down and 10 for the Whalers. This time Cruz is in a wing to the near side, now goes in motion from left to right. Handoff goes to Dunston. Dunston tries to find a seam and picks up about 5 yards to the Brockton 45-yard line.
Jeffrey Pike,
Mike Casimir and Tom Frazier making the stop for Brockton.
I have Dunston unofficially on the day, that being his 20th carry for 144 yards rushing. He's had an excellent afternoon.
As has his counterpart on the other side of the ball, Lindsey Farabee for the Boxers. Third down and 5 for New Bedford. 45-yard line is the spot of the ball. Play action, Koska rolling. He's got some running room. He throws the ball across the field. It is caught by Silva, who's still on his feet, as a Whaler first down to the 34-yard line.
Now Silva with a good job of second effort that time. He got hit as soon as he caught the ball. And I thought he was going to go down, but he kept his balance and went forward for the first down. You see the play right here is the fake handoff, play action pass, roll out to the right, and he lets it fly right to the center of the Silva. And right there was where I thought he was tackled, but kept his balance and was able to fall forward and pick up the first down.
Koska has shown a lot of patience here in this ball game. He's been able to do a good job in moving the Whalers down the field. First and 10, Whalers. Another sustained drive under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Gomes now goes in motion. Pitch goes to Dunston. He gets a steal block, tries to cut to the outside and gets nowhere. As the Boxers do a great job on defense. Casimir again in on the stop. Tom Frazier there as well as Damian Bellow.
Five Brockton defenders there to make that stop. As you say, Frazier being the man who made the initial hit. And the Boxers doing a good job of looking for Dunston and gang tackling.
So it's no gain on the play, actually. So it's second down and 10. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Koska on the draw to Dunston, and Dunston gets only a couple to the 33-yard line. Whalers are going to be about 8 yards short of a first down.
Delayed handoff on the draw play to Dunston, and Dunston pretty much stood up straight as he tried to cross the line of scrimmage. Looks like a little shaken up on the play as he walks slowly back to the huddle.
So it's going to be third down for the Whalers. Bulgar is back in the ball game, replacing Gomes. Sorry, Bernie.
No, I was about to say this will be the 12th play of this drive. The Whalers starting on their own 21-yard line and have already used 6 minutes plus off the clock.
30 seconds left in the third quarter. Koska looks to pass. He gets the blocking. He has time. Rolls, throws, deep. Cruz is there. Over his head, incomplete.
He was wide open, calling for the football. As Koska was rolling out to the right, Cruz got wide open, put his hand in the air, and Koska hesitated before letting it go, and by that time the defenders had got up, and then he overthrew him.
So as you can see, 18 seconds left on the clock, and it's fourth down for the Whalers. And at the 33-yard line, they'll go for it.
A missed opportunity for the Whalers that time because he had gotten by the defense and was wide open in the corner of the end zone.
So Koska comes back out with the play on 4th and 8. Big play coming up for both teams. Whalers looking to keep the drive going. Boxers looking to shut it down. Koska looks, throws, Cruz. Check that, Silva. First down, Whalers, 18-yard line.
Well, I tell you, that's a nice pass and a nice catch. A very accurate pass by Tom Koska, coming right across the middle on a square-in pattern, if you will, by, was that Silva or Cruz?
It was Silva.
That was Silva coming across on a square-in, about just enough for the first down, make a little bit extra to make sure. You can see it right here. He drops back the pass, little square-in pattern, run by him, downfield, boom. Nice catch, protected the football and picks up the first down.
And that is the end of the third quarter here from Marciano Stadium. With the score, the Brockton Boxers 15 and the New Bedford High Whalers 14. And a fast-paced third quarter, Bernie, where each team has had the ball only once, and the Whalers still have the ball.
Yeah, the Whalers with a 13-play drive thus far, taking 6 minutes and 40 seconds off the clock, and the drive still is not over. Brockton started this first half, if you're just joining us, leading 15-14, and coming out with the football and running off 9 plays before they had to punt the ball away. Starting on their own 23-yard line, they got into New Bedford territory, but the New Bedford defense did a good job of holding. Whalers get the ball back, and it's been Dunston, Gomes, a couple of passes from Koska to Cruz and from Koska to Silva, and a big fourth down play just then to come up with the first down and to keep the drive alive.
So the Whalers, with Tom Koska at quarterback, been successful moving the ball down the field. And they will have the ball at the Boxer 18-yard line as we begin the fourth quarter.
They say the competition brings out the best in an athlete, and you know what may be happening here. This is the most accurate we've seen Koska throw the ball all year.
Yep.
And it may be that the competition of playing Brockton for the Big Three title and the competition of Dante Bellistracci coming back and taking away some of those plays at quarterback has made Koska raise his game to another level.
As we begin the fourth quarter, Whalers have it 1st and 10 at the Brockton 18-yard line. Silva split out to the left. Cruz to the right. Handoff inside to Gomes, and Gomes gets to the 15.
Nothing fancy there, just straight ahead dive, picks up about 2 yards on the play.
Ball is on the 15-yard line.
There's a tremendous amount of seagulls flying around the field today.
As the ball is on the 15, as I said, it's going to be 2nd down and 7. 3-yard pickup on the play. Again, backs in the I formation. Dunston is the tailback. Dunston gets the call, tries to follow the blocking, steps over a couple of tacklers, and gets to the 13-yard line, where it will be 3rd and 5.
So another 3-yard gain by Dunston. That puts him up around 150 yards and 23 carries.
Play is whistled in.
We have seen Clinton Dunston for most of this year, and he has just had an outstanding year for the Whalers since coming back. Every game he's over 100 yards rushing. Every game he provides leadership on the offensive side.
And again, he missed the first couple of games because of a knee injury. 3rd and 5 for the Whalers. Play action, Koska rolling to his right. He's got time. He looks. He throws. Cruz, incomplete. And there is a late flag, 2 flags on the play, late.
Costco was knocked out of bounds, went down for a minute there, but bounced right back up. You see the play right here as he fakes the handoff to Dunston, rolls to his right, and looks for Cruz in the end zone. Now, while all this is going on, Cruz had cut to his left and came back to the right, and you see him coming across, just out of his outstretched reach.
And the penalty is over the line of scrimmage, so it's illegal forward pass. So that's going to be a penalty plus loss of down as Costco was over the line of scrimmage. It's a 5-yard penalty. The ball is back to the 17-yard line. So it'll be 4th down and 9 for the Whalers.
Well, the key thing there, the 5 yards you don't mind giving up. I mean, he made a mistake. He stepped over the line of scrimmage and didn't realize it when he let it go, but it's the loss of down that really hurts. It takes away that other opportunity now to try to get it in the end zone.
And the Brockton Boxers have called a timeout with 9:32 left to go here in the ball game. We mentioned earlier that in this series, the home team has won for the past 3 years. As 3 years ago, the Whalers won in New Bedford. 2 years ago, when we were here, the Boxers were victorious. And last year, the Whalers beat the Boxers in New Bedford by a score of 36-8. And it has held true to form that the winner of this game, since the Big Three Conference has been in existence, the winner of this game has gone on to the Super Bowl.
Well, as you said earlier, Durfee was already beaten by Brockton. So a win here by Brockton, obviously they'd be 2-0 in the division, and that would be it for them. But the Whalers have always handled Durfee quite easily on Thanksgiving Day. And so if a win happens here today for the Whalers, the anticipation is they should be able to handle Durfee on Thanksgiving.
Carl Beckman is in to attempt a field goal. Ball is on the 24. It'll be a 34-yard attempt. And the flag is not moving at the far end, so we really don't know which way the wind is blowing. Snap is down, kick is up, and it's going to be no good. Wide to the left. It had the distance, but it was wide to the left. So the Boxers hold, and they get the ball back.
Well, a calculated risk taken by the New Bedford coaching staff, a 1-point game. Why not go for the field goal? Beckman has showed us a good leg all year long. The only thing is, as I said to you earlier, although the flag isn't moving very much, you can feel it up here right now. The wind is swirling. So he was kicking into the wind.
So the Boxers will get the ball, 1st and 10, at the Boxer 20-yard line. With a 1-point lead, 15-14. And the way the offenses were moving in the first half, Bernie, I expected a higher scoring game, but since then, it's leveled out a little bit.
Whalers took 8 minutes and 40 seconds off the clock during that drive and come up empty. 1st and 10,
Brockton. Cummings with a wide open hole. He has a 1st down to the 35-yard line.
So a misdirection play that time, and the fullback Cummings, who's only run the ball about 2 or 3 times in this entire contest, gets the football, and he rambles and scrambles down for about a 15-yard gain.
35-yard line, 9 minutes and 10 seconds left.
You see him right here getting the football, running off the right side, and just a little bit of a surprise to the defense, not expecting Cummings, who usually blocks, to have the football.
Harris comes to the near side, Spry to the far side, backs in the I formation. Farabee gets the call this time and gets a yard, and that's it. Josh Gomes, Alex Sullivan making the stop for New Bedford.
A 1-yard gain gives Lindsey Farabee 88 yards and 12 carries. Unofficially, of course.
1-yard pickup, 2nd and 9 for the Boxers.
And we're in Brockton, the home of Rocky Marciano. Well, what better song to play than the Rocky theme?
This time Harris is to the far side and Spry to the near side. Backs are split. Pileski looks to pass. He throws out in the flat. Harris is wide open at the 40. And Balistracci makes the tackle at the Whaler 35-yard line.
Well, a 29-yard gain on the pass to Harris. And he was wide open down that right side. There wasn't anyone within 5 yards of him. As you see Pileski drop back the pass here. Good protection. And he lets it fly down the sideline. Nobody anywhere near Harris. In fact, the closest guys to him were his own teammates. And he just carries it downfield until Balistracci makes the hit. We said earlier, Whalers have had problems on pass defense all year long in terms of trying to realize where they're supposed to be on specific defensive assignments.
First and 10 Boxers at the Whaler 35-yard line. Pileski on the draw to Farabee. Farabee gets by one tackler and is bottled up after a 3-yard gain to the 32-yard line. Curtis Bulgar and Clinton Dunstan on the stop for the Whalers.
And Amon Colombo mixing up his plays extremely well for the Brockton Boxers. The run, the pass, mixing it up, getting everybody involved from Cummings to Farabee, Pulaski with the pass play.
Second down and 7. Clock is running as we approach the 7-minute mark of this fourth quarter. Whalers looking for a stop on defense. Boxers looking to increase their lead. Farabee to the 30, 29-yard line. Florent with the tackle. It'll be third down and about 4 for a first down.
Boxers right now happy with that 1-point lead, and they will continue to try to take as much time off the clock as possible, going over to the sidelines. Pulaski getting some instructions.
Whaler defense needs to stiffen here. Boxers looking for the insurance points. The clock continues to run. Cummings right up the middle is going to be short of a first down. Going to be about 2 or 3 yards short of a first down as the Whalers do a good job up the middle. They'll be about 3 yards short of a first down, so it's 4th down and 3 for Brockton.
Well, now a decision for Coach Colombo. Certainly not going to be a punt down here, but the decision is what play to call. He's been very successful in running the football with Farabee. Cummings has been a bit of a surprise here in the second half. Of course, don't take away the fact that Mr. Pileski is a pretty good runner of the football himself.
4th down. Play action. Pileski over to Farabee. They've got a first down and more inside the 25 to the 22-yard line on the option. Great call.
Great call. The fake to Cummings, and a lot of the defense bit on it and went after Cummings, and that allowed Pileski to roll out to the right. He had an option, as you'll see here. After the fake, he's rolling out. He's got the option. He had about 4 or 5 yards himself to get the first down with a wide open lane, but pitched it back to Farabee. Farabee picks up the first down plus.
So the ball is at the Whaler 22-yard line. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Boxers 22 yards away from adding to their lead.
That puts Farabee right at the 100-yard mark in a total of 15 carries.
First and 10, Boxers. Pileski. Farabee has the ball. Right up the middle, wide open. 12-yard line, another first down. 11-yard line, check that. Good enough for an 11-yard pickup.
From the Bedford 11-yard line.
And you see the replay here. Farabee, nothing fancy, just taking the ball, an inside handoff, and breaking it to the outside, and the tackle being made by number 21 for the New Bedford High School Whalers, and that, of course, is Darren Florent.
First and 10 for Brockton. Ball at the Whaler 11-yard line. Farabee again with the call, and he gets inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. Josh Gomes, Tim Walsh in on the tackle for New Bedford.
Josh Gomes and Tim Walsh in on the tackle.
And after every play, they go over to the sidelines in the person of Matt Pileski to get instructions from Ahmed Colombo.
Second down and 7 for Brockton. Cummings gets the call, bounces off one tackler and gets down to the 1-yard line. He did not break the plane. He's going to be about a half-yard short, but it will be first and goal for the Brockton Boxers.
Boy, I thought he was in the end zone.
I thought he was too.
The angle that we're at from up here on top of the press box, it looked like he had gotten into the end zone, but see it a lot better down there in the field. So a break for the Whalers, and now they're going to have to come up with a goal line stand.
On first and goal, and the clock being the ally of the Boxers as it is still running. We are under 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
And you see Cummings, I thought he'd gotten through.
No, good call. The ball did land. He fell down. The ball landed at the 1. Poleski takes it himself, and he's got the touchdown.
Well, Poleski doing what he's done 2 other times this afternoon. His 3rd touchdown of the afternoon. That drive, 11 plays. And they, at the same time, knock 6 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock and get the ball in the end zone for the 3rd time today on a quarterback keeper by Matt Poleski.
Something that's been a little unbelievable, Bernie, is the fact that we have played 14 minutes. Check that, 8 and 11, 19 minutes rather, of the second half, and there have only been 3 offensive possessions, 2 by the Boxers and 1 by the Whalers.
All of them have been long, sustained drives, easy for me to say. A 9-play drive for Brockton, a 17-play drive for New Bedford, and an 11-play drive by the Boxers.
Boxers look for 2, and it is picked off. Darren Florent intercepts the Poleski pass, so it is a 7-point Brockton lead with 3 minutes even to go, and the Boxers are 3 minutes away from returning to the Super Bowl.
Well, that drive by the Brockton Boxers started on their own 24-yard line. They marched downfield 76 yards. You see the interception here by New Bedford in the end zone by Darren Florent. And as they march downfield, they do so 76 yards, take 6:25 off the clock, and get in the end zone on the quarterback keeper by Matt Poleski.
So, Bernie, we've seen it before. The Whalers have been able to score quickly this season, but they've got the clock against them with only 3 minutes to go. And depending on the kickoff, they're going to need to go a little bit of real estate in order to tie this ball game up.
They're going to need a good kick return here, Keith. That's going to be the key. And they are a quick strike offense. At any moment in time, Clinton Dunston can break one. And, of course, it'll be interesting to see if Kafka comes back at quarterback or if they decide to bring in Dante Bellistracci.
We'll have to wait and see as both teams come back out onto the field with Eric Boatwright getting set to kick off. 3 minutes even left. Brito and Dunston back deep. Whalers are going to need a big return. And the kick is taken by Brito at the 10-yard line. Looks for the blocking. He can't get it as he is tackled to the 24-yard line. So the Whalers are going to need to go 76 yards with 2 minutes and 51 seconds left to go.
Well, we've had both of our questions answered as the return only went to the 24-yard line, and I think that is the reason why we're going to see Dante Bellistracci come in at quarterback, he of the stronger arm.
Bellistracci was in the ball game late in the second quarter. Just before the half, he came in, and the Whalers ended up losing the ball on a fumble in which Brockton scored. First and 10 Whalers. They've got 3 wideouts. Dunston is to the wide side as well. Bellistracci rolling to his left. He's got time. He's going to have to keep it himself. He's going to be hit, knocked out of bounds to about the 30-yard line.
Well, Dante Bellistracci looking downfield, trying to find a receiver as he ran to the left side. Couldn't find one. Brockton doing a very good job of covering the Whaler receiver, so he tucks it under his arm and takes it downfield for a slight gain on the play.
Ball at the 30-yard line. Pickup of 6 on the play. Second down and 4. 2:42 left to go here in the fourth quarter. And there's an official's timeout as it looks like they're having problems with the chains on the far side of the field.
Some of the New Bedford coaches trying to explain that they had nothing to do with trying to shorten that that chain gang from 10 yards to maybe 8 for a first down.
As you can see, the referee is trying to set up the chains back to where they were. Whalers started at the 24-yard line, so now they've gotten it straightened out.
All right.
Play is whistled back in. Second down and 4. Balistracci at quarterback. Dante looks to throw. He's got time. He's got tons of time. Throws it deep in the direction of Cruz. Incomplete, but there's a flag on the play. 2 flags. And that could go either way, Bernie.
I think that could be offensive interference, pass interference. It looked like what happened was that Cruz pushed off as he tried to go for the football.
And it is offensive pass interference against the Whalers. As Victor Cruz pushed off, and we'll see it again.
Yeah, here you see the play right here. Balistracci showing a strong arm, sending it way downfield. Watch Cruz push off as he was going for the football. You could see it up here very clearly, and the official down there was a lot closer than we are. He could see it much clearer.
So the penalty will move the Whalers back all the way to the 15-yard line. They're going to need to get close to the 35. They need to get to the 34, so it's going to be 2nd and 19.
Yeah, they lost 15 yards in that play. The ball was on the 30. It's back to about the 15-yard line.
2 minutes and 34 seconds left. 2nd down and long. Balistracci goes back to pass. He's got time, dumps it off. Pass is caught by the tight end Tim Walsh, and Walsh gets over the 25 to the 27-yard line, and right away the Whalers call timeout.
Balistracci had Clinton Dunston and John Silva deep on that particular pass pattern, but elected to go under the zone, if you will, to the short man on the play, who would be in this case the tight end Walsh. As you watch him go back here, he's looking downfield. Now Dunston is open, but for some reason he decided to throw it under the zone here. And as you look downfield, you can see, well, you really can't see it here on the replay, but Dunston was wide open further downfield.
So it's going to be 3rd down and about 7 for the Whalers and our fine feathered friends.
There are a ton of seagulls that are flying around this field. I feel like I'm at a bird sanctuary or in one of those movies, Birds. One of those guys is named Jonathan
I was
Livingston.
you took away my thunder. So it's 3rd down coming up as the Brockton defense. And there's a replay. Look at this.
There's the replay of the bird. You can see him gliding in here. And as he glides in, notice how his wings are spread out on this particular series of glides. This is very pretty, by the way.
3rd down and 7 for the Whalers. They've got 3 wideouts, again, stacked one behind another to the right side. Gomes is the lone setback. Balistracci looks to throw. He looks, he's going to keep it himself. He's going to be hit, still on his feet. Still on his feet. His helmet is knocked off, and he gets a 1st down.
Yeah, and a late hit on the play, too. His helmet was knocked off. He was down on the ground. He's pointing ahead where he picked up the 1st down, and as he picked up that 1st down, he got hit on a late hit by one of the Brockton guys. We're going to see it right here again. Here's Balistracci rolling to his right. Now he's looking downfield, doesn't have anybody, so he decides he's going to tuck it under and run. He breaks one tackle here, breaks another one, and as he's going around, gets hit. And watch this. Watch the helmet come off. He continues downfield. Now watch. He's already down, and boom, in with a late hit. We're trying to pick his number up here. Number 72 for Brockton.
Yeah, that is Casimir.
Miguel Casimir.
Michael Casimir.
Michael Casimir.
So it's a 15-yard penalty. The ball is marked to the 50-yard line. It's a Whaler 1st down. 2 minutes and 8 seconds to go.
So this game's not over yet.
And the Whalers call timeout, if for nothing else, to allow Balistracci to get his head together.
Well,
If I can use that choice of words.
I guess you could say that. Put that helmet on and get himself together as he's talking with one of the assistant coaches, Harry Lowe, over on the sideline, and Harry calling the entire team over.
As you see now, the Brockton defense talking things over on the near side.
Such a fiery competitor, Balistracci. I mean, we've watched him for the last couple of years on the basketball team, where he's a rebounding forward with that passion for the game that Dave Cowens used to have with the Boston Celtics. Relentless in his pursuit of the basketball off the glass, and he'll dive all over the floor for it. And watching him on the football field, he has that same passion, and he just wouldn't go down that time. He wasn't going down until he got that 1st down.
Play is whistled in. 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Ball at midfield. They have 2 minutes and 8 seconds. They need a touchdown. Wide outs to the far side. Balistracci rolling to his left. Here comes the rush, and he is tripped up. A beautiful play. Dan McNeil tripping Balistracci up for a loss of a yard.
Yeah, Dante just had 2 more steps. He was going to be wide open on that left side to be able to throw it downfield. They're going to go to the quick offense here.
Hurry up offense for the Whalers. 1:45 left. Balistracci again rolling to his left. Throws, Cruz, incomplete. It will be 3rd down for the Whalers.
Well, that'll stop the clock with 1:40 to play here in the ball game and allow the Whalers to call a play and get settled here.
Brockton fans making noise for their defense.
I know Wayne Hamler would like to pick up a 1st down. You don't need to go all the way to the end zone. There's still enough time on the clock.
Ball on the Whaler side of the field at the 49-yard line. Cruz is the wide out to the near side. Silva goes in motion. Dante looks to throw. Out in the flat. Cruz in and out of his hands, incomplete, and a flag on the play. And that time it could be interference against the Boxers.
I believe it is. That time it looked like one of the Brockton Boxers, number 35 for Brockton, pushed off as he went for the football.
That is Aaron Montero.
Aaron Montero, and I believe it will be. You'll see it right here. Here's the pass play, and as Cruz goes up for the ball, Montero pushed him from behind. You could see it from up here. Where he
actually was Matt Gardner, number 26, who was behind the play. So the Whalers are going to be given the advantage here, as it will be an automatic 1st down for the Whalers as the ball is marked off to the Boxer 36-yard line.
Well, the hopes and the dreams of the New Bedford High School Whalers continue to live on here with 1:34 left to play in this contest as the hero in waiting, Dante Balistracci, makes his return.
This has turned out to be a fantastic football game. Backs are split, 1st and 10 Whalers. Balistracci on the fake, hands off to Dunston. He's got some running room to the far side, turns the corner, still on his feet, is knocked out of bounds inside the 30-yard line.
Dunston with a gain of about 8 yards on that play.
Ball is going to be marked at the 28-yard line. And
you see Dunston with a handoff running to his left, and the defense trying to stretch it out a little bit as he's looking to turn it upfield, and finally does. His legs folded underneath him. Always a dangerous position for a running back to be in.
Also looks like that on that replay, the Whalers got away with a clip. 2nd down and 2. 1:25 left. Balistracci rolls to his right. He's got time. He gets away. He's got the 1st down inside the 20 and is going to be tackled and stopped at around the 16-yard line. And the clock will stop with the 1st down with 1:13 left to go.
And the coaching staff of New Bedford running out on the field calling timeout, timeout. They want a timeout here.
And the Whalers will get the timeout with 1:13 left.
So another 1st down for the Whalers as the Balistracci heroics continue.
You see Coach Colombo there yelling at his defensive team, trying to get them fired up here as the Whalers are moving the football. And they got the ball back at their deep in their own territory, Bernie, with about 3 minutes left, exactly 3 minutes left.
Yeah, they had the ball with 3 minutes left on their own 24. We speculated on who would come out at quarterback during this particular drive. Koska had led the Whalers downfield on a 17-play drive that started on their own 21-yard line. It took 8:40 off the clock, but they were unable to get the ball in the end zone, and a 34-yard field goal attempt by Carl Beckman was no good. And that turned the ball over to Brockton, and Brockton marched downfield on 11 plays. Pileski leading that attack and getting him into the end zone on a 1-yard touchdown run. His 3rd touchdown of the day to give Brockton the 21-14 lead. And we said, well, they need a good kick return, and who will come back as quarterback, Koska or Balistracci? And it's Balistracci that's come out here in his 1st game back since the 1st play of the season earlier this year, going out with the injury to try to provide the heroics.
And he's had the heroics in this drive as he had that run, which I'm sure we'll see for some time to come, where his helmet was ripped off and picked up extra yards for a first down. Whalers have it, 1st and 10 at the Brockton 16-yard line. Balistracci looks to throw, up the middle, wide open, Tim Walsh, inside the 5, and he is down at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, Walsh trying to reach over and break the plane with the football, but the official saying that his knees were down and he was tackled right down in front of the goal line. But a great play as Balistracci going to his left just flipped the ball back over the middle to his big tight end. Watch it right here. Stops to the left side, just turns and flips it right over the middle to Walsh, and Walsh saw the end zone, was trying to get there, but big number 55 for Brockton,
Richard
hanging on to
Thomas.
him. That's Richard Thomas hanging on to him for dear life and trying to stop him from going into the end zone. And you see Coach Colombo pacing the sidelines now, a lot more worried than he was 3 minutes ago.
And the Boxers call timeout. Here's the situation. The Boxers lead the Whalers 21-14. Whalers have it 1st and goal at the 1-yard line with 54 seconds left. And this has been a fantastic football game.
Well, it's certainly going to be a fantastic finish, that's for sure. Whalers are going to have to make a decision out here in Brockton. If they get this ball in the end zone with under 50 seconds left to play, do you go for the 1 point and the tie, or do you go for the 2-point conversion and go for the whole bowl of cherries?
Well, don't they usually say tie on the road and win at home? And I would assume that there is an overtime feature that will be played if that becomes a need. You can see on the sideline here, Matt Pileski warming up his arm. He's anticipating going back into the ball game on offense.
Well, he's going to get another crack at it, because if the Whalers score, there's still going to be about 45 seconds left on the clock.
All right, full house backfield. T formation for the Whalers. Oh, Balistracci, I think, moved his feet, and I think it's going to be a penalty against the Whalers.
Well, the flags were thrown
Yes,
immediately.
it is.
Yep, illegal movement by the New Bedford offense, and that would be the quarterback, Balistracci.
He actually was moving his feet forward before he took the snap, and that is a no-no. So now it's going to be 1st and goal from the 6-yard line.
And that takes away the pretty much sure touchdown. They only needed a yard. As big as Balistracci is, the quarterback keeper would have put him in the end zone.
Handoff goes to Dunston, right up the middle, finds a hole, still on his feet, and gets to the 3. And the Whalers ask and get a timeout, 44 seconds left.
We've got one of the Brockton coaches, assistant coaches up here, right alongside of us on top of the press box. He's the guy with the walkie-talkie who's been calling down some of the offensive plays to the Brockton bench. And let me tell you, right now, his hands are in his pockets, and he is pacing up here back and forth. Only 44 seconds left to play in this contest. Brockton trying to hang on. They've got the 7-point lead. The Whalers trying to pull off the, well, I guess you'd almost call it the unimaginable, when they got the ball with 3 minutes left down on their own 24-yard line, and they're trying to get in the end zone.
So the plays have been called. Whalers are back out on offense, waiting for the referee to whistle the play in. Curtis Bulgar is in the ball game. Josh Gomes will go to the sideline. So Bulgar will be the fullback. And you see Coach Colombo again.
Talking to his assistant coaches and trying to make sure that the play they've called defensively to stop the Whalers is the correct play.
2nd and goal. Ball at the 2.5, 3-yard line. Scoreboard says it's the 2-yard line.
In close like this, the Whalers in the games that we've seen have gone to Clinton Dunston. Dunston usually is good for 4 or 5 yards per carry, and he's very tough when he's in the red zone.
Victor Cruz will come out to the near side. Silva to the far side. 2nd down and goal for the Whalers. Balistracci looks to keep it himself, and he's hemmed in. He still has 2nd, 3rd effort, and he's going to be stopped. And the Whalers call another timeout.
Well, Balistracci trying to take it into the end zone himself and move the line himself on a quarterback keeper. Dunston faked, if you will. They almost it looked like the defense was looking straight at Dunston as they faked the pitch to him, and Bellistracci tried to keep it and turn into the end zone, but he found himself stacked up right there at the line of scrimmage. No surprise at all to the Brockton defense.
And the Whalers have used their final timeout. With 35 seconds left to go, it's going to be 3rd down and goal. The ball still at the 2-yard line.
And this the 14th play coming up of this drive. You see Coach Wayne Hamlin of New Bedford going out on the field and talking to his assistant coach, Harry Lowe. Lowe is now out there calling the team over to give them instructions.
One of the things that we saw Coach Hamlin was saying to his team that we have no more timeouts. So the Whalers are going to have to do it here. Maybe try a quick pass, and if it falls incomplete, you still have 4th down. I don't know.
Well, as I said earlier, their big threat when they've been in the red zone has been Clinton Dunston. And I think that Dunston, the only thing that they might be thinking about here is that where they are so close to the goal line, about 1.5 yards away, that any play involving Dunston is going to involve either a handoff or a pitchback, where he's going to start with the ball probably 4 or 5 yards away from the end zone. Bellistracci's big, he's strong, and it's very possible you see the quarterback keeper here again, Keith.
Boxer fans on their feet again for the defense. 3rd and goal. Bellistracci looks to throw, keeps it himself, is hit for a loss to the 5-yard line. Clock is running. Whalers on 4th down. Need to get a play off. They've got time. 20 seconds left. Bellistracci rolling, looking, going to be hit. Still on his feet. Throws, end zone, incomplete, and the Boxers hold.
Well, a great job of defense that time by the Boxers. You see them celebrating down there on the field. I don't think they're aware of the fact that there's still 10 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to have to get them off the field so they can finish the game. But a great job on the defensive side of the football by the Brockton Boxers. They sent 2 guys coming in from the right side at Bellistracci. Watch this now. Watch him as he rolls to his right, and you can see 2 guys coming in, 72 and 28, I believe
that was.
it was.
That was the 3rd down play, and that was where he was hit for a loss. And then on the 4th down play, again, the line came through. Bellistracci got away and tried to find his receiver in the end zone, but threw it short, and the Boxers, all they need to do is take a knee.
And here you see it right here. 2 defenders coming in on him, trying to get him. He bounces away from them and tries to throw across against the grain and comes up a little short on his pass to Silva.
So 10 seconds left, and the Boxers will advance to the Division I Super Bowl, as all they need to do is take a knee here, and Pileski will do the honors. And that is it. As the clock will run down, and the Brockton Boxers are Big 3 conference champions as they beat the New Bedford High Whalers 21-14. And Bernie, we couldn't ask for a better ball game.
Certainly couldn't, Keith. And 3 touchdowns by Matt Pileski. We were told in the beginning of the game, before this game started, that Matt Pileski had been out. He had an inflamed spleen, pneumonia, all kinds of physical problems, and that he probably was not going to play. Well, Matt Pileski comes out this afternoon and scores 3 touchdowns, leading his team to victory. And the Whalers, falling short right at the end of this contest, dropped this one to the Brockton Boxers, 21-14. The Boxers winning the Big 3 title.
I'd like to thank the staff here today from Brockton Community Access Television, providing us with the video. A great job by Brockton, Mark Lindy, Steve Roy, and the rest of his group on the part of New Bedford Educational Access, Jeff Poyon and Roger Robitaille. So for all of us here at Mastriano Stadium, we will say so long. As the final score, once again, the Brockton Boxers are the Big 3 champions. They will go to the Super Bowl. The final score, Brockton 21 and New Bedford 14. Have a great night. Thanksgiving, and welcome to Walsh Field in New Bedford, where this morning we have a traditional high school football rivalry. It's the Durfee Hilltoppers against the New Bedford High Whalers. I'm Keith Tebow, joined, as always, by Bernie Picanisco. And Bernie, this year, this traditional matchup, the 107th matchup between these two clubs, and this is the first time in a long time that the Durfee Hilltoppers have a better record than the Whalers, yet the Whalers have been undefeated in the last 14 years in terms of this matchup on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you know, Durfee comes into this particular game with some very high hopes, and I think they probably feel this is their best shot to beat the New Bedford High School Whalers based on the fact that they're coming in with a 6-3 mark, and the Whalers are coming in at a 3-6 mark, just the opposite. But I think one of the things that you have to look at when you look at these two teams traditionally on Thanksgiving Day is not just the rivalry that takes place between the two schools, but also the types of teams that they play against during the regular season. And I think that Durfee started out this year at 5-0. They won their first 5 games of the season, but it wasn't exactly the toughest part of their schedule. As their schedule started to get tougher, they dropped 3 of their last 4 games against some pretty good teams. They lost to Brockton 20-14 and got beat by Attleboro 40-15 in that game, a game that they fumbled the ball away when it was 13-13, and Attleboro scored, and then Durfee turned it over again to start the second half, and Attleboro scored, and the rout was on at that point. But I think that the hopes are here for the Durfee contingent that this is the year they can knock New Bedford off.
The Whalers, of course, Bernie, we follow them all year long. They are 3-6 coming into this contest, an injury-plagued season for Coach Wayne Hamlet and his club. However, this is going to be the first game in which pretty much everyone is back healthy.
Yeah, everyone is healthy, and when we say everyone is healthy, the two key components to this New Bedford High School team, Dante Bellistracci coming in at quarterback, excuse me, and of course Clinton Dunstan at that running back position. More importantly, both players contribute so much in terms of leadership and in terms of defense. And when you take a look at what happened with this New Bedford High School team, in the beginning of the season, of course, they were without both Dunstan and Bellistracci, and they lost to Whitman Hanson, lost to BC High, a heck of a way to start out the season, and losing to BC High by 1 point, I might add, 7-6. They got Dunstan back, and he's been a force since he's come back to the team, Keith. Dunstan has rushed for over 1,000 yards in 7 games, and he also has scored 14 touchdowns, a team leader. Getting Bellistracci back, and I understand from talking to Coach Hamlet a little while ago that he is 100%, so he will start at quarterback, but his impact, I think, will be felt more on the defensive side because that's where he really contributes.
Sure. And, you know, when you look at the Whalers and the games that they have lost this year, the first early games, Dunstan was not in the ball game, but when he was in there, I would say except for the Brockton game, when he was held under 100 yards rushing, the Whalers had a tough time in winning those ball games.
Yeah, and some tough losses, too. They lose to St. John's Prep 20-14, and the Preppies come up with 4 interceptions in the second half of that game, and then they get beat by Zavarian 28-21, and they were leading at halftime. New Bedford was leading at halftime 21-7, so that was a real bitter pill to swallow. And then the loss to Brockton last week, about 9 days ago, a 20-14 loss out at Brockton, and Dante Bellistracci pulled off one of those miracle drives towards the end of the game, leading his team, doing everything he can. One of the most memorable runs that I've ever seen by anyone, where he lost his helmet and he continued to go forward. And they get the ball all the way down to the goal line, just unable to punch it in as time ran out. So oddly enough, if you look at those 3 games, I mean, role reversal is easy to do when you look at any team during the season, but if you look at those 3 games and the 7-6 loss to BC High, they could easily be 6-3 or 7-2 coming into this game.
Coming into this ball game, there is at least one change in the New Bedford starting lineup on offense. Curtis Bulgar, number 31, will start at the fullback slot in place of Josh Gomes, and it's going to be a game-time decision as to whether Victor Cruz, one of the wide receivers, will play. He injured his shoulder this week. He is in uniform, and Coach Hamlet said it was going to be a game-time decision. If he does not start, John Leet, number 82, will get the start for the Whalers today. Now, in terms of the Durfee Hilltoppers, Bernie, as we said, the Hilltoppers come in at 6-3. They do not play the type of schedule that the Whalers do. However, you've got to be impressed with what Coach Steve Warnarski has been able to do in his 3+ years at the helm of the Hilltoppers.
No question. Steve Warnarski has taken this team and really turned around the attitude about football out of Durfee High School. For many years, I think Durfee was predominantly a basketball school with Skip Karam and his dominating personality. But Steve Warnarski's come in and basically has gotten the kids interested in playing football. They were 7-4, I believe, last year, 6-3 this year. And they have been struggling of late, as I said earlier, losing 3 of their last 4 games, but it's been against some very good teams. When you take a look at this Durfee team, on offense, the Hilltop is probably the most balanced that they've ever been in terms of being able to run the ball, being able to throw the ball. Nick Christ is 6'5", goes 220 pounds. He plays quarterback. As you see, the Durfee Hilltop is running out onto the field. And Christ is a big one, strong arm. He can throw it. They also like to run the football, and Mike Fanning, 13 touchdown runs from that tailback position, just doing a great job of running the football for Coach Winofsky. Now, when he has to put the ball in the air, Chris is going to put it in the air. He's got very solid receivers, and not anyone that stands out, but 4 very solid receivers in Brendan Regan, and he has about 5 touchdown receptions this year. Wideout Danny Long. The slot back, Angel Concepcion, has done a very good job of coming up with some catches. As you see, the wheel is now coming onto the field here at Walsh Field. And his tight end, Axel Hernandez, another guy that's done a very good job of catching the football. So he's got 4 solid receivers. They've got the running back in Mike Fanning, and they got the big, strong quarterback in Nick Christ. So this could be, as we said, their biggest opportunity to knock off New Bedford.
And speaking of the Durfee Hilltoppers, Bernie, Chris may not start at quarterback. Brendan Reagan may be the starter. Coach Winarski has been playing Reagan at the quarterback spot, so we'll have to see when they set up on offense whether it'll be Chris or Reagan. And that'll be interesting to see as we get toward the kickoff of this traditional holiday matchup. The Whalers were winners last year by a score of 35-14, and the Hilltoppers have not won since 1983, and I remember it well because that was the year, the fall following my graduation at Durfee.
Yeah, they won 17-7 in that game. They beat New Bedford. That was the last time they beat them. There's one tie in the last 20 years. New Bedford has won 18 of the 20 games. The tie was back in 1986 when they played to a 7-7 tie. When you look at this matchup, Keith, overall, the Whalers lead in the Thanksgiving Day matchup with 62 wins, 34 losses. There have been 10 ties, and that will make this game number 107 between these two teams. Let's put that rivalry now in perspective, because the oldest Thanksgiving Day rivalry in the country is Boston Latin going against Boston English, and they'll be playing their 112th game today. Now, if you're interested, Latin's won 62 of those games, and there's been 13 ties. But for New Bedford and Durfee, this matchup number 107 is only 5 games less than the oldest rivalry in the entire U.S. of A.
Yep, and that's, you know, a tradition that has been going on for years and, you know, continues with the 107th edition today. A beautiful crowd on hand. Rain is in the forecast. I'm laughing because we're hoping to get this game in before the deluge begins. And we have a full house here at Walsh Field. Unfortunately, Bernie, they are renovating the stands on the far side. Actually, they are removed. They're not even here anymore. So both Durfee fans and New Bedford fans are sitting together. Hopefully that won't be a problem.
Well, you know, talking with Athletic Director Dick Pont out at the Hall of Fame Gridiron night that they had on Tuesday.
You did a good job, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. They did that on Tuesday night, as they do every year for the last 17 years. And we were talking about that after the event was over, about the stands only on one side. And he was explaining to me that actually it was a blessing that it was one of our own guys that was walking through those stands one day, one of the New Bedford people.
Yeah.
And I guess the floor fell out in the stands, and they decided to finally just get rid of the stands before someone got hurt. And maybe at some point down the road, they'll put those stands back in. But on Thanksgiving Day, Keith, with everybody that comes out to this football game, there's enough room to just stand all over the place. Most fans like to stand, as you'll see that around the field. They like to stand up on the fence around the field, around the track that surrounds the field.
I don't think it'll be a problem with the fans. I mean, we get along. I'm a Durfee alum. You're a New Bedford alum.
You're from Durfee, unfortunately, and I'm from New Bedford. I'm the good guy. And
with that being said, let's listen to the New Bedford High School Whaler Marching Band and the National Anthem. The national anthem performed by the New Bedford High School Whaler Marching Band. And we are getting set for football. The toss was held a few moments ago. The Whalers won the toss and have elected to receive to start off this ball game. The wind, Bernie, is a little bit of a factor. It's blowing a little bit across the field, but mainly if there's any advantage, it would be going from our right to our left. If there is any advantage for the wind this morning.
Yeah, and I think being down in the field and talking with Coach Hamlet before the game, it's a lot gustier down there than you can imagine. We don't have an opportunity. You can see the flag off in the distance there is moving quite a bit. That's way above field conditions, though. That's way up there. You know, we were talking about memories of Thanksgiving days, and I have a lot of broadcasting memories, but I have one playing memory of Thanksgiving Day as a halfback back in 1966 for the New Bedford High football team. I didn't really play. I was on the team. No. I was on the team. I was a sophomore, and the cheerleaders had decided to put a big hoop over there for us to jump through as we came out on the field. And because I was one of the smallest guys in the team, I was either second or third in line to jump through that hoop. And I remember the fear that came across my mind that all these people were here for this game.
Don't trip.
And I don't want to trip over that hoop and fall flat on my face. One of my Thanksgiving Day memories.
And what happened?
Actually, I made it through the hoop pretty clear. I felt like I should have got a 10-0 for that jump.
You know, I don't want to make you sound old, but 1966?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, 1 year old.
There you go. You were in your crib somewhere.
I was in my crib.
Durfee.
Who won the game? You guys won that day?
As a matter of fact, I believe it was a scoreless tie.
One of the scoreless ties. One of the ties in this series as the Durfee Hilltoppers in their road white with red pants and black and white trim. The New Bedford Whalers in their home red with the white numbers and white helmets. Nick Christ will kick off here for the Durfee Hilltoppers. Back deep, Clinton Dunstan and Jeff Brito. The Thanksgiving Day battle is underway. Kick is short and taken by Dunstan at the 10. He's up to the 20, 25, far side 30, still on his feet, and is dragged out of bounds by Angel Concepcion at the 32-yard line.
Well, a 24-yard return for Clinton Dunstan as he gets the Whalers up somewhere around the 34-yard line to put them in a pretty good position for their first series.
Let's take a look at the Whalers on offense at quarterback number 12, Dante Balistracci. In the backfield will be number 24, Clinton Dunstan, and number 31, Curtis Bulgar, replacing Josh Gomes today. The wideouts are John Silva and John Leet, as Victor Cruz will not start in this ball game. First and 10 for the Whalers. Ball at their own 33-yard line. I formation. Bulgar is the fullback. Dunstan gets the call off right tackle, gets over the 35 to the 37-yard line. Eric Gray in on the stop for the Hilltoppers.
Well, of a gain of about 4 yards on the play, Dunstan just following his blockers on the first handoff by Balistracci. And you'll see Dante, after every play, just come over a little bit to the hash marks and check with the sidelines to see what the next play will be. He does have a little bit more ability to change the play at the line of scrimmage than young Tom Koska.
Lead is split out to the near side. To the far side, actually on a wing, is Silva. Jeff Brito is in the ball game as Silva comes in motion. Balistracci rolling to his right, looks to throw. He's going to keep it himself, bashes through a couple of tacklers over the 40 to the 42-yard line. He's going to be about a yard short of a first down as Angel Concepcion is in on the tackle.
Well, Dante doing what Dante does, and that is just running people over. You know, this is what makes him such an outstanding defensive player. He loves the contact, and when he plays offense, he's not one of those quarterbacks that's just going to stop when a play becomes a close situation where he could either get hit or go down. He's never going to go down. He's going to knock people over.
Curtis Bulgar is back in the ball game for the Whalers. He will play fullback. Leet is split out to the far side left. To the near side right is Cruz. Ball on the right hash mark. Silva goes in motion on the draw. This is Dunstan. He has a first down, close to a first down to the 44-yard line, and it looks like he's got enough.
Well, again, nothing fancy there, just Dunstan going off right tackle and picking up the first down by probably the nose of the football.
By about a foot. We are playing 11-minute quarters here in this Big Three matchup. We have 9 minutes and 12 seconds left to go in our first period, just underway. Thanksgiving morning, a cloudy yet mild Thanksgiving, and this has to be, Bernie, one of the mildest Thanksgivings in a long time, at least temperature-wise.
Yeah, no question. It's very mild out there on the field.
Rain is in the forecast. Two wideouts to the far side. Now offset is Bulgar at the fullback spot. Pitch goes back to Dunstan. He comes to the near side and gets near midfield before he is taken down there by Ramon Coleman.
About a 6-yard gain by Clinton Dunston. The ball was on the 44. It'll be marked right around the 50-yard line.
Talking with Coach Hammer before the game, Bernie, I asked him whether his team is primed for a letdown after the loss to Brockton, and he says he's been focusing this week on just telling the players, listen, you don't want to be the first team in 15 years to lose to this Hilltopper club, and it looks like the team has taken that to heart.
That's that little fear motivation factor. Sometimes you play better when you're afraid to lose.
2nd and 4. Backs are split. Balistracci looks to pass, dumps it up the middle to the tight end Walsh. He has the first down into Hilltopper territory to the 44-yard line.
Nice pass completion over the middle there to the tight end Walsh. And Walsh, of course, one of the underrated players on this team, does a great job blocking. All season long has done a great job blocking, but has got a good pair of hands and can catch that tough pass over the middle.
Ball is at the Hilltopper side of the field, smack dab on the 44-yard line. Brito is back in the ball game. He's the tailback. Timmy Walsh goes in motion. Handoff goes to Dunston right up the middle. He is hit for no gain as Eric Gilmet and Nick Rigo make the tackles for the Hilltoppers.
As you say, no gain that time as they closed up that hole in a hurry.
A good job there on the part of the Hilltopper defense. And it's going to be a key, I think, Brony, time of possession, especially on the Durfee side. If they can keep the Whalers off the field, that'll be a big plus for them this morning. 2nd down, and we'll call it 9. We'll call it a 1-yard pickup. Handoff is pitched back to Dunston. Dunston has some running room far side. He's at the 30. He's at the 20. Nobody's going to catch him. It's going to be a Whaler touchdown.
Clinton Dunston, 44-yard touchdown run on the 7th play on the first series of downs by the Whalers.
And New Bedford is on top 6-0. As the blocking scheme worked well there, Bernie, as Clinton Dunston was able to turn the corner.
Well, the blocking scheme was great, but I'll tell you what, the fake by Dante Velastracci on the handoff, I mean, he actually stuck that ball right in the hands of Bulgai. You see the run here as Dunston turns the corner and just outraces everybody to the end zone, a 44-yard touchdown run. Velastracci out there on the left leading the blocking, and Dunston just outran everybody to the end zone.
Carl Beckman in to attempt the extra point. Snap is down. Kick is up. It is good. 7 minutes and 10 seconds left to go here in our first quarter, and the Whalers draw first blood on an impressive drive, and they lead 7-0.
Yeah, a very impressive drive, Keith. They started with the ball on their own 33-yard line, so that means they marched downfield 67 yards in 7 plays. And they take off the clock 3 minutes and 50 seconds during this drive. And, of course, the big play during the drive, a couple of first downs, a nice first down catch from Balistracci to Walsh. And Dunston with the 44-yard touchdown run down the left side, outracing everyone to the end zone. Carl Beckman comes up with the kick for the point after touchdown, and it's 7-0 New Bedford.
So we'll have to see what the Hilltoppers can do in their attempt to tie the ball game early as the Whalers score the first time they touch the ball. And the Hilltopper offense will get the ball for the first time coming up with 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go as the Whalers are getting set to kick off. Carl Beckman will do the honors.
Interesting, Carl Beckman, 1,300 on his SATs,
wow.
Which is sort of like twice what yours and mine were.
Combined.
And, combined. 1,300s being looked at right now by Brown University as a potential field goal kicker and place kicker.
Oh, good for him. Beckman, a high but short kick. Concepcion will take it short at the 20-yard line. Gets up to the 25, finds a seam at the 41 man to beat it. Beckman makes the tackle, but the Hilltoppers are going to get excellent field position at their own 48-yard line.
Well, Hilltop is coming right back on a nice return and getting the ball in better field position than where New Bedford started. New Bedford starting on their 33 with their first series of downs. And now the Hilltoppers get an opportunity to start on their 43-yard line. They improved by 10 yards with their first series of downs.
So the Durfee Hilltoppers on offense. Number 10, Brendan Reagan, is at quarterback. In the backfield, the fullback will be number 34, Eric Gray. Mike Fanning will be the tailback, number 20. First and 10, Hilltoppers. Ball at their own 48-yard line. Gray gets the call. The big fullback is hit at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Curtis Bogar in on the stop.
Now, Bogart coming up to make that tackle. Curtis, 5'8", 189 pounds. Check that. 5'9", 189 pounds. Only a sophomore.
So no gain on the play. It'll be second down and 10 for the Hilltoppers. The rest of the lineup, the wideouts will be, Concepcion will be one of the wideouts. He comes to the near side. Danny Long, number 25, is split out to the far side. We talked about that big tight end, Axel Hernandez, number 89. On the draw, this is Fanning. He cuts up the middle, and he gets maybe a yard, and that's it. Mark LaBeouf in on the stop.
Mark LaBeouf making a great individual tackle that time. Fanning, of course, is their leading tailback. He's the guy that scored over a dozen touchdowns, 13 touchdowns so far on the season, and he is their running game. And whenever you see Gray in there at fullback, I'm told that you're going to see an awful lot of running. When Gray is not in the game at fullback, then you'll see them throw the ball.
Saw the Durfee lineup there. Let's take a look at the rest of the line. You've got Williams and Rigo on the left side, Souza and Fiddler on the right. Gilmet is the center, and we talked about Hernandez at the tight end spot. Third down and 8 for the Hilltoppers. I formation. Reagan rolls to his right, looks to throw, gets it away. It is incomplete. Pass intended for Danny Long, and the Hilltoppers will punt.
Well, the Whaler defense, which is always the most tenuous part of their program, holding that time, 3 downs and now a punt.
So the Hilltoppers could not respond on their first possession, and the Whalers will take over. Dunston and Brito back deep, and doing the punting will be Ramon Coleman. Good snap, and Coleman gets it away. Beautiful high kick. And Dunston takes it on a run at the 18. He's up to the 25, 30, and out of bounds around the 30-yard line.
On a 38-yard punt from the line of scrimmage, and I tell you, look, who is that guy?
That's the Whaler mascot. That's a Whaler.
Oh,
See the harpoon?
I see the harpoon. Okay, I see. Call me Ishmael. He's out there.
He is the Whaler. He was unveiled, I believe, the last home game against Severian. And he's here on Thanksgiving morning. Whalers lead 7-0. Hope you're enjoying your Thanksgiving afternoon. Lead is split out to the near side. I formation. Brito gets the call. Brito gets over the 30 to the 31-yard line. Short gain of 2 as Eric Gilmet makes the tackle.
Whalers will alternate every once in a while. We'll give Dunston a couple of plays off and bring in young Brito, who did a great job when he replaced Dunston early in the season when Dunston was out with the injury.
Yeah, had at least 100-yard game in those first 2 contests. Second down and 9 for the Whalers. Bogar back in the ball game. On the draw, Dunston, but he's hit for a loss. Gilmet making the first stop. Coleman there as well. And a great play by the Hilltopper defense as they were able to get through the Whaler offensive line.
Yeah, he dropped 5 yards on that exchange as Dunston was hit immediately behind the line of scrimmage.
Play whistled in. It's going to be third down and 14 as there was a 6-yard loss on the play. Ball is on the Whaler 25-yard line. 3 wideouts for the Whalers as Dennis Sykes is the third man to the near side. Shotgun. Balistracci has time. Throws. Caught by Lee for a first down at the 40-yard line.
Nice pass pattern that time as John Leet came over the middle. Coming from the left side, little square in pattern, came all the way down to about the 40-yard line and made the catch. Balistracci hitting him right straight in the middle of the zone.
Leet making his first start of the year, 6 feet, 175-yard junior. He'll be back next year. First and 10 Whalers. Again, this time Brito is the tailback with Dunston the fullback. Dante keeps it himself, cuts over the 45 to the 46-yard line. 5-yard pickup.
Balistracci 2 for 2 through the air, and that the Whalers' third first down before that last play.
Ball at the Whaler 46. Clock is running, 3.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter of play. Leach split out to the near side. On a wing to the left side is Silva. Bulgar is the fullback. Inside handoff goes to Curtis. Curtis pulls his way to midfield. It's going to be about a half-yard short of a first down as Mike Fanning makes the tackle.
Got to give credit to the New Bedford coaching staff right now. They're mixing up their plays nicely. On the first series of downs, it was Dunstan carrying the ball 5 times for 56 yards, including the touchdown. And you had Balistracci run the ball once. You also had Balistracci throw the ball to Walsh once. But now it's Brito with a carry, Dunstan with a carry, Balistracci with a pass, Balistracci with a run, Bulgar with a run. So mixing it up nicely.
First and check that, 3rd and a yard, and Balistracci goes right up the middle, and he looks like he's going to get the first down at the 49-yard line of Durfee. And he has a first down.
Well, they only needed a yard, and that's exactly what he got for that first down. So again, that's 4 first downs now here in the first half. 2 series of downs, 2 series of possessions for the New Bedford High School Whalers.
2 minutes, 20 seconds left in the first quarter of play. The Whalers lead 7-0. I formation. The tight end Walsh moves from the left to the right side of the line. Handoff goes to Dunstan, and Dunstan is stuffed for a loss. Maybe back to the line of scrimmage. John Getty in on the stop for Durfee. Also there, Nick Rigo.
The initial hit that time, I believe, was by Nick Rigo, who did a great job of getting in there under the block, if you will, of the New Bedford Lions.
I'm going to say he lost about half a yard. We'll call it no gain. It's going to be 2nd down and 10 as we approach a minute and a half to go here in the first quarter. Balistracci, play action, rolls to his right, looks for the block, and is going to be hit for a loss. As the Hilltoppers do a great job getting to Balistracci. Justin Kogler in on the stop. Eric Gray also there for the Hilltoppers. It's going to be 3rd and 13.
Well, one of the question marks that I had coming into this game, Keith, regardless of the records of these two teams, is that New Bedford at full strength is a much different team. You could have reversed their record and made it, as I said, about 7-2 had Balistracci and Dunstan been healthy all year long, and who knows what it really might have been. But offensively, we know they can march up and down a football field, and whether or not Durfee's defense could stop this New Bedford offense.
5 wideouts for the Whalers as Dante Balistracci's in the shotgun formation. On 3rd and 13, here comes the rush. The screen is set up, but Dunstan drops the ball incomplete. Whalers had that screen set up perfectly, but Dunstan could not hold on to the football, and the Whalers will punt.
Well, talking with a couple of the New Bedford assistants before the game, I said, any new wrinkles are you going to add for Thanksgiving Day? And they said, yeah, you're going to see us use the shotgun quite a bit. That time they tried to use the shotgun and show deep pass patterns and actually try to come with the screen.
4th down, and Carl Beckman in to punt. Balistracci's in the ball game now. And Beckman gets the ball away, a line drive kick, and Reagan just lets it bounce. And Brito falls on it at the 18, 17-yard line. That's where the Hilltoppers will take over, as Durfee did a better job there, Bernie, of rushing the quarterback and getting in and making some big hits.
They did a very good job, but that was a 10-play possession for the Whalers, a 35-yard punt from the line of scrimmage by Beckman. And what the Whalers succeeded in doing was taking almost a full 5 minutes off the clock. They started with 5:25. We're down to 29 seconds, so they ate up quite a bit of the clock in the process.
Like our scoreboard here, the turkey was on our scoreboard.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, well, it'll come back
Looking
later.
out at the field.
Yeah, well, we're trying to make the Thanksgiving a little more festive for our viewers. 1st and 10 for the Hilltoppers as they take over at their own 17-yard line. I formation. Concepcion goes in motion. Reagan hands off to Fanning. Fanning tries to go up the middle, runs into his own player, and is hit and knocked back. But he did gain a couple of yards to the 19-yard line, as in on the stop was Nate St. Gillet.
Whaler defense doing a good job here in the early going of just not giving this Durfee team any kind of running room. But we've seen this Jekyll and Hyde defense all year, Keith. They can play so well for 2 quarters or 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden have the whole thing fall apart. So consistency is going to be the key for their defense today.
And that is the end of the first quarter. With the score, the New Bedford High Whalers 7 and the Durfee Hilltoppers nothing.
I see that little turkey there on
Isn't that
the
beautiful?
side where it says first quarter. Very nicely done.
We usually have a football there, but we figured,
Yeah, little turkey thing.
yeah,
Sure. Just
why not?
remind us of all the food we're going to eat today and all the diets we're going to have to go on tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to start a diet till after the new year.
That's a very good decision, I
Why
think.
start now? Why start at all, some people would say.
Well, if you're just joining us, it's 7-0 in favor of the New Bedford Whalers. Just to recap for you while we have an opportunity, the Whalers on their very first possession started on their own 33-yard line, ran off 7 plays, and drove down the field 67 yards, took 3 minutes and 57 seconds off the clock in order to do so, and it culminated in Clinton Dunstan running the ball in down the left sidelines from 44 yards out, a 44-yard touchdown run. Carl Beckman kicked the point after, 7-0 New Bedford. And then, Keith, Durfee got their first opportunity, and it was 3 downs and a punt as the New Bedford defense did a very good job. They started on their own 43-yard line, Durfee did, and ended up punting the ball away from their own 44-yard line 3 plays later. So a good job by the New Bedford defense.
And now the Hilltoppers have the ball as we begin the second quarter of play. It is 2nd down and 8. Ball at the 19-yard line of the Hilltoppers. They're going to have a 3-man backfield as Concepcion is in, sort of a power I formation. Reagan hands off to Fanning. Fanning right up the middle, and he is stuck. The first stop made by Matt Souza, number 51. He made the initial hit in the backfield, but Fanning did get over the 20 to the 21 or 22-yard line.
A gain of about 2.5 to 3 yards on the play for Fanning. As we said, he's had a very good year for the Hilltoppers. For Coach Steve Winoski, scored 13 touchdowns this year, and he's been their main focus in the backfield.
3rd and 6 for the Hilltoppers.
Key down for the Whalers, Keith, because this is where they've had problems all year long, is on 3rd down plays.
Long split out to the near side. Concepcion to the far side. Backs in the I formation. Play action. Reagan looks to throw. He's going to keep it himself. He's got some running room. He has a 1st down and more to the 36-yard line before he is tackled by Alex Sullivan.
Well, a nice gain on the play, a gain of about 14 yards, and a 1st down for the Durfee Hilltoppers. Their first 1st down as they get off the schneid.
Ball at the Hilltopper 36-yard line. Reagan getting the instructions and coming back into the ball game.
It's one of those old phrases from 1966 also, the schneid.
No, it's still used in 1998. 1st and 10 for the Hilltoppers. Durfee has it at their own 36-yard line. Concepcion coming in motion. Reagan hands off to the fullback. That is Gray. Bounces off 1, 2 tackles. Picks up about 7 yards to the 43.
And as we said earlier, you can almost read what the Durfee Hilltoppers are going to do. Talking with Coach Wayne Hamlet before the game, he said, when you see Gray in the game, Bernie, well, I'll tell you what, when Gray's in there as their fullback, they're going to run the football, and they're going to run it right at us. And that's what they're trying to do right now.
See the Hilltopper players getting their instructions from their quarterback. It's going to be 2nd down and 3 for Durfee. Ball at their own 43-yard line. Hilltoppers trail the Whalers 7-0 in the 107th matchup between these two football rivals. Mix-up on the handoff. Gray gets the ball, and he is hit maybe for a loss of 1 or at the line of scrimmage for no gain as Mark LaBeouf was in on the tackle. They say he's going to lose a yard.
Yeah, it's a great tackle here by Mark LaBeouf, and I'm probably giving away the story here, but I hope it's okay to do this. I know that Mark LaBeouf is the New Bedford High School candidate for the Otto Graham Football Award, which we'll be hosting in about another week or so, and he's had an outstanding year. He's an outstanding kid, and he's in there making that tackle.
3rd and 4 for the Hilltoppers. Concepcion is split to the near side, Long to the far side. Backs are now split behind Reagan. Reagan, a couple of steps back. Pass intended for Long, too low, incomplete. And again, the Whalers do the job on defense.
Now Reagan 0 for 2 now, passing the ball, and that time he was rushed by the Whalers, a very good rush on the quarterback, and he got rid of it in a hurry, I think long before much sooner than he wanted to.
So the Hilltoppers will punt for the 2nd time. as Ramon Coleman will do the honors, and Jeff Brito and Clinton Dunston back deep for the Whalers. Good snap. Nice kick. Ball is tailing off to the far side, and Brito takes it at the 25, and he gets to the 35 before he is taken down by James Donovan.
Well, again, a 33-yard punt from the line of scrimmage, and the Whalers will get the ball in pretty fair field condition right around their own 36-yard line.
So the ball is at the 36-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Whalers. They lead 7-0 as they scored on their first drive of the ball game, going some 67 yards. In doing so, capped off by a long Clinton Dunston touchdown run. And Dunston gets the call right up the middle, and he gets about 2 or 3 yards to the 38-yard line, maybe the 39. And they're going to say he's just short of the 39.
Clinton Dunston is another young man that's had quite a few colleges looking at him. From what I understand, Boston College is interested, as are UMass, Amherst, and some of the other bigger schools up in the Boston area. So he'll be a guy that's going to have to make some decisions when this year is over.
4 wideouts, 3 to the near side, Dunston, Walsh, and Leap. Silva to the far side. Balistracci throws it, it's picked off! Michael Fanning will go all the way for the touchdown.
Well, just when you think you're in control and you think you've got the game under control, a big play like that, a key turnover, can just turn momentum around and turn things around. And that time, the big play coming from Mike Fanning. And here it is right here. Fanning picks off the pass from Balistracci and has nothing but green grass and an end zone to head for, and he finds the end zone. The only man back there was Bolgott chasing him down.
And if the Hilltoppers needed a spark, that could have been the spark that they will need. As coming in for the extra point is Justin Kogler. Reagan will hold. Kick is up, and it is good. 7 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first half. We have a tie ball game, 7-7.
Well, 7-7 game, and this is going to get the crowd off its feet. And you see Balistracci walking to the sidelines right now, getting ready for the kick. The Durfee Hilltop is intercepting a pass. Mike Fannin right there to pick off the pass by Dante Balistracci. Had, as we said, nothing but green grass and an end zone in front of him as he runs the ball into the end zone to make it 7-6. The point after touchdown kick good, and we've got a tie ball game.
Looks like Balistracci took one step back and wanted just to flip the ball, I believe, to either Dunston or Timmy Walsh. And Fanning read that play well and just was at the right place at the right time.
Well, we can only speculate who the receiver was supposed to be on that play, but I have the feeling that it was supposed to be Dunston coming out of the backfield. Yeah. And again, as you say, just a quick flip. But Fannin anticipated correctly, and you see the Durfee Hilltoppers out on the field trying to get the fans all excited about it. Raise the roof is what they're saying. Raise the roof.
They are doing a good job as Hilltopper fans have come alive. And we have a tie game, 7-7. And the Hilltoppers will kick off. Nick Chris, and back deep, Dunston and Jeff Brito for the Whalers. Hilltoppers, as we said, coming in with a 6-3 record. The Whalers coming in at 3-6. Chris, short kick, and Dunston will take it out of bounds at the 23. And he's upended at the 26-yard line.
Oh, you think these guys are charged up now?
I believe they are.
Sometimes that's all it takes is for someone to step up and make a big play, and Mike Fanning stepped up, made the big play, and now that little word that is just a 2-letter word, Mo, for momentum. I mean, it's definitely on the side of the guys wearing the white shirts.
I thought you were talking about Mo Vaughn there for a minute. He'll be back next year.
Yeah,
only with California. He'll
be visiting.
He'll be visiting a couple of times a year. 1st and 10 for the Whalers. Let's see if they can respond. Ball at their own 26-yard line. Wide out to the far side. Dunston gets the handoff right up the middle, bounces off one tackle, and gets to the 29-yard line. And Mike Fanning makes the tackle.
And this is how we started the last series. When the Whalers had the football, it was a Dunston 3-yard run, and then the pass that was picked off. So we're starting it the same way. We just don't want to see it end the same way.
pickup of 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for the Whalers. John Leet is wide to the far side right. In a slot to the right is John Silva. Balistracci rolls to his right, looks to throw. Here comes the rush, gets it away, he's hit. The ball is incomplete as 3 Hilltoppers were there and a late flag on the play as Coleman, Gray, and Fanning and Balistracci is arguing the flag. They may say it could be intentional grounding. I don't know.
Well, Balistracci rolling out to his right that time had a lot of pressure on him, and he tried to unload the football in a hurry, and now we see John Silva coming over and pleading a case to one of the officials.
And let's see what the official call will be. You have intentional grounding against the Whalers. I always thought, and again, the high school rules may be different from the pros, but I thought once the passer is out of the pocket, as long as there is someone in the neighborhood. He was also hit it when he threw the ball, so. But they're going to call the penalty against the Whalers, so they're going to move the ball back, and I believe that's also a loss of down.
Well, it's going to bring it back to the 27-yard line, so they lose, check that, the 22-yard line, so they lose 5 yards in the process.
And I believe it's also a loss of down. And they're going to mark it from the spot of the line of scrimmage, so they're even moving it back further to the 19. Intentional grounding, and it is, I believe, a loss of down. So it's 3rd down, and now the referee's going to come to the coaching sideline and talk to Coach Hamlet to tell him what the situation was.
Well, they run a play for 3 yards, and then
You
they
see-
throw a pass that's incomplete. It's called intentional grounding, and you lose another down.
Yep. So you see the referee there talking to Coach Hamlet and assistant coach Harry Lowe. So it's going to be 3rd down and about 16 yards or 17 yards for a 1st down for the Whalers. And again, they get the 5 wideouts. Balistracci in the shotgun. He gets a snap. Here comes the rush. He gets away to his left, and he gets away from one tackler. It's going to be knocked out of bounds, short of a 1st down, and another flag on the play, back at the 18-yard line.
And that's in the general vicinity of the area they call the holding area.
Hilltopper is doing a great job, not only rushing the quarterback, Burning, but also covering the receivers downfield. It's going to be face mask against the Hilltoppers.
Well, the Whalers get a break there. Whalers get a break as Balistracci on that particular play went from the 19-yard line up to about the 31, a gain of about 12 yards on the play, 11 or 12 yards, but the face mask call is now going to tack on probably another 15 yards to that.
Actually, they're going to say it's only a 5-yard face
5
mask.
yards.
So it's still going to be 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd and about 5. The ball at the 31-yard line. Play whistled in. It will replay the down. 3rd and 5. 6:23 left to go in the 1st half. 7-7 is the score. Leet to the far side. Silva to the near side. Backs in the I formation. Balistracci, play action, has time, throws up the middle. Leet, in and out of his hands, incomplete. It was thrown a little bit behind, and it's going to be 4th down.
Well, a nice job, though, on Dante's part. He saw the defensive pressure coming towards him. The pocket started to collapse, and he just stepped up and tried to hit Leet over the middle for what would have been a large gain, but the ball just thrown a little bit behind him and through his arms.
It seems the Hilltoppers, Burning, are playing with a lot more confidence than we've seen in the past few years.
Well, that's that little word. That's that mo. They got that mo on their side with that Fanning interception.
Beckman in to punt the ball away, and he does nice high end-over-end kick. And Reagan takes it at the 35. Flag on the play. As they may say, the Whalers didn't give him enough room to catch the ball. That may be the call. I didn't see any other infraction in the area. We have been relatively penalty-free until that last drive.
Yeah, this last drive is when the penalties have started to hurt the Whalers, the intentional grounding penalty, and then the Durfee face mask call, and now another flag being thrown here.
Yeah, the interference against the Whalers, and that's going to be not giving Reagan enough room to catch the football. So they will move the ball up some more to the 43-yard line, and that's where the Hilltoppers will take over. 1st and 10, tied at 7, looking for the lead. 6:07 to go in the first half. Fanning hit in the backfield, gets away from one, but can't get away from others. He still does, and now he's finally hit for a loss back at the 38-yard line.
Yeah, good job of pursuit by the New Bedford defense that time, swarming all over Fanning. First couple of guys slowing him down in the backfield, stretching him out laterally to the left, and just could not turn the corner as a swarm of red jerseys was all over him.
Ball is to the 39-yard line. It's going to be a loss of about 4. It'll be 2nd and 14. Clock is running. 5.5 minutes left in the first half of play. 107th meeting between the Hilltoppers and the Whalers, and this game is tied at 7. Gray gets the call, and the big fullback pulls over the 40 to the 41. After a short pickup of 2, Mark LaBeouf in on the tackle.
Gray a little shook up on that particular play as he gets back to the huddle.
Get those big fullback pads. And
oh, yeah. He's got some pretty big strides, too, for a fullback. I mean, he takes a long stride when he's running with the football for such a short distance of yards.
Split out to the near side is Long, and a slot is Concepcion. Backs in an I formation, 3rd and 12. Reagan looks to throw. He's got time. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to run to the near side. He's going to be tackled at the 46, short of a first down, but there is a flag at the far side of the field. The Hilltoppers are pointing toward the Whalers. Going to be offside against New Bedford.
Another penalty that's going to hurt the Whalers. As you said, Keith, they were penalty-free right up until the last series of downs, and now when they're coming, they're starting to come in bunches. You see the fans saying Happy Thanksgiving to all of those who are viewing this game.
Wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving at home, and we do the same. Hopefully you're enjoying your Thanksgiving holiday. Ball is up now to the 46-yard line.
And you see the Durfee Hilltop is getting the play from the sideline. Reagan going over and talking to Coach Steve Wanaski. And right now, the momentum certainly has switched over to the side of the Hilltoppers.
3rd and 8 for the Hilltoppers. Concepcion to the far side, Long to the near side. I formation. Reagan, play action, dumps it off. Gray has it. He's got some running room. He has a first down in Whaler territory. Still on his feet as he barrels his way inside the Whaler 40-yard line.
Well, he's a tough guy to bring down, that's for sure. And once he gets all that weight going in the forward motion, in the forward direction, he's a tough guy to tackle. Nothing fancy here, just a rollout to the right and a pass to Gray, coming out of the backfield from that fullback position, and then he just did the rest.
Clock starts up again. Ball is at the Whalers 39-yard line as we are under 4 minutes here in the first half of play. This time the wideouts are to the far side. Long is split out to the far side. Concepcion in the slot. Pitch goes back to Fanning. He's got some running room near side and some blocking, but he is met. And met again, gets away, and boy, great 2nd and 3rd effort by Fanning as he makes it all the way up.
Now, Fanning just did not want to go down.
35-yard line. Sorry, Vern.
That's right. He just did not want to go down, Keith. I thought he was stopped initially as he was trying to turn the corner when he was met by Beckman for New Bedford, but then he just broke that tackle, spun away and tried to reverse field, and it took a swarm of Whalers to bring him down.
Picked up 4 yards. Ran about 30, but picked up 4. Ball is on the 35-yard line of the Whalers. Hilltoppers looking to take the lead. 3 minutes even to go here in the first half. This time the wideouts are to the near side. Power I formation for the Hilltoppers. Fanning gets the call behind his fullback and gets up to the 33-yard line as Mark LaBeouf makes the tackle.
Yeah, great individual effort that time by Mark LaBeouf, who just grabbed those legs and hung on to him. Mark, 5'10", 220 pounds. He's a senior. He's one of 20 seniors that'll be graduating from Coach Wayne Hamlet's team this year. Some of these guys may be playing, Keith, what would be their very last football game.
There's Mark.
See Mark up on the screen. Not everyone's going to go to college and play, and so for a lot of kids, this is their very last football game that they'll ever put the pads on.
3rd down and 3, and timeout is being called by the Durfee Hilltoppers with 2:09 left to go in the first half. We talked about this coming in, Bernie. Again, the Whalers at 3-6, Hilltoppers at 6-3, and they did have a couple of common opponents this year. They both played Attleboro and both lost to Attleboro. The Whalers losing by a score of 28-6, a game we did here, while Attleboro beat Durfee on the road 40-15. They both played the Dartmouth Indians, with both teams winning. Durfee winning 42-7, and New Bedford 35-14. Those are the common opponents other than Brockton.
Also played Brockton, and both got beat by the same score, 20-14.
New Bedford 21-14.
21-14.
And 20-14, Boxers beating the Hilltoppers earlier this season.
But again, it's very difficult to try to compare the two teams because, well, Durfee went through the season relatively injury-free and had a very good year with a well-balanced attack and so on and so forth. The Whalers really were sort of like a mass unit out there this year. The two best players started out the season injured in Bellistracci and Dunston. Dunston came back sooner and was able to add some real force to the offense, but defensively is where Bellistracci was missed all year long. You know, talking to some of the coaches on the field before the game, and they were saying that Dante's biggest impact is when he's a roving back on defense and just can cause all kinds of chaos and all kinds of problems.
Backs are split now behind Reagan on 3rd and 3. Reagan right up the middle, and he's going to be close to a first down, and I think he has it at the 29-yard line.
So they call the timeout and go to the sideline to try to decide what play to run. It's the good old quarterback sneak.
And it is a first down. You know, we saw earlier this year, Bernie, especially that first game that we did, BC High, where at that time the Whaler defense was in its maturing process, and remember, BC High was able to open up some holes up the middle.
Yeah, they have had a weakness, and that's been on the defensive side, trying to stop the run, especially on 3rd down plays.
1st and 10, Hilltoppers. They're moving the ball. Reagan looks to throw. He's got time. Throws deep for long. It is in and out of the hands, nearly intercepted by Tom Koska, who's playing defensive back. Again, pass intended for Danny Long.
Yeah, Koska did a good job that time. You know, Tom has played most of the year as a quarterback. He's playing defense today and did a good job that time of getting back with the wide receiver, not playing too close to him to cause any kind of a defensive penalty, but at the same time turning at the right moment and almost had that pass picked off.
Did a good job of following the ball and not just following the receiver. So it's going to be 2nd and 10. We have 1:42 left in the first half.
Durfee tried to throw it 4 times. They've completed 1 for a total of 15 yards.
Whaler fans asking for defense. Backs in the I formation. Reagan again looks to pass. Here comes the rush. Gets it off to Fanning. He's hit in the backfield. Gets away. Cuts back inside. Still on his feet. And gets to the 30-yard line. It's going to be a loss on the play, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd love to see that play again. What a great defensive effort by Alex Sullivan. Alex Sullivan, number 71 for the Whalers, got his hand on Fanning initially, was hanging onto that shirt, slowed him down enough for the rest of the red shirts to come up and try to get him. And guess who made the tackle? Alex Sullivan, who got back up again and made that tackle. Great defensive effort by the Whalers' Alex Sullivan, 5'10", 190-pound senior.
Again, all that running, and it's only a loss of a yard. And again, timeout being called by the Hilltoppers. 1 minute and 1 second left to go here in the first half. And I'm looking around here, Bernie. We've got a full press box here today.
Well, the press box,
2 levels.
Press box on Thanksgiving Day always seems to have at least 20 or 30 more people than you normally see during the rest of the year. All the dignitaries start to come out.
Dr. Silva here, the superintendent of schools.
Dr. Silva's here watching the game and enjoying it, I'm sure.
newspaper reporters from the Fall River Herald News and the Standard Times.
Yeah, we even have a columnist sitting in the back right now that's watching play that I went to high school with, who used to be a sports writer, but now he's a columnist and does a lot of those political things.
Yes, he does a lot of political things, and I wonder if he still goes to all those restaurants he used to.
Well, he used to. He used to go to a lot of restaurants.
Still visits them.
Well, from looking at him, I think he still visits them. I'm not sure whether he's writing any more reviews, but I think from looking at him, he certainly still visits those restaurants, that's for sure.
Are you saying he's looking forward to his meal today? Is that what you're saying?
I think that he's looking forward to the meal more than any of us are, and that, of course, is Dick White of the New Bedford Standard Times, who's here in the capacity of coming in to find a nice place to stay warm while watching the game.
So both teams get their instructions. 1 minute, 1 second left. And the Hilltoppers have 3rd down and 11. You hear the chant of the Whaler fans for defense. Reagan pitches to Fanning, turns the corner, and he's not going to get the first down as he gets up to the 26-yard line, and Alex Sullivan there again.
There he is, number 71 on your screen. Alex Sullivan did a great job of pursuing Fanning and getting a hand around his legs to help trip him up, and he got helped on that play by number 61, Andy Garcia, who, when he's not making movies, is busy playing defense for the Whalers.
4th down for the Hilltoppers. Clock is running. They're going to go for it. 30 seconds left. We just had a camera right in front of us. One of our field camera has moved up to the press box. 4th down. Reagan looks to throw. He's got time. He throws. He finds Gray, but he's going to be short of a first down. Close to a first down. Actually, forward motion. He may have it, Bertie, down to the 18-yard line.
Well, coming up to make the stop, Dante Bellistracci from that defensive back position, where he came in and hit him with a pretty good stick.
Clock is stopped. I think they're going to measure with 9 seconds left in the first half. And Bernie, coming into this ball game, it looks like the Hilltoppers rather have come to play, especially after that big interception for a touchdown.
No, absolutely no question. I think the interception for the touchdown was the thing that really broke the backs, if you will, of the Whalers, because they had this game totally under control. It was 7-0. They were moving downfield with the ball, had the ball. Bellistracci drops back to pass. Fanning makes the interception and then runs it in, and boy, has momentum changed. The Hilltoppers are playing great defense since that took place.
And it is a first down, as the measurement was good for the first down, and the Hilltoppers will get it. 1st and 10. The ball at the 18-yard line, and they have 9 seconds left in the first half. Time for a couple of quick pass plays.
Well, yeah, you're right. They could actually get off 2 plays in 9 seconds, and they are down now in the red zone inside the 20-yard line, and an opportunity here to go into halftime with a lead.
Backs are split. Wide outs to the far side. First down, Hilltoppers. Reagan looks to throw, looking, throwing in the end zone. It's going to be incomplete. 3 seconds left.
Well, a break that time for the Whalers, because the man that he was intending the pass to go to, and I believe that's number 30 for the Durfee Hilltoppers, Angel Concepcion, was open in the end zone, but what he did was he went down and cut to the inside, and the pass was thrown to the outside where there was no one but the New Bedford defense.
So time for one more play. 3 seconds left. And the Hilltoppers, no doubt, will go toward the end zone.
This will be the 13th play of this drive that started on their own 43-yard line with about 6:07 to play in the half.
Actually, they're going to try a field goal. As Justin Kobler is in, the ball is at the 25, a 35-yard attempt into the wind. Snap is down. Kick is up, it's blocked. Head at the line of scrimmage. Taken there by the Whalers. And he is tackled down at the 14-yard line. I don't think it was really blocked, Bernie, just ball wasn't kicked high enough.
Yeah, it was kicked low, and I think number 71, Sullivan, was the guy that got his hands on it, and you saw the ball go straight up in the air, so the half comes to an end.
This capacity crowd has seen a fantastic first half. After one half here from Walsh Field, the score, the New Bedford High Whalers 7 and the Durfee Hilltoppers 7. We'll take a break and have our second half coming up in just a moment. Welcome back here at Walsh Field. Keith Tebow and Bernie Picanisco. It's been a great first half of football with the Hilltoppers and the Whalers tied at 7 apiece. And Bernie, this first half, the Whalers looked like they had the momentum early on, but the Hilltoppers, after that interception, seems like, have turned the tide a little bit, and they have what's called the Big Mo.
Yeah, everything has turned around, and it's been a Hilltopper first half since that interception. The Whalers, as you say, coming out and scoring on their very first series of downs with Clinton Dunstan running 44 yards, and you would think, wow, that's a real pick-me-up. They then get the ball back, and when Fanning made that interception, you could feel the air come out of the balloon.
Yep.
And after that, the defense just picked up for the Hilltoppers. They did a very good job in the first half, tying this game at 7-7 and making it very exciting for all of the Fall River fans, that's for sure.
What do you think both teams talked about in the locker room?
I think that if you coach Wayne Hamlet, one of the things you are concerned about is that he's had a tough time all year long getting this team to understand that third down is a big down. You've got to stuff them on third down. You've got to stop the offense from continuing downfield and take the ball away. They did it on the first series and haven't done it since. For Steve Wanaski, I think that he's basically going to say, hey, guys, we played a great first half. We could have got blown out of here early, but instead, we turned it around and continue to play that good defense, continue to be aggressive on the offensive side, because this game can be had.
And even though the Hilltoppers did not score offensively, they did have a good drive toward the end of the first half, and the Hilltoppers will get the ball to begin our second half of play.
Yeah, you talk about a good drive, Keith. There was a 13-play drive that started on their own 43-yard line, and then with time running out, they decided to try a field goal. The field goal was blocked. It was kicked low and into the line, but still a 13-play drive, and it was the ability to control the football that Durfee High School really impressed me with.
A standing room only crowd here at Walsh Field, and the rain has held off for now, and hopefully it'll hold off for the remainder of this ball game.
One quick statistic for you from the first half. Clinton Dunstan carrying the ball as a senior, his last game for New Bedford High School, 9 carries, 57 yards. And we know one stat that's very important. When he rushes for over 100 yards, they're a much better offensive team. When you hold them below 100 yards, it usually turns out to be a game that ends up in the L column.
So Dunstan, although 44 of those yards came on that touchdown run, so the Hilltoppers have done a good job on defense.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you consider 44 of the 57 yards came on one play, they've done a very good job of containing Clinton Dunstan.
So the wind picking up a little bit now. It's blowing pretty much from our right to left, not as much of a crosswind as we had earlier. And Carl Beckman will be kicking directly into the wind. Michael Fanning, Angel Concepcion, and Danny Long back deep for the Hilltoppers. As the second half is underway, it's a low kick, and it's taken by Kobler, who gets it at the 20, 25, and it's going to be hit at the 30-yard line.
About a 10-yard run back of the kick on the squib kick by Carl Beckman.
So it is first down and 10 for the Durfee Hilltoppers. Ball at the 30-yard line. And they've had the ball for a long time, Bernie. The Whaler offense hasn't been on the field for quite some time.
No, you're correct. As we said, they took the ball with about 6:05 to play in the first half and ran the clock out. And now they're going to start the second half with the football, so they're keeping that vaunted New Bedford High School offense off the field.
Same lineup for the Hilltoppers. First and 10, I formation. Reagan hands off to Fanning right up the middle and gets a couple of yards as Curtis Bulgar makes the key hit, but it's still a 2-yard pickup.
Well, he gains 2 yards on the play, and Bulgar came in there and stood him up. Good tackle by Curtis.
Pickup of a couple on the play. It's second down and 8. Just underway here in the third quarter. Tied at 7. Hilltoppers and the Whalers. Hilltoppers looking for their first Thanksgiving Day victory since 1983. Reagan rolls to his right, looks to throw, dumps it off to Gray. He gets it. And Balistracci stands him up and knocks him out of bounds after a gain to about the 38-yard line.
A gain of about 6 yards on the play on the pass to the big fullback coming out of the backfield. He's been one of Reagan's favorite receivers so far in this contest. Had a couple of catches in the first half. And the key thing about getting the ball to Gray is that once you put him in his hands, Keith, he's like a runaway freight train. He's very tough to bring down.
Actually, they're going to say he had a better gain. It's going to be 3rd and 1. The ball is up to the 39-yard line. Just underway here in the third quarter. as Reagan keeps the ball right up the middle and gets a first down to the 42-43 yard line.
Well, it's the first down of the second half as we've only run off 3 plays. And the Durfee quarterback going over to the sideline, Reagan going over to the sideline and talk to the coaches and find out what the next play is going to be. But a good job of picking up the first down.
Ball is at the 42-43 yard line. We'll call it the 43. As we are just underway here in the third quarter. Knotted at 7. Long and Concepcion split out to the near side. I formation. Handoff goes to Gray, and he barrels through for about 5-6 yards to the 48-yard line.
Well, once again, the handoff to Gray, and nothing fancy there. He just goes straight ahead and carries a few of the Whalers with him.
5-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 5. Ball just over the 47-yard line. And it looks like the sun wants to make an appearance.
That would be a welcome appearance, I might add.
Well, it's clear to our right side, which is the east, and the rain is supposed to be coming from the west, so. Fanning on the draw, hit in the backfield. Curtis Bogar with the hit.
What a great defensive effort that time by Bogar. Number 31, you see him right there on your screen looking over to the sidelines as he got in there and just stopped Fanning before he even got to the line of scrimmage.
Loss of 3 back to the 45-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 8 with 8.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
21 seniors playing their last game for Coach Wayne Hamlet here at New Bedford High School. We'll try to run down a list for you before the game is over. Victor Cruz seeing his last action as a Whaler, as John Sylvier is also doing, and Jamie Paquette.
3rd down and 8 for the Hilltoppers. Reagan looks to pass. Got time. Throws deep. Has long. Incomplete. Flag on the play.
Well, the Whalers are congratulating themselves back there as though the flag was thrown in the direction of pass interference.
Yeah, offensive pass interference, but we'll have to wait and see. And everyone's coming back. Interference against Durfee, yep. And the Whalers will refuse the penalty and force a fourth down.
Here you see the play right here. You watch the quarterback Reagan dropping back in the pocket, lets it fly. And as they're coming down the sidelines, it looked as if the Durfee receiver might have pushed off. And that's why the flag was thrown. They'll call it offensive pass interference.
Tom Costco down there on defense for the Whalers, and Danny Long was called for the interference. Brito and Dunston back deep. Coleman in to punt for Durfee. Kick off the side of his foot and takes a bounce. Dunston takes it at the 19. Gets past one tackler and is knocked out of bounds at the 25-yard line. So the Whalers will get the ball for the first time here in the second half as we are tied at 7. And the Whalers looking to retake the lead.
And it's been a long time since the guys in the red uniforms were out there to run off an offensive play. As we said, the Hilltoppers ran off the last 13 plays of the first half and then ran off 7 more plays here in the second half to start the second half. So it's been a while since the Whalers have been out there offensively.
John Lee, the wide out, will go to the far side. To the near side is Silva with Brito in the slot, and Dunston the lone setback. Flip gets the pitch, comes to the near side, is hemmed in, and is not going to get anywhere. As the Durfee defense doing the job. Axel Hernandez in on the tackle. Gray there as well.
So Eric Gray got there first and kind of like got his arms wrapped around his waist, and Dunston wasn't going anywhere. Then the rest of the Hilltoppers coming in to make the play.
No gain. 2nd and 10. Crowd making noise as we have a full house here at Walsh Field. 2nd and 10. Pitch goes to Dunston to the far side. He's got running room again. turns the corner, dives for the first down, and he's got it.
Well, that was a great job by Clinton Dunston that time. The extra effort, that extra lunge forward, picking up the first down.
Ball is going to be at the Whaler 37-yard line.
And there you see Dunston, a senior, 5'10", 185-pounder. And they say that, well, he'll put some weight on, I'm sure, going to college, that he has a shot to play at Boston College, one of the schools that's looking at him. Dunston works hard in the weight room from what Coach Hamill was telling me.
Flag on the play is, I believe it's going to be a personal foul, late hit. So they're going to tack 15 yards onto the end of the run, and the Whalers are in Durfee territory at the Hilltopper 48-yard line.
Well, penalty late hit, and that's an automatic 15 yards, so that certainly does help out the Whaler cause as they cross the midfield line.
First and 10 for the Whalers at the Hilltopper 48-yard line. Silva to the near side, Leet to the far side, play action. Pass intended for Walsh, incomplete, as it was just a play action and a quick pass to the tight end, and the ball was overthrown.
Yeah, as you see Timmy Walsh trying to float out there over the middle, and Dante trying to throw that little touch pass, and that's one of the things you have to wonder. He may be 100% in terms of his physical capabilities now, but you have to wonder how much missing so much of the season has affected his timing as far as hitting the timing patterns.
Sure, he's not 100% football-wise after missing all of the season. Second and 10 for the Whalers. Dunston right up the middle, gets about 4 or 5 yards to the 44-yard line. As in on the stop was Ryan Waite, number 76.
Taken down by number 34, Greg. Third and 5 for the Whalers.
So it'll be a 4-yard pickup, 3rd and 6.
And Clinton Dunston edging that much closer to the 100-yard mark, 71 yards on 12 carries.
Big third down play here early in the third quarter. Bulgar in at fullback. Balistracci looks to run, gets a block, has time, throws it over the head, incomplete, flag on the play.
A flag thrown in the direction of the line. I believe there'll be a holding penalty called against number 72, Ryan DeBras.
As they're going to sort out the flag, and it is holding against the Whalers.
Yeah, DeBras that time, you could see it as he was walking away. A couple of the Durfee players were taunting him, and he had his head down as he went back to the huddle.
So that'll be a penalty, and the Hilltoppers actually have a decision to make. Could be 4th down, but they're going to move the Whalers back and take their chances with 3rd and long for the Whalers. Ball back in New Bedford territory at their 43, and they need to get to the Durfee 38.
You always do the same thing, whether it's in business or in football. You take the real estate.
Take the real estate. Field position, right? Is that what they say?
Just take that.
Field position.
They're going to give you real estate, take it.
3rd down and about 19 for the Whalers. Shotgun formation. Balistracci goes back. Here comes the rush. Gets it away. Incomplete. As again, Eric Gray in on the rush, and the Hilltoppers, Bernie, doing a fantastic job on rushing the quarterback and not giving Balistracci much time in the pocket.
Yeah, another incomplete pass for Dante, and that time he was looking for Clinton Dunston. Dunston actually got his legs tangled up with Axel Hernandez, number 99 for the Durfee Hilltoppers, and was flat on the ground as the pass was thrown.
Beckman into punt. Into the wind. Back at their 30 is Reagan and Concepcion. Low snap. Beckman gets it off the side of his foot. It's going to go out of bounds. Hilltopper's going to get good field position at the Durfee 37-yard line. 5:47 left to go in the third quarter. Tied at 7. And the Hilltoppers get the ball back for the second time this half.
So each team gets a possession here in the second half, and each team runs off 7 plays and punts.
Let's see what the Hilltoppers can do on offense. Hilltoppers still looking for their first score on offense in this game. It's been their defense that's done a good job so far. I formation. Stacked line for Durfee. And on the reverse, Chris in the ball game. He's got the ball. He throws it up the middle. It's incomplete. As they tried a trick play, as Nick Christ was in, he took the handoff from Reagan, and Christ was the quarterback earlier this season, Bernie. Then he got hung up and tried to throw the ball downfield, and fortunately for the Hilltoppers, it fell incomplete.
Well, they try a little flea flicker play where you have the two guys that can throw the ball in the game at the same time, Reagan and Chris, and you're looking for Chris to get the ball in the reverse, have everybody come up to play the run, and have him surprise everybody with a pass. But that time the pass was thrown poorly and into the ground.
Getting long, comes out to the near side. Concepcion to the far side. I formation, 2nd down and 10 for the Hilltoppers. Reagan rolls out to his left. He's going to keep it himself. Turn the corner, and is knocked down at the 46, 47-yard line. He's going to be a couple of yards short of a first down.
Gain of about 8 yards on the play by Reagan, on the quarterback keeper running to his left, and as you say, he'll fall short of the first down by about 2 yards, maybe a little under 2 yards.
Ball is at the 46. They need to get to the 48. 5:10 to go in the third quarter. Balistracci's out of the ball game, and looks like he's injured on the side of the bench here. Looks like he's shaken up a little bit. Sitting on the bench now, getting some assistance from the trainer. Reagan will take the ball right up the middle, and he's going to have a first down to the 49-yard line.
And again, a gain of about 3 yards on the play. Another third down play where the Whalers are just unable to stop the opposition from gaining that first down. You see Dante on the sidelines here, number 12.
Looks like he's okay.
Looks like he's okay, just needs a little drink of water. Now he's going to go back, put the helmet on, and say to the coaches, get me in the game, please.
So first down for the Hilltoppers. Ball at their own 49-yard line. 4.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Hilltoppers wearing stickers on their helmets, and that's those little speckles that you see there for tackles that they've made.
Tackles are great plays on offense. Sort of like the Ohio State Buckeyes. Reagan hands off on the misdirection. Standing to some running room near side. Cuts it inside. Ball is fumbled. It goes out of bounds. It will remain with the Hilltoppers. And the fumble was fortuitous in the fact that it may give them a first down at the near the New Bedford 40-yard line. It's going to be close.
Well, it's going to depend on the spot of the football, where the ball rolled out of bounds, and they're going to spot it to the point where I believe it is a first down.
And, well, they're not saying it's a first down or not. It looks like it's a first down from here, Bernie, but apparently it's not. It's going to be second and about a yard.
Well, right now, Reagan is over there talking to the officials, and the officials just turned around to see where the yard marker was.
All right, now they're going to stop the clock and either declare it a first down or have the measurement. They're going to measure.
Well, they were on the 49-yard line, and right now they're on what appears to be the 39-yard line. That's 10 yards.
It looks like it's good to me.
Yeah, nose of the football is very close to touching the 40-yard line. They had to get to the 39. I'll check that. They had to get to the 39-yard line. See when they stretch the chain out.
Just by the nose of a football. First down, Hilltoppers.
That is their second first down in a row, their third first down of the second half.
Happy Thanksgiving. We're just being waved to from one of the people in the stands.
A lot of friendly people here today.
Well, it's a holiday. It's a great day, and the rain is held off. And we have a great matchup on the field. Right up the middle, Gray bangs his way to the 34-yard line.
Boy, is he tough to bring down, and Curtis Bulgon knows, because he just brought him down with a leg tackle and was dragged about 3 yards in the process.
Hilltoppers right now have the slight edge in the momentum department as they've been able to move the ball. They are at the New Bedford 34-yard line. Clock is running, 3:15 left to go here in the third quarter of play. 107th meeting between the Whalers and the Hilltoppers. Reagan will keep it right up the middle and has a first down to the 29-yard line.
Well, that time a quick hitting play by the Durfee quarterback, and on the sidelines you see number 61 for New Bedford High School, and of course that's Andy Garcia having his hand attended to.
Hopefully he'll be able to get back to the ball game.
Another first down as the Reagan-led Durfee Hilltoppers today running the football right down the throats of the Whalers and running it very successfully.
Fans are making noise. First and 10 again for the Hilltoppers. Ball at the Whaler 29-yard line. Misdirection on the snap, and the ball is pitched forward to Fanning. I don't know if that's going to be considered a forward pass or not. Looks sort of like a forward pass. And Fanning was brought down at the 30 as I think the center heard the count of 1 and Reagan wanted 2.
Yeah, and coming up to help out on the tackle, Darren Floret, 5'10", 170-pound junior for Coach Hamlet's team.
Yard loss, yard and a half loss. The second down and 11. Ball at the 31-yard line. Reagan coming into the screen and into the huddle. Play's been whistled in. Hilltopper's going to have to hurry. Second down and long. They have a full house power I formation. And the Hilltoppers don't like what they see and call a timeout.
Well, that's the right thing to do if you're not sure and you don't think the play is going to work and you're not playing in the NFL or Division I college where you're going to check off and call a play at the line of scrimmage. And the best thing to do is just take that timeout instead of trying to force something. Get back to the sidelines and talk about it. And as we see this young lady all bundled up and waving at us, happy Thanksgiving.
She's a little shy.
Nice little hood. Actually, I don't think she's tall enough so that we could see her whole face.
She's right up against the railing there in the front row.
And as Durfee's on the sidelines talking, I was mentioning earlier, 21 seniors graduating from New Bedford High. They include Victor Cruz along with John Silva, 2 wide receivers that have played so well. Jamie Paquette, a senior, graduating this year. John Barros, along with Jacob Anceletto. We also have Carl Beckman, as we said earlier, 1,300 on his SATs and looking maybe to go to Brown University. Clinton Dunstan also graduating this year, along with Chris Greeting. And Mike LeSean also graduating. We'll pick up some more names as we go along.
Second down and 11 for the Hilltoppers after the timeout. Again, they have the full house backfield. Reagan looks to pass off it, throws in the flat, nearly picked off and deflected by Clinton Dunstan as the ball was underthrown, intended for Danny Long.
Yeah, that's not a good pass that time as he threw the ball low and maybe you could say on purpose away from the defensive pressure, but that pass incomplete by Reagan. Durfee has not had very much success, Keith, through the air.
It's going to be third down and 11, 1:36 left in the third quarter. And I do not know for sure, but we may have to start thinking about a potential overtime here. If they have an overtime, I don't know if the two teams have decided on whether they will go into extra time if we are tied. Reagan looks to pass on third down. He's got the protection. He throws deep. He's got a man overthrown as Angel Concepcion was wide open on the far side.
Well, Concepcion had Tom Koska beat that time down the far right sideline. That's the play they're going to remember, as he just went right by Koska on the fly, and Koska was turned the wrong way. Happy Thanksgiving to this two groups, these two young people waving
I know
at
this
us.
guy.
You know him? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's related to the guy sitting to our right here.
Yeah. I think I've seen him around the basketball gym.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Tom Koska that time almost getting beat deep. And the Whalers get lucky that the pass is overthrown.
Fourth down, and the Hilltoppers look like they're going to go for it at the Whaler 31-yard line. Fourth down, and 11.
And this is the 10th play of this particular drive, which started with 5:47 to play. So with 1:30, they've already taken 4 minutes and 37 seconds off the clock.
Derek Bolio is in the ball game to the near side. Reagan looks to pass on fourth down across the middle. He's got his man. It is Bolio, complete for first down.
Just a great pattern that was run by Bolio. Just a great throw that time by Reagan. Probably the best throw of the day for the Durfee quarterback as he nailed him coming over the middle for the first down.
Bolio, in the game for the first time, makes a big catch as it keeps the Hilltopper drive alive. Put a little star next to that play, Bernie, as that could mean something as the Hilltoppers continue their drive. 1st and 10. They're at the Whaler 15-yard line. Fanning right up the middle, has got running room, bounces off a tackle at the 5 and knocked out of bounds at the 3.
Well, again, just a great run by Fanning, cutting it to the outside and broke a couple of tackles. Only Dante Balistracci stopped him from going into the end zone.
And the Hilltopper fans have come alive as it's going to be 1st and goal for Durfee at the 3-yard line.
A 12-yard gain that time by Fanning. And another first down for the Hilltoppers. They've picked up 5 first downs on this drive, which is now reaching its 12th play.
They've also eaten a lot of the clock as well. 1st and goal for Durfee. Darren Florent comes into the ball game for the Whalers. They have a full house backfield. Reagan, Fanning, cuts inside, still on his feet, touchdown.
Well, some missed opportunities on some tackles on that play as there were a couple of hits that were made by New Bedford, but nobody actually hung on to them. And Fanning just waltzes into the end zone to give Durfee their first lead of this contest, and they now lead by a score of 13-7. And here you see the play again. The handoff goes to Fanning. There's one tackle, 2 that's missed as he goes right into the end zone. As 2 opportunities there. Dante Balistracci had an arm around him, as did number 85, Timmy Walsh, but neither able to bring him down.
Kogler in for the extra point. Reagan will hold. Good snap. Kick is up, and it is good. 1 minute and 1 second left to go in the 3rd quarter, and the Durfee Hilltoppers have their first lead of the ball game. They lead 14-7.
Well, that play, that drive, if you will, started on the Durfee 38-yard line, so they march downfield 62 yards, and they do it in 12 plays. They take 5 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock. Fanning with a 3-yard touchdown run to the inside. The point after touchdown kick is good, and Durfee has stunned the New Bedford crowd here at Walsh Field. They lead by 7, 14-7 with 1:01 to play here in the 3rd quarter.
This has been a fantastic ball game. It looked like it had the potential, Bernie, of being same old, as the Whalers opened up the game and went right down the field and scored the touchdown. And it had the makings of a potential blowout, but the Hilltopper defense has come up big, and now they scored their first touchdown on offense, and they have the lead.
Well, the other thing that's happened in this game, Keith, that we haven't mentioned is the fact that the New Bedford defense, which has been a Cinderella defense all year long, up and down, is in the down portion of this game right now, and they've allowed the Durfee Hilltoppers to keep their offense on the field so long that the New Bedford offense really has not been able to get out there and get anything going. There's been no rhythm to their offense.
The Durfee fans on their feet as we await the kickoff from Nick Chris. Clinton Dunston and Jeff Brito back deep. Kick is short. Brito takes it at the 18. He's up to the 20, 25, 30, 31-yard line.
Well, that'll be incumbent upon Coach Hamlet's group. And you see Tom Koska here standing alongside of Carl Beckman on the sidelines, and they're watching and hoping that this team can get something going. It's going to be incumbent upon the offensive coordinator and the rest of the coaches to start finding ways to get some of their speed guys open in the flat and take advantage of some of that quickness and that team speed.
Whalers have it. 1st and 10 at their own 31-yard line. They trail for the first time, 14-7. Lone setback is Dunston. He gets the call up the middle. Still grinds his feet and picks up 6 yards to the 37.
Clinton Dunston is going to go down fighting, that's for sure, and you wouldn't expect anything less than that. Dunston running hard and taking the ball up the middle.
Taylor Brown making the tackle for Durfee as we are under 30 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter.
Dunston picking up 6 yards now, has 77 yards and 13 carries.
Again, 3 wideouts to the far side. Dunston alone setback inside, handoff to Clinton, and he's stripped up short of the 40-yard line. Be about a yard and a half shy of a first down.
We'll call it a 2-yard gain for Dunston.
There's our banner.
There you see our little banner, and this is
Here we
us
are.
waving out the window.
Here we are.
That's our hands right there. Yeah.
And that is the end of the third quarter. 3 in the books here from Walsh Field as the Durfee fans are on their feet with the score. The Durfee Hilltoppers 14 and the New Bedford High Whalers 7.
And I guess it's a very odd game as far as the Turkey Days are concerned by the New Bedford contingent. You're here at Walsh Field, the home field of the New Bedford High School Whalers. And when you look at the history of this matchup overall, as we mentioned in our pregame, the Whalers lead in this matchup 62 wins, 34 losses, 10 ties. This is the 107th meeting of the two teams. And the last time a Durfee team won, we're going to go back to that, was 1983 when Durfee won the game 17-7. There has been one tie in the last 20 years. That was back in '86. And the Whalers have won 18 of the 20 games with one tie. So when you put this game in perspective today, I think that Durfee fans are sitting there thinking that they've just hit the lottery.
Well, you know, we talked about 83, and I remember that game, and that was at Durfee. And I don't know when the last time the Hilltoppers came into this atmosphere, this field, and won.
That's right, and I think that you remember 1983 because isn't that when you first started shaving?
Okay, Bernie. I've had this mustache for, no, I won't go there. Actually, a couple of my friends started shaving then, and a couple of my other friends started shaving when they were 6, I think.
And you didn't want to have anything to do with razors, so at 16 you decided to grow a mustache.
That's right, and I said, wait, I don't want to deal with this. As we begin the fourth quarter, it's going to be 3rd and 2 for the Whalers. Ball at their 39-yard line. They need to get to the 41. Two backs are offset behind Balistracci. Dunston gets the call, and he's close to a first down. I think he's got enough.
Well, the Whalers right now are doing what you would expect them to do. They're trailing in the contest, and they go into their big play guy, Clinton Dunston, carrying the ball 3 consecutive times, and 4 of the last 5 plays that the Whalers have run off, and it is a first down.
So the ball is at the 42-yard line. 3-yard pickup for Dunston, as Curtis Bulgar re-enters the ball game in place of Jeff Brito.
And that for the Whalers is their first down in the second half, Keith.
It comes at the beginning of the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 for New Bedford. Silva goes in motion, pitch goes to Dunston. He gets a block, but bounces off one tackler and picks up a couple of yards near the 45. Hernandez and Coleman in on the stop. Taylor Brown there as well.
And because they've only picked up, as I just said, 1 first down here, and it's come in the beginning of the fourth quarter, that's a tribute to the way the defense has played for the Durfee Hilltoppers, and also it's a knock against the way the New Bedford defense has played, allowing Durfee to be out there on the field so long with their offensive series.
Well, we've always said whenever we do these games, Bernie, and this is our 5th season of doing high school football, is with the capability of the Whalers on offense, keeping them off the field is the key. The Hilltoppers have done a good job of that, especially from the second quarter on. 2nd down and 7. Play action. Balistracci looks, dumps it off to Dunston. He's got plenty of room. He's got a first down and more. Still on his feet. Has a block. Near side. He's going to go all the way. Touchdown.
You're not going to catch Clinton Dunston when he's on a roll. And John Silva meets him in the end zone. When he gets up that head of steam, you're not going to catch him from behind, and the Durfee Hilltoppers were not going to stop Clinton Dunston from getting into the end zone. A little screen pass from Dante Balistracci to Clinton Dunston. You hear the crowd going crazy, and we see the play again here. And you see Balistracci roll out to the right, just flip the ball to Dunston. He gets it short of the 50-yard line. Some good blocking there. Another good block, and then it's just a foot race. And I'll tell you what, you're going to have a foot race with Clinton Dunston. I'm putting my money on Clinton every time.
So the Whalers are 1 point away of tying this ball game. Beckman with the kick. It is high enough, long enough, and it is good. 10 minutes and 19 seconds left. No doubt this is one of the most exciting Thanksgiving Day games in years.
Yeah.
Tied 14 apiece.
Absolutely. Wow. Clinton Dunston, senior running back. 5'10", 185 pounds. You see the dreadlocks, and boy, they were dreading him carrying the ball the way he's doing it right now. Dunston that time responsible for all 5 plays of that drive. They started on their own 31-yard line, and the Whalers marched downfield 69 yards, and they do so on a total of 5 plays, and in the process, they take off the clock a total of about a minute and 47 seconds, a minute and 48 seconds off the clock to score. Screen pass from Bellistracci to Dunston, 56 yards down the sideline, and Beckman's kick good. We're tied at 14.
10 minutes and 19 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. And we should try to get some indication on whether they will play an overtime session. And we can try to find that out between now and, if need be, the end of this game. Beckman will kick off with the wind at his back. And the kick is high and deep and drives Concepcion and Reagan back. And Fanning's going to take a knee in the end zone for a touchback. So the Hilltoppers will start first and 10 from their 20-yard line.
All right, I just checked with Ed Rodricks, who's manning the clock here on Thanksgiving Day, the coach of the New Bedford basketball team, and he was saying that in the Big Three they've agreed to play overtime.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that be exciting?
Oh, yeah.
So the Hilltoppers get the ball. First and 10 from their own 20-yard line. We are tied at 14. See the Hilltoppers in their huddle.
Well, now we'll see whether the Hilltoppers can answer, because the New Bedford team did come back and answer.
2 wideouts to the near side. Gray and Fanning in an I formation. Fanning gets the call up the middle, gets away from one tackler, still on his feet, and Darren Florent tackles him after a 2-yard run. And I'll tell you, Bernie, this Michael Fanning does not stop until he is forced to stop.
Now, Michael Fanning has had a good year, as we mentioned earlier, 13 touchdowns. He's there featured back in the run game. But you know what helps Fanning a lot is the bruising blocking of Gray. I mean, Gray is your typical fullback. He can get you some yardage. He's a good runner, got good hands. But boy, does he block.
Gray 6'2", 247. Second down and 7 for Durfee. Play action. Reagan rolls. Here comes the rush. Here comes the hit. And there is the sack. Curtis Bogar in on the stop.
Now, along with Mr. Sullivan again, number 71. Alex Sullivan getting in there with Curtis Bogar and coming up with the big sack. And now momentum is starting to feel like it's going the other way.
Yes, it is. Ball is marked back to the 16-yard line, 14-yard line, rather. And it's going to be third down and 16 for the Hilltoppers.
And here you see it right here. Nowhere to go. Bogar gets in there on Reagan and starts to wrap him up. And here comes Sullivan. And Sullivan's going to make sure that he doesn't get up. The guy you got to feel sorry for there is number 71 for Durfee, Jonathan Souza, who is back there all by himself.
Third down. On the draw, Fanning up the middle, has running room, but gets only to the 22-yard line. It's going to be fourth down and long, and the Whaler defense does the job and will force Durfee to punt.
Well, another good series of downs for the team that grabbed the momentum. This time it's the New Bedford High School Whalers, and their fans are up screaming and yelling.
Brito and Dunston are back deep. And this time the Durfee punter, Coleman, will be kicking into the wind.
Oh, a great attempt by Darren Florent to block that, Keith.
High kick, and the Whalers are going to get good field position at the Durfee 45-yard line. As Curtis Bogar made that big hit, that big sack, forcing Durfee to punt, and New Bedford gets the ball back.
Well, with 7:51 to play here, this is where the Whalers would like to go on a sustained drive. And what I mean by that is you'd like to be able to go the 45 yards and maybe take about 4 or 5 minutes off the clock in the process.
3 wide outs. Dunston alone set back. Clinton gets the call and is upended after only a short gain. Ramon Coleman and Axel Hernandez in on the stop for Durfee.
A gain of about 2 yards on the play.
Second down and 8.
Dunston is doing exactly what you would expect. They get behind, he becomes the workhorse. He's now touched the ball or carried the ball 6 times in the last 6 plays, Keith.
Second down 8. Clock is running. 7:17 left in the fourth quarter. Tied at 14 apiece. Brito is the featured back, and on the reverse, it is Dunston. He is hitting the backfield, gets away, but the Durfee Hilltoppers do an excellent job and knock him for a loss. Coleman was there, also Kogler for Durfee, and Whalers are going to be knocked back to the 46-yard line, where it'll be 3rd and 11.
Yeah, a loss of about 3 yards on the play. We get a close-up of a Nike symbol on the glove there.
Not that we're promoting.
No, not that we're promoting it. That's one of the things you notice nowadays is everybody's wearing that Nike swoosh.
3rd down and 11. 6.5 minutes left. Balistracci looks to pass. He's got time. Throws. Silva's got it. First down. 31-yard line.
Well, it's a great pass pattern run that time by John Silva, coming from the left side, cutting over the middle of the field, and Balistracci throwing a laser beam at him.
Ball is at the 32, actually.
Of course, John is also a senior, 165 pounds. Another gentleman who did very well in his SATs, over 1,100 in his SATs.
Leak to the near side, Silva to the far side. 1st and 10, New Bedford. Play action. Balistracci has time again, fires it up the middle. Has Leak wide open. He goes to the far side, 5, down to the 3-yard line.
That's number 82 coming across the middle, John Leet, getting the opportunity to start today. And Balistracci finds him in the zone, right down the middle, able to nail him, and a big gain as they go all the way down to the 4-yard line. Here's Balistracci with a play-action fake to Dunston. Sets up nicely, has all the time in the world, some good blocking, and nails Leet right over the middle in the zone. And Leet does the rest, getting it down to about the 4-yard line.
1st and goal, Whalers. Ball at the 3. Full house backfield. Brito, Bulger, and Dunston. It's Dunston. Touchdown.
Well, his 3rd touchdown of the afternoon for Clinton Dunston.
What a way to end a career. As Dunston has 3 touchdowns, all 3 scores. The Whalers have retaken the lead. And we're going to see it again here, Bernie.
Now, here's the replay of it. Balistracci, just a simple handoff to Dunston, follows the blocking of Brito into the end zone. Good job of blocking that time by number 32 out of the backfield for the Whalers, Jeff Brito, leading the way for Dunston to get in for the 3rd time today.
And Beckman in for the extra point. Kick is up, and it is through. 5:33 left in the fourth quarter. And the Whalers have taken control of the ball game and now have taken a 21-14 lead.
Well, they went the 45 yards and that they had to do. They took the ball on their own 45 after the run back of the punt by Durfee High School. And the Whalers go 45 yards in 5 plays, and they take 2 minutes and 18 seconds off the clock. It ends up in a Clinton Dunston 4-yard touchdown run, his 3rd touchdown of the game. And Carl Beckman is Mr. Automatic with that point after touchdown kick. It's good, and the Whalers lead Durfee now 21-14, and they have answered Durfee with 2 touchdowns in 2 possessions after Durfee had taken that 14-7 lead. And they've answered it with reckless abandon.
And let's see if the Hilltoppers can respond. They have plenty of time, 5 minutes and 33 seconds. And this is going to be a measure of their team, Bernie, and whether they're able to pull up their socks and tighten their belts and get the job done.
Well, as we said before, Keith, you could feel the momentum shift in the favor of Durfee for most of the first half after the interception by Fanning. And then, of course, the Hilltoppers coming out in the second half and grabbing that 14-7 lead. But the Whalers coming right back with 2 Clinton Dunston touchdowns, and you can feel the momentum now in the favor of the guys in red.
Concepcion at the 5, to the 15, 20, 25, still on its feet, 28-yard line. Nice return by Angel Concepcion of 23 yards, and the Hilltoppers will get it 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line.
Angel Concepcion with this Durfee Hilltopper team, a senior also, 5 foot 8 inches tall, 170 pounds, and listed on the program as a running back and defensive back, although he really has played an awful lot of wide receiver for this team.
Talk about the Whalers and their seniors. The Durfee Hilltoppers have mostly seniors, especially in their skill positions playing today. They'll have a big turnover for 99. Reagan pitches back to Fanning. Fanning has blocking, turns the corner, but Bulgar stops him, and it is finished off by Tommy Koska.
Tommy Koska, Curtis Bulgar in there along with Sullivan again, pursuing Fanning, stretching him out, making him run laterally. Another good job by Curtis Bulgar, and you can see Michael was pretty happy about all of this, huh?
Yes, he is. No gain on the play, as the ball is still at the 28-yard line. Here are the New Bedford fans, rather, calling for defense. Fanning on the reverse to Concepcion. Turns the corner to the far side. He's going to be hemmed in, and he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage as the Whalers do a fantastic job. Andy Garcia is there. Also there for the Whalers is Jared Henderson.
Yeah, linebacker Andy Garcia wasn't fooled on that particular play. They tried to deke him, but he stayed in his position and pursued the running back at that particular point to come up with the tackle.
3rd down and 10 coming up for the Hilltoppers. 4 minutes and 6 seconds left to go.
And this is a key 3rd down play, not just for the Durfee Hilltoppers, but for the New Bedford defense. These are the plays they've been getting burned on all year long.
2 wideouts to the near side, I formation. Reagan looks to pass, throws, has a man, long has it, and he's close to a 1st down. He may be about a half-yard short. We'll have to see where the spot is, as he is tackled at the 38-yard line, and that's going to be close. Looks like he's short. The Bedford coaches are saying he's short.
Well, we really can't see because you can see that the officials and the team are kind of blocking our view.
And they're going to measure. If Long could have kept his feet, he had some real estate in front of him and could have easily gained the 1st down, but unfortunately he was on his knees when he caught the ball.
Well, I no sooner got the words out of my mouth that 3rd down is a big play, not just for the Durfee Hilltoppers who needed to keep their drive alive, but also for this New Bedford defense who's been giving up key 3rd down plays all year long, and they may have given up another one.
See Eric Gray there, Mark LaBeouf, and we're going to be short. They are short by about 1.5 foot.
Well, here's a decision for Coach Steve Winarski, and I think if you're Coach Winarski, with 3:25 to play in the game, you've got to go for it.
And, well, they've been successful with Reagan right up the middle on the quarterback keeper. So I would suspect that if you're the Whalers and the Hilltoppers, that may be the call you're going to be looking for here. Ball is on the 38-yard line.
Each time Reagan has tried that quarterback keeper, Keith, it's not just been for 1 yard, it's been for 3 or 4 yards on each carry.
He only needs 1. Backs are going to be split 4th and less than a yard.
Biggest play of the year for Durfee.
Reagan gets the push and the 1st down to the 40-yard line.
I'll tell you what, Reagan had his legs moving on that play, so he had every intention of going forward. But Big Gray gave him the push from behind. What did you say Gray was?
247 pounds.
Yeah, that 247 pounds was doing an awful lot of pushing from the backside, let me tell you.
So it's a 1st down for the Hilltoppers. Clock is running. Ball is at the 40. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left.
And as we just said a moment ago, that was the biggest play of the year for Durfee High School. A 4th down and a foot needed to keep this drive alive or turn the ball over to New Bedford down by 7, and they've come up with that big play.
1st down, Hilltoppers. Reagan on the draw to Fanning. Fanning gets by 1 tackle or another and just gets back to the line of scrimmage. As a Whaler defense, Andy Garcia, Mark LaBeouf in on the stop. and Curtis Bulgar again. And time is called by Durfee.
And you see the New Bedford coaching staff trying to get their defense together and talk to them a little bit about, they'll take advantage of this timeout that Durfee is taking to talk to their defense about what has to be done out there. A couple of missed tackles on Fanning, as he's just been very difficult to bring down the entire game. But the Whalers just too many missed tackles, Keith, too many missed opportunities.
And see the coaching staff talking to the Whaler defense, while on the other side, Coach Winarski talking to his troops, his offensive troops. And I'll tell you, we cannot say that this was a boring Thanksgiving Day tilt, as this has been fantastic. And let's hope it's the beginning of a series of great games between these two clubs, as for many years it has been a lopsided game with New Bedford coming out on top.
That's been a fact. There's no question about it. And right now, that's also a point of reference for a lot of the New Bedford coaches, the players, because every once in a while when a game gets close, you want to click on that computer upstairs and remember that you're the team that's supposed to win.
Second down and 10 for Durfee. Reagan goes back to pass. Out in the flat, he's got Long on the hook and lateral to Concepcion, and Concepcion is upended by Koska. That was only a gain of about 2 yards.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Koska played that perfectly. They tried the hook and ladder, as you call it, with the quick lateral back to Concepcion, but Koska wasn't fooled at all, and he just took him down.
Actually, only a 1 yard gain. It's going to be third down and 9. Hilltoppers get the play in, but the clock is running. 2:17 left. Time not on their side. Inside handoff, Concepcion gets up the middle, gets by one tackler. He's going to be short of a first down at the 47, 48-yard line. Going to be about 2.5 yards short. It's going to be fourth down, and timeout called by Durfee with 1:49 left.
Well, shades of the Patriots last week. Another fourth down decision to make. We saw Drew Bledsoe with the New England Patriots come up with about 2 or 3 big fourth down plays where he kept hitting his pass receivers and picking up those first downs to keep the drive alive in the hopes of a playoff season alive. And right now, the Durfee Hilltoppers are faced with the same thing. They've converted on 1 fourth down play already. Time is running out. There's only 1:49 left to play in the game. They need to keep this drive alive. And over to the sidelines right now, Reagan is talking with his coach. And one of the things that you have to consider is that each time that Reagan has tried to pass to Gray coming out of the backfield or to those short passes in the flat, they have been highly successful. The percentage of those passes has been very successful against the Whalers so far today.
Play whistled in. Fourth down and a long 2 for the Hilltoppers. They need to get just over midfield for first down. Double tight end set. Fanning drives. He's got the first down into New Bedford territory at the 48-yard line. Clock is stopped with the first down. 1:44 left.
Well, nothing fancy about that. Just give it to your running back, and I believe that was that Fanning or Concepcion? Looked like
Fanning.
number 30.
I think it was Fanning. Maybe it was Concepcion.
Concepcion is in the game right now, and I believe he was the guy that carried that one.
First down for the Hilltoppers. Fanning this time bounces off a tackler, stays on his feet. Only a short pickup to the 46-yard line. Clock is running. Timeout called by Durfee.
Well, you got to like the spunk of this Durfee Hilltopper team. They have not quit. They had a couple of pieces of adversity thrown at them with the Whalers scoring twice, and that could have deflated most teams, especially most Durfee teams of the past. But this team, we were wondering what they were made of, and we're finding out. They've come down and converted on 2 fourth down plays where they had to have the big play and came up with it both times, and they keep their hopes alive. Done a very good job, Keith.
They have, and again, Coach Winarski doing a good job. This is actually his first class where he's been able to develop a team from freshman to senior, as he's in his 4th season as head coach of Durfee High School.
And coming up will be the 10th play of this drive here on Turkey Day at Walsh Field. The crowd certainly has gotten their money's worth today in this contest.
We hope you're enjoying at home as well. Second down and 8. Ball is just outside the 46-yard line. Coach Hamlet still barking out some signals to his defense. 4 wideouts to the far side now for Durfee as Gray now comes back. So the full back position. Christ is in the ball game. Flags on the play as Concepcion gets the pass, and that may be against the Hilltoppers.
Yeah, Concepcion lining up on the side with the 4 wide receivers were in sort of a triangle formation, and he was the back man on the play.